Welcome to the PP Show, where the D-Gens come to have discussions. Here at the PP Show, everyone has a voice, no matter how long you've traded in the markets. We love all opinions at the PP Show, and we hope you do too. Always remember this show is mainly comprised of opinion, speculation, and entertainment. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, you dildo enthusiasts. God bless Teddy and G-Merica. One last thing, always remember, talk is cheap. It takes money to buy whiskey.
Come on! simple when I jumped out on that road. I got no love you call real. Ain't got nobody waiting at home. Running with the devil. I'm gonna tell you one time. Running with the devil. You know, I found the simple life wasn't so simple. No, when I jumped out on that road, got no love you call real. Got nobody waiting at home. Running with the devil. Running with the devil. One more time. Running with the devil. Running with the devil. Running with the devil.
Fellas, how the fuck you doing tonight, man? It's great to see you guys. Thank you for joining me on the PP Show, man, where we love getting together, talking about the goddamn stocks that we're all invested in and that we all love. So right on, it's good to see you guys. Some people may or may not be dripping in tonight. Some people may have not got the memo that we are most likely going to do a stream through the rest of the week. I mean, how can you fucking not, man? Like, fucking A, I wake up this morning, man, 6:30 in the morning. PP's jacked, dude. All right. 6:30 in the morning, barely open my fucking eyes, man. Look at my fucking app, and I fucking see GameStop at like fucking $80 fucking dollars, man. What the fuck is happening here, fellas? I mean, honest to God, this is the craziest fucking time to be alive, in my opinion. And if you ask me, I've had always for a long time a suspicion that GameStop and IEP and all of this fucking shit is interconnected together. So long time ago, as I was kind of adding to my Bed Bath position as much as I could, I obviously allocated a little bit extra cash here and there for IEP and GameStop because I believe in my own thesis. Some people don't believe any of those are connected. And if that's what you believe, that's what you fucking believe, man. But $80 fucking dollars, man, pre-market. What the fuck is this, man? We also got a Roaring Kitty tweet as we went live right at 7 p.m. Here Central for the PP Show. So I don't know what it means, man. So maybe we can start there tonight. Maybe take a peek at that tweet and see maybe what's going on there. And then obviously, just like last night, I would really like to dive into some of these tweets that we saw from DFE today. We do have a couple guests with us tonight as well that will be joining the show and kind of dissecting a little bit of that. Keep in mind, at some point in time, we also probably will start going back through a little bit more of that HBC docket just to get a little bit familiar with what's going on. I mean, there's dead silence, man. I mean, is anybody else fucking noticing? Is it just me out here? GameStop is fucking like ripping faces and there's no dockets. There's no nothing. Like, it's just fucking silence, man. So, with that being said, let's get into it tonight. Some of you option traders out there, if you got into into some options, congratulations, man. Luckily for me, I was able to get into some of those 50s. It looks like they might be printing in the morning. So right on. I mean, it's fucking unbelievable, man. All right, let's get into legality. We'll start the show. We won't waste any more time. It's great to fucking see you guys tonight. Thank you for joining us here at the PP Show. Keep in mind, man, I'm not a financial expert, nor am I keep in mind, man, I'm not a financial expert, nor am I a financial advisor. All right, I'm fucking up here. So please seek the avenues to do so. You're not going to find it here. A lot of this is opinion. A lot of this is speculation. A whole bunch of, man, is entertainment if you haven't guessed it already. We like getting together. We like talking about the stock, and that's really all there is to it, man. So keep that in mind. Keep in mind, any guests who come on a show, man, nobody here is a professional. So if you hear any opinions, speculation, TA, things like that, keep in mind, man, nobody here is a professional. We like getting together. We like talking about the stock, and that's really all there is to it, man. So right on. All right, let's go ahead and get into it, man. Let's bring some of these guests on, and then I'll catch up on a few of these tips, man. Appreciate you guys tuning in tonight. So chat, please give a warm welcome to none other than Michael. All right, Michael, how the fuck are we doing tonight, my man?
I'm doing amazing. Just one good day after another good day.
Oh, your gain is super fucking high right there, Michael. If you could turn your gain down a smidge. How are our options, man? It's now it's our options. It's yours and mine and the chat's options. How are those options treating us today, man? Let's hear it.
I mean, I do plan on giving back actually. So
it's very kind of you. Wow,
supported me. Yeah, no, they're good. I'm not even sure if I should keep saying numbers, but
keep the numbers to yourself. Are they doing good or what?
They're doing good. They're doing good.
Right on, man.
I mean, this will be the last number. We're over 300K. We'll say that.
Wow, dude, that's fucking incredible. Glad to fucking hear it, man. Excellent fucking stuff. It's good to see you tonight. It looks like, and we'll bring in these guests here in just a moment. It looks like Roaring Kitty is tweeting at the time that we're going live, man. I mean, this is very interesting in my opinion. Are they correlated? Who the fuck knows, man? Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. I don't know, man. You know, we're going to want to take a look at that because there is a 4-hour gap between by the time he posts these, man. Right when we go live, he fucking drops them. So I think that'd be an excellent place to start today. We can just take a quick look at the actual video on stream, and then we will go back and we will actually go through every individual one and kind of dissect it a little bit more. But before that, there is a couple things pertaining to some DD that we need to get into tonight. There was a little bit pertaining to HBC. I don't know if some of you guys know this, but also it looks like possibly Ryan Cohen is changing lawyers with his 16B lawsuit. So we need to take a look at that tonight. I do have that document that was sent to me by Twofold. So you guys can give a big thanks to Twofold tonight. So we will pull that up. I guess we can go ahead and start with the video. Mike's, how is your connection? And then I'm going to bring these guests on. Do you think the connection's good for the video? Or
I mean, it's a gamble, but so is
all right.
everything.
We'll see how it looks, and if we need to change it up, we can. Real quick, let me just catch up on some of these tips, and then we will bring the rest of the fellas in here. We got Nathan with the 20. Appreciate your support, Nathan. Cashless exercise your calls, fellas. Call your broker, then call your mom afterwards. All right on. Good idea, man. We got Michael Smith with the PP note here. Love you all. Love you too, Michael. We got Apple here with the 5 for tomorrow. Please start your show at 7:02 for fun. All right on. We got Emotional Damage with the 2. Let's fucking go. We got Colin with the PP note here. GME to the moon. Bed Bath Beyond to Jupiter. LFG. And we got Short Hedge Fund Butt Rammer with the 420. Fucking nice, Michael. Get it, dude. I know. It couldn't have happened to a better guy like Michael, man. It's right on. Makes me happy. All right. Let's go ahead and pull in someone that you guys know pretty well here down at the PP Show. Chat, please give a warm welcome to none other than ABC.
What is he doing?
He's beginning to believe.
All right, ABC, great to fucking see you tonight, man. How the fuck are we doing, man? It's always great to see you, man. I'm glad that you're coming around a little more often, man. It feels like old times, man. I like it.
It does, PP. And you know what? We start at the beginning. We actually, this is actually the beginning. Never mind way back when, right? But good to see you, Michael. Congratulations, man. You know what? You've put in a lot of fucking hours, a lot of work. Nothing better to see a brother do well in this. So cool.
Right on.
Thank you.
Yeah. Excellent stuff. So ABC, there's a lot of stuff to get into tonight. So I'm glad that you're joining us. Obviously, the talk of the town still right now is a lot of this HBC stuff, which we will be diving into tonight as well. So I'm glad that you're here tonight. I think a little bit later you wanted to share possibly a little bit of your thesis surrounding HBC, which I'm sure a lot of people out there want to hear tonight. So it's great to see you tonight, man. Right on. All right. So we do have a guest here backstage. We're going to go ahead and welcome on. Chat, please give a warm welcome to Hey Ross. All right, Ross, what's going on, man? Welcome to the show again, man. It's good to see you.
Indeed, what a great day.
I know, it's excellent, man. Again, we were talking last night on the show, and I assumed that we were going to go to $50 when we open up today. Boy, fuck was I wrong, man. When I fucking opened the app and it's at like fucking $80, man. Obviously, we had a little bit of tack back there, came back down, I think, to like 39 maybe, but we recovered perfectly even after hours. Right now I think we're sitting at about $52 or $53 a share. This train has left the station, man. I don't think really there's anything that can slow this fucker down at this point.
Yeah, I've had a lot of fun. The past 48 hours have been really some of the best trading days I think a lot of us have seen for 3 years, after a lot of investments and things that disappeared on us, as it were. But just generally, I think we're still at the beginning of it. I think, Michael, you're going to run these options for a while still, and get quite a run on it. I jumped on, obviously I've got pretty large long positions on both IEP, but I've got
same
call contracts on IEP.
Fucking A, dude.
650 call contracts on the $30 June 21st GME calls with it dipped down into the 30s. So I'm back up today on that thing.
Fuck, not a bad trade-off, man. Holy shit. I mean, you're locked and loaded. IEP, again, that's why I'm playing all three. My largest position being in Bed Bath & Beyond, and then obviously number two being GameStop, and then leading up with that is IEP, because I do think that all three are involved to some degree. I mean, especially with how IEP's stock price tanked around the same time, May 2nd, that we essentially went to OTC, or we were delisted from the NASDAQ for Bed Bath. And, some people out there will say, well, there's no connection there. I think otherwise. I think that there is a reason that they planned and waited for that article to drop around the same time that we were delisting. Is it speculation? Absolutely. But you have to question, if they had all this figured out for a long time and they had this like publications they wanted to release on IEP, why fucking wait until we essentially delist and things like that? The timing of it is just a little weird, in my opinion.
Yeah, and they're not reacting well. This is some of the stuff we wanted to talk about, but there's a reasonable response to getting this onset of a short squeeze, which is grab your ankles and close up and just finish your position and get out of it as fast as you can. And then there's the really dumb way to do it, which is keep doubling down on a really profoundly bad position. Can I share a screen real quick?
Yeah. So of course, yeah. If you want to share something here, and then we'll take a look at that Kitty post.
So this real quick is the I just put this in Excel really quick, and I'll make it bigger for everybody. This is from the Option Clearing Corporation. They released yesterday, so it only shows Monday here on the right. Looking since the 1st of May, this is showing the hedge fund short volume in the market on GameStop. And so as we go into, a bad day on Friday for them, compounded by a really bad day on Monday, they in essence doubled their short position between Friday and Monday in not closing. They're still
This is for GameStop, right? Not IEP.
No, this is solely GameStop.
This is GameStop.
100%. Just GameStop in this one. So, I mean, this is not over. I mean, you can see the volume just on GameStop going up from May 1st. Yeah. This is not this isn't even beginning. We see the check mark in the Volkswagen and the last run up on GameStop and in other squeezes we've seen before. This is the hedges going all in, and as Ken said, doing anything he can to survive another day. But I mean, they are pissing in a wind tunnel right now.
Why the fuck didn't they just fucking close their fucking shorts when it was fucking $10, man? I don't get it.
They can't. There's no way. I mean, it's a default. You basically are saying, hey, I haven't gone bankrupt yet, but why don't you guys go ahead and take over the payments on my entire life?
So the short position must be so large and so substantial, and then add on that it's like 5x, 6x with the I mean, God knows like what price I think back in the day that they were essentially shorting it at. Real quick, I just want to say that after hours, holy shit, we're 58.50 or 58.80, fellas. What the fuck, man? Holy shit, man. Those fucking
A
call
lot of
options
people
I bought are going to be in the money for sure tomorrow.
a lot of people have told me to sell everything, and I'm like, I can't. I don't know
whatever
if,
the fuck you want, man. Hold them to fucking zero. Hold them to fucking a millionaire. Who gives a fuck? The ball is in your goddamn court. It's your investment, man. You know, Michael.
So I said the first day it started to look like I was like, I think it's going to 100% and 100%, and then I was like, you know what? I think it's going to 100% again. And I was like, if it does that,
I'm gonna try it.
my plan was I was like, I'll sell like maybe 15%, and then I'll just have that cash so I can exercise at the end of the week and just really piss off the market makers by like taking those out of their hands. And but then it dipped down to the 40s, and I was like, okay, I got to get some shares. So I just bought the shares. So
yeah.
So now I have like 40 grand worth of shares, and I still have 56 calls at like a $12 strike price. So
yeah, excellent stuff, man. I mean, again, I'm not a financial expert or an advisor or anything like that, but it's like you're in the $12 strike calls. I mean, you can quite literally hold them to expiry, and you can just see what
max
happens.
Max pain changed to 15.5 or whatever.
Yeah,
and like it's not getting to max pain. Everything, almost the whole option chain was already in the money. And I think that the number of people that are going to exercise all the calls that are like below 15 is going to be a lot. And so,
holy shit.
Yeah.
People are saying we're at $62 right now, man. What the fuck is happening, man? Yeah, go ahead, ABC.
What I'm noticing, and I'm new to this game. You guys know I'm really new to this. I've just learned about options, goddammit, but I'm really new. But I am seeing some really cool patterns.
Yes.
And then when you go back to the 2021 squeeze, what I'm starting to see is that these guys, because 80% of retail can only play during regular hours, they don't do pre-market and aftermarket. They seem to be playing a psyops by hammering it up or letting it go up in pre-market and aftermarket, and then really kind of doing their attack during the day where 80% of people are getting fucked up going, what's going on? I mean, it was at 80 just a couple of hours ago and it's dropped to 50.
Yeah, you make a good point.
Psychological war going on.
I want to just give a slightly different lens on that effect, because I think there's something else going on here. I don't think they would let it run up overnight if they could. They want the psychology to show this thing is spiraling downward and that everyone should get off the train as fast as possible and get out. So this is where I think the contract for difference model that Robinhood has was started as a way to generate payment for order flow revenue for the market makers, and it's become a virus that's infected them. They can't shut off the data stream because of it's a contract for difference they're doing. It's no longer live traded data. So as a result, it's showing prices and what the market actually wants without any market maker control. So that's Robinhood shutting off the buy button is literally their contract for difference owner basically saying, hey, listen, we're not going to process at these prices because you're too far away from either the dark pool or the lit market on your CFD. Too much exposure. I think this is a problem for them. I think they're going to shut Robinhood down, not because, hey, risk exposure to us, but because of data exposure of giving a venue for people to actually do true price discovery without market maker interference.
I like that. I like that. I think they've lost control for sure. And you've almost got gamma ramps appearing. They've lost the absolute control of it.
Friday, that gamma ramp is definitely inbound. Go ahead, Michael.
I think that they shot themselves in the foot, because at first when I saw that they're like a little thing came up that said, oh, we're only going to let it trade within a 20% range, I was like, oh, of course they're going to try and make it look like the hype's dead.
Yeah.
But then I realized what it actually did was it created a perfect floor, because like everyone started buying, and slowly everyone that wanted to sell below that price was like kind of gone. And then it was just like, so all the paper hands were gone, and there was this really solid floor for it to then jump off of as soon as the rest of the market opened up. And I think it might do that again.
It's interesting seeing how the price is kind of interacting. And again, like, typically what we would see is just they would drive and hammer the price down. I think a lot of it backing a lot of this fucking crypto. I mean, look at 2021. In my opinion, there were two main things that they essentially took away from our run, right? One was they took away the buy button on multiple brokers, which we're very familiar with. Number two is that was the time when also crypto was running very hard. I mean, 2021 was basically the meme stock / crypto time where people were dumping their money here, dumping their money there, and everything was fucking just ripping left and right. I don't think it's that crazy to think here that, when the DTC cut this 100% collateralized crypto, all of a sudden now GME breaks out of a 3-year downtrend. I mean, you cannot make this shit up, So I think that this has been planned for a long time. And, one of the things I brought up last night, too, is after the stream, I had made a tweet. And I was thinking about it. And, just like with ABC and I have discussed it for so many times here at the show, is that every time Bed Bath would try to break out and start moving out and obviously start to, you can call it squeeze, whatever you want to call it, started to break out very hard, somehow the board would file something that would, trigger the algos to cause it to go down. It's almost like the board was not allowing the stock to run. And then I was sitting here thinking, and I remember vividly, man, there was a stream from Marantz, and Marantz was doing like a stream one day, and I remember he was wearing a space helmet, and I remember seeing this giant fucking goddamn candle like after hours, because I was watching I think his stream that day or that night, I can't remember, after hours. Just curious, what his thoughts were on it, and I saw a giant fucking goddamn candle. And then you saw a giant red candle. And what that red candle was the prior CEO, Matt Furlong, essentially leaving the company, or they fired him, whatever you want to call it. To me, it's like, it feels like these are two entirely different companies, yet here you see, intentionally stopping and trying to stop any form of a run at that time. Why, I don't know. I like to think that these are all correlated. And I think that there's a reason why they didn't want Bobby to run. I think there's a reason why they didn't want Jimmy to run at the time. Now what we're seeing is that GME is fucking absolutely ripping. And we're sitting here, essentially with quote unquote, canceled, delisted shares and waiting for the next move here. I do think a lot of this thing was planned. In my own thesis, I think the equity side of our deal is going to come from GameStop. That's what I believe. I've believed it for many months, over a year now. It only makes sense to me that that's going to be the side just with the connections with RC. And then I always believe that we're going to see some form of a cash portion of that deal as well. That would come from IEP. So again, that's my own thesis. Some people believe other things like that. But at the end of the day, I do think that these things need to be paid attention to. Do you fellas have any opinions on that? And if you don't, we'll take a quick look at this video here from Roaring Kitty, and then we'll take a look at a little bit of DD tonight, and we'll start the show.
Sounds good.
All right, go ahead and play it. Let's hear it. Let's see if your shit can handle it.
The prisoner wishes to say a word.
All right, Michael, pause it. It's a little laggy.
Oh, okay.
Let me go ahead. Yeah, let me go ahead and share it from mine. Just that's all good here. Give me a second here. All right, Roaring Kitty. Let's see.
Post my ass. Michael can get himself a new computer.
It's my internet.
He needs fucking He needs Starlink. Get yourself Starlink, man. All right.
With whatever I'm going to actually.
Pang, it's good to see you on the show. My apologies. I just kind of pulled you in there quietly. Pang, how are you doing tonight, man?
No worries. I'm just eating some food. I have a 13
Enjoy.
Slide PowerPoint presentation for
Excellent. Perfect.
Oh yeah.
All right, we'd love to dive into that tonight. All right, let's go ahead and play this video real quick. This did, see, as you see here, it has 7 p.m., man, the start time of the PP show, man. Let's take a quick look at it, and let's see what's going on here.
The prisoner wishes to say a word.
wishes to say.
All right, and it's from Braveheart, I believe. Interesting stuff. Do you guys have any opinions on this? Then we're going to take a quick look at a little bit of data, and then we will jump into some of that HBC stuff. Any opinions here on this video tonight, fellas?
I find the video ridiculously inaccurate, but anyway.
I think it's cool that
Robert the Bruce and William Wallace didn't live at the same time. There's a whole bunch of other things that have mistaken the battle of Claude.
Okay.
But anyway.
Yeah.
I think it's cool that a lot of people, like the word GameStop and freedom, have now become synonymous for a lot of people. Everyone's coming out. And it's like, this is freedom from the tyranny of the corruption in Wall Street. And it's spreading, So I think that's going to keep catching on.
I enjoy looking at the ticker, but I also look forward to the next goddamn post by DFE. It's just wild.
All right, I'm going to pull up really quickly just a little bit of data for us to take a very quick peek at. Then we're going to jump into a couple other things tonight.
Hey, PP, send Travis a link.
Oh, is he here? Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Travis told me he was a maybe tonight, so let me... Travis, here, I'll go ahead and put it... I'll put it in the stream here. Use this link to join the show live. All right, there you go, Travis. It is pinned to the top of the screen there. Excuse me. Let me just read back a couple of these tips here. We got Pyrum with the 5. Exercise your options if you want to burn money and lose intrinsic value. Justin here with the 2. Love for ABC. Don't worry, Bed Bath Moas on the way. Right on ABC and right on Justin. I agree 100%, man. We got Corporate Walnut with the 2. DFE Nocturnal Batman tweet. Nighttime. Yes, I cannot wait to get into those tweets tonight. We got Luke Woods with the 10 PP Show gifted memberships. Holy shit, Luke. Appreciate your support of the PP Show. Again, if you got a membership out there, be sure to give a thanks to the chat, fellas. It's the least you can do, man. Javerick with the 5. Michael, sell 12 and buy 30 to 40 or something and take some money off the table. Right on. I think Michael will make the right choice in the end. Emotional damage with the 2. Are these halts even legal? Excuse me. Never seen this before. How many? That's a great fucking point.
58, I think.
Bullshit. There's 58 halts today.
And not only that, Michael,
that's fucking unreal, man.
Michael even pointed a couple of the halts didn't even hit the 10% threshold. They're not even supposed to halt until it hits a 10% discrepancy.
Yeah.
Wow, that's fucking bullshit.
And I even found one where they timed it right when the queues started ripping. Then they blocked it, and it hadn't even gone up 10% either on that one. And so it was like they wanted it to seem like, oh, nothing to see here, and you can just see that they definitely were doing that all day. I mean, think about 58 halts. Each one's like, I don't know how many minutes long, 5 or 10 minutes long. It's like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. We do have Travis here with us tonight. So chat, please give a warm welcome. Where the hell did Travis's intro go? Okay. Let's just go ahead and use this one. Travis, what's going on tonight, man? It's great to fucking see you tonight, man. How the fuck are we doing?
I'm doing great, man. Just sorry I'm a little late. I had to coach my son's soccer game, last soccer game of the season. Proud of my boys. They won 7-0. It was a great game, and GameStop is up. Let's go.
Right on. All right. Glad to fucking hear it, man. Excellent. It's good to see you tonight. A lot of stuff to dive into. Someone on the chat, Propane, asked if we're going to go over the DFE tweets. Yes, we are. I do want to dive into that. I think Ross also wanted to dive into some of the Wu-Tang tinfoil as well. So rest assured, there's a lot of fucking tinfoil. I think Pang has a fucking, what'd you say, 13 slide presentation?
Yes, sir. Can I open with it when you guys to the tinfoil part?
Yes. Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds absolutely perfect. And yeah, so if you guys are sticking around to hear some opinions on, excuse me, the breakdown of some of these DFV videos, excuse me, stick around and we will get to that. It's that popcorn lung, fellas. All right. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at a little bit of data on GameStop real quick. I mean, obviously that's the talk of the town right now. So off exchange volume is very interesting. We got 36% here. SIBO is also one of the off exchange too. So we have an additional 11% there. So what is that? 47%. I would say we're about like 50-50 on terms of off exchange dark pool type of data there. I am curious some of the short volume here.
Also the options. Look at the options, how many new options there are. It's like crazy.
Oh yeah, I heard that they're going to be writing them up to 100 now. Is that right?
I think so.
For the 17th.
So max
wow, that is nearly a billion, man. If these fucking if this fucking gamma ramp runs, man, holy fuck. Which I'm assuming it will.
You can see how many people, like just that day, that between the days or whatever, like it's all green on like the buys, like the percentage of like.
Yeah, so this data is actually 1 day old, so we actually won't see this data until tomorrow. But this is the current data right now. It looks like. Jesus Christ, man! Even $34 calls are up 2,000%, man. I mean, this is fucking insane, in my opinion.
Yeah, I wonder what the sentiment is.
And yes, Nasdaq has call options to $100.
They do, okay, but brokers haven't added them yet, right?
It does. I don't know.
Okay,
I'm just looking at Nasdaq's website. They have call options available.
This is the puts chain right here. It looks like a lot of these puts are fucked, man, big time. Anybody who's playing puts, I mean, they got destroyed, man. 90% down on a lot of these puts, man. Holy shit.
And just like you lose money, like the value, the higher, farther out of the money you go. Once the IV goes up, like it's literally not worth it to get like far out of the money calls. Just my 2 cents. At the money is definitely way better.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Give me 1 second here. Hang on 1 second, fellas. Let me fix something here.
Hey, Travis. Did you have the most amount of fun you can possibly have with your pants on today?
Can you say it again?
Did you have the most amount of fun you can have with your pants on today?
Why do you think he had his pants on today?
Yeah,
you never see him.
You never see me from the waist down when I'm on the show. Just saying.
All right. Let me pull this back up here. All right. So this is basically option chain. Again, keep in mind, this is a day delayed. So this is probably going to be, in my opinion, this is going to be fucking stacked tomorrow. I didn't even know that they had up to $57 calls. I think that I got into 55s and 50s. And then I had 18s down here. So these are pretty much like all in the money, which again, for me, it's like, I'm just going to pretty much go all the way to Friday with my calls personally. Puts out of the money. We have 137,000. How the fuck is, it's displaying that basically we have so there's not a single fucking call out of the money right now. And this is true because even the 55s, which I think is the top, even if it's 57, I think we're at 60. I don't know what we are at after hours right now. We're at 56. So this all the way down is all in the money as well. So I don't know, I think that this gamma ramp's going to be pretty fucked up, man. If you ask me, shit's going to get fucking crazy, man, for some people out there that are holding options. So let me take a look real quick if we can see. So we opened at 64. And we ended up closing today about 48. What do you guys think about the volumes? These volumes are fucking stacked, man. I mean, just kind of taking a look at this. 36 million volume on the 10th. The 13th, we opened with 177 million and 200 million volume. What are your guys' thoughts on this? I mean, this is a very large increase when we're talking about volume. I mean, this is nearly like a 5x or a 6x pertaining to volume here. What are your guys' thoughts?
I'll go
first. It keeps increasing.
Yeah, I'll say the volume, it was over, after hours ended up being over 206 million on the day, which is the shares that are available to trade, technically. I mean, what are the shares available to trade? 174 point something million? That's all that's available when you take out TSO, less insiders, less DRS shares. You're at 174 million. and over 200 million.
Travis, you're roboting.
Ah, damn.
All right, try it now. I think you sound fine now.
All right, doing something. But yeah, you have TSO minus insiders minus DRS. You're left with 174 million shares, and we traded over 206 million today. I can't wait to see the FTDs because there's no way you can find that many shares. There's just no way. I think
Could you imagine that everybody starts exercising these fucking call options? Like, what the fuck are the market makers going to do, man? If there's not enough shares to go around, what the fuck's going to happen?
Oh, also, that person that said that exercising it loses intrinsic value. I don't think it does because, well, so right now you have the theta, which is time, that's a premium, right? You also have the implied volatility that's a premium. But if, like, I sold mine on Thursday a couple weeks ago. I sold some of them, and totally, like, if I would have waited till Friday, it just ripped.
Yeah.
And so it's like, it's worth it to me to wait till Friday, like when they approach their actual value. So there won't be any theta, there won't be any implied volatility. It's just the value of it. But I think that gamble is better than to potentially catch something really good that happens on Friday. So that's why I'd exercise them on Friday. I wouldn't exercise them right now. I'd do it then.
Right. Let me take a very quick look here if we have any FTDs. Most recent FTD we have.
Oh, the 15th. There's going to be a bunch of. That's quite a few.
Yeah. So that's going to be 44,000 FTD. Not super big, but
yeah, but FTDs come out
actually 100.
Oh, so they're not updated yet. So it's probably a lot higher.
Wasn't the right-hand column? It's FTD change. It'll be minus 100 and 107.
This, I think, is because of this. Like, the FTD change is because of the day, I think, of this one, right? Because we went from 152,000 to 44. Because, like, back in the day, people used to think that these are all FTDs. The only number that matters is right here. The most recent one. With FTDs.
Yeah.
Hey, PP, I got something to show you. I'm pulling it up real quick. It's something that I did after hours. After hours trading was bizarre. You're going to love this. And if you want to say that our markets are fully not rigged, let me share, or sus. And I'm sorry, I'm eating. That's why I'm off screen. But take a look at this screenshot I took from Fidelity Active Trader.
All right, let me pull up Travis's screen here. What are we looking at here?
Look at the trades.
Yeah, I was going to ask, how many of those trades actually hit the lit market from volume-wise?
Here.
Is that 26,000 shares? Or is that, no, that's the price number.
$26.
$26, got it.
The shares are being sold at one apiece on FINRA or FINRA's trade site.
Why would someone? What was the current price of GameStop when this was occurring?
About 52.
52. Why are they selling it for half the price? So they're trying to essentially dump the stock down. Is that wrong or right?
I don't know.
Go ahead, Pang. What do you think?
Can Pang answer this one? I believe that they're stop loss hunting.
Stop loss hunting. Why do you think that?
Well, they're selling it for 26 a share. Usually it's like from what I remember a while ago, they're doing something called pinging. So they just ping random low prices until they find someone that's willing to sell for that, and then they find like a stop loss number.
That's crazy that they're selling it for half the amount. I mean, I guess the biggest question is how many times was someone selling? Do you have like the full data, Travis, on how many times they were selling at $26, one share at a piece?
This only lasted a couple minutes. I was lucky to get a screen grab because, I mean, so many shares were moving. This is 11 minutes after market close.
Got it. Yeah.
So, yeah, it was definitely interesting. I was like, I got to get a screen grab of this or nobody's going to believe me or have even seen this. Or maybe nobody did see it besides me. And I'm like, oh, this is weird.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting. Real quick, we had a couple tips here that I'm going to read back. Here. We had Afterburner with the 2. Appreciate your love, Afterburner. We got Pratkin out there with the 5. Appreciate the love, Pratkin. DFV said it himself. We're just at in the overture. I think the real crescendo will shock us all and completely melt Wall Street. I'd be all fucking for it, man. Again. I think that this is something that's never been done before, and I definitely think it's going to take a lot of people by surprise. Dustin with the PP membership here, he says, pleasure to be here with you all. The greatest time to be alive is now. LFG, high DFV, high RC. Right on, man. I hope that they enjoy the show if they are tuning in tonight. Scott Schiller with the 2. Is that the sound of a hedgie getting liquidated? It probably is. We got corporate with the 2, tinfoil, windfoil, Atari pleaser, DFV, you name it. I like it, corporate walnut. We got Bobby Tables with the 5. I think the DFV tweet about not leaving your friend is about Bed Bath & Beyond. Hang in there, ABC and other non-GME holders. I agree, man. I truly, man, we have not been fully fucking liquidated here. The people out there that try to gaslight you and try to, shit on you and stuff like that, fuck their goddamn opinion. They don't have money on the fucking table. So at the end of the day, I don't, excuse me, I don't think it's a coincidence that we have DFV not only returning, but at the same time, all of this stuff happening with HBC, Ryan Cohen's, or HBC in their 16B lawsuit. We also have Ryan Cohen under the same 16B or, obviously being sued for the same thing. A lot of moving pieces here, and we have not had a final decree. And not only that, fellas, we haven't even fucking seen the fucking multi-billion-dollar claim addressed yet. I mean, there's so many things left in terms of what's happening here. I don't think that it's just going to be, just as simple as some people believe that it's just a black and white bankruptcy. I truly believe that the equity portion is going to come from GameStop. Bobby Tables with the 5. I think the DFV tweet about, or my apology, we just read that. Gravitron with the 2. Pang, take your shirt off. We also got Jealous Money here with the 5. Michael, now that you're in the money, can I please get my Wendy's time slot back? I need some of those sweet, sweet options also. Right on. We got Mo Money with the 10. Let's say I am an asshole GameStop holder and have many 21Cs for June 7th. Of course, not financial advice. Exercise now or later. Just want your thoughts not being construed as advice on my end. I think that truly you if you're in the position like Mo Money, you should do whatever you want. Again, it comes down to the individual. You have to ask yourself, do I want more shares? Do I exercise and I take in more shares, or do I just want to sell this back to the market maker and take that premium? That is totally up to you, man. I mean, some people take cash, like look at IEP, right? You buy IEP, they pay you a dividend. You can take shares or you can take cash. I think it comes down to the individual themselves. So money, you just got to ask yourself whether or not you want to exercise that call. It is totally 100% up to you. If you feel like you want more shares and you want to add to your position, that's probably what you'll want to do. If you just want to take the fucking cash and do whatever the fuck you want with it, buy blow, hookers, whatever it is, you take the fucking cash. So it is totally 100% up to you, Mo Money. We got Mo Money with the 20. I know PS is watching this. Look at this community. We built it around positivity and researching and not bringing fellow investors down. There's a reason you only get Rod Alsman in your spaces, passive toxicity. Right on. You heard it from Mo Money. I feel like he, obviously is addressing something that is obviously, elephant in the room there. I don't like her either. We got Why So Serious with the 2. No, their flash crashing is what L2 is showing. We got Emotional Damage with the 2. Never seen all calls in the money and all puts out of the money. I've never seen something like this either, except for maybe back in 2021. Mo Money with the 5. What if RC reinvested his baby gains or Bed Bath gains into GME derivatives with profits to bail out BBBY via a credit bid? I guess we'll have to fucking see, how it plays out. Again, I do think that we're going to be getting a little bit of cash from that side. We do have someone backstage here also that has joined the show. We're going to pull in real quick. Chat, please give a warm welcome to you, Copy. All right, you Copy, what's going on, man? Good to see you.
Good to see you guys again. Thanks for inviting me. I was just came back from the family dinner. Had a good option today. Nice. I have some nice cool games, so I wanted to treat my family. So yeah, today's was good day, I guess. For all the people who hold shares or options, congrats to everybody.
Were you playing options or what? You copy.
I was, yeah, I was playing call options for AMC and GameStop. It just too sucks that because I got burned before, so I think I bought really low price, like
You
average
wanted to be
price was like
careful.
0.1. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But I sold my GameStop call options like last week, but this AMC call options, it just went up like 6 figures. So I'm really happy to see that today.
Wait, you made 6 figures in AMC?
Yeah.
What the fuck, man?
Good job, man.
How, dude? How? What the?
They were cheap. I should have
No,
gotten
but
them
like,
when I was out of cash.
This is something
dude.
that I think, but this is something that I already talk about. Like, I'm pretty sure Michael's, or I talk about this with Michael, ABC. I think some people agree that AMC is also a meme basket stock. So if GameStop
It
blow up,
is.
AMC blow up, right? But there are a lot
It's
of people
true.
who, yeah, people like bash like AMC is like fucking trash. Yeah, like if you compare it to a financial, yeah, AMC trash compared to GameStop. But when this thing blow up, like this thing will blow up. So as a TA person, like I do TA, right? So
Yeah.
I just look at it, be like, okay, they're just kind of really getting delay. They're creating same triangle formation, but it's not happening yet. But yeah, it happened. So. Yeah.
Interesting. Is there anything tonight that you wanted to share, or maybe that's on your mind tonight? You copy with the chat.
Yeah. So I'll just quickly just talk about what happened today, the GameStop price fixing.
Sure.
Yeah, because there are people who are like, yo, what the fuck is going on, right? Like, is it gonna go down? Like, how much is gonna go down? Even Ramez kind of contact me today. I was like, yo, what's going on?
I know Ramez is texting everybody. He's like, what the fuck, man?
Right. So when do I sell? So, but I told him, like, I think like you're really like squeezing time, and then of course, like, this is not financial advice. I have to say this, before I talk about this,
Sure. This
but
fucking
yeah,
thing hasn't even started yet, man. 80 isn't shit.
Yeah, so I do think that today's drop was because they had this okay. So let me just walk you guys through this one bigger gap first.
All right, you take over real quick. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Just
remember
really quick.
last night when I said that today was gonna be the fight for 80, and then in pre-market it was fighting for 80. Just saying. I just remembered that.
Oh, for AMC?
No, for GME, I was like, I think it's PP was saying it was gonna hit 50, and I was like, I think it's gonna fight for 80.
Oh, 80. Oh, yeah. Yo, to be honest, man, I'm not financial advice. I think this will hit 1,000.
Yeah. It's jacked, bro. It's jacked.
Can I add to that, you copy?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
We've got Kevin who says there's 4-day cycles, 7 or 11-day cycles. You've shown us on Bed Bath and Beyond that there's 180-day cycles. I honestly think that this GME, after a 3-year downturn, speaking with other people, looking at your stuff, I think this thing has like a 140-day cycle, and I think this is just the beginning for GME, my man.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so this is just beginning. So anyone who has shares, options, we just go along with them. And then I really like how Roaring Kitty, I'm pretty sure he's maybe watching this one, but yeah, I'm really happy that he came back, and started, tweeting, post like nice, fun meme videos, and it's really entertaining, right? So anyway, so AMC had a huge gap here from $20 to up to $24, right? I personally don't think this will be filled. I mean, of course, I can say, but because they also had a gap up here before they had a huge run here, right? So I think this might be a same thing that might be happening here. So we had a huge gap up, and then after that we have a small gap today that was around $37 here. I mean, it hasn't been filled yet, so we don't know if this will be filled. Like I said, but we also have another one, $38. This was filled, so we'll see. So in 15 minutes, this gap was filled, so that's good. Yeah, okay, it's the same thing. So this is $38. So this was filled, so I think it should be good. I personally don't think we're gonna fill this one to come down unless like something really bad thing happened. But yeah, I personally don't think so. So yeah, this I do think this will continue moving up like this, right? Like yeah. So I mean, it's
what's the
moving
bottom
a lot
of that
faster.
Of that gap?
Huh?
What's the bottom of that gap? That gap's from where to where? The big one.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah.
It's a $20 to $24.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Let me repeat this again. Let me just look at the daily.
Just now in the chat says, seriously, why does PP allow this guy? I think it's because he's allowed his opinion man on the show. He wants to share something with this man, so the least we can do is be respectful and allow Copy to share his opinion.
Yeah, no, I mean, I mean, some people they just, you know, they just like to fuck around.
I mean,
know
if he made six figures yesterday or today, you know, you can't be
That's
completely
crazy in AMC,
regarded.
Man. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not like trying to like, you know, promote like other stocks. I'm really just here to make money, right? I'm also, you know, so I sold my AMC, you know, the options, and I bought more GameStop, you know. So
yeah,
I'm just saying that. So I do think that we're gonna, you know, slowly recovering this one. Tomorrow, I think we're gonna have a CPI, the thing. So you know,
what's that gold line at the very top?
Yeah, so when you are away, I kind of bring this chart from 2021. So I told them, yeah, I think this could hit 1,000.
Holy fucking shit, man!
Yeah, no, because yesterday,
theoretically, technically, it can go to infinite. So
yeah, like okay, but let me tell you,
if you really want to be technical,
yeah, I know, but like, let me tell you something. Today, I saw it was first time that my broker, I use a Questrade, it's like a Canadian broker. They maybe there was a lot of halting today, right? There's a lot of halt in, you know, GameStop.
Sure.
I couldn't sell my call options for 5-10 minutes, and then I couldn't buy GameStop for 5 minutes. Like they halted it, so I couldn't buy, right? So those things happening. So right now, this is just the beginning, right? But if this is happening, I mean, another like, you know, buy button removal could happen again. I don't know. So
they got in a shitload of trouble last time over that.
Yeah. But did you see like the SEC guy like?
Yeah, they did. They fucking grilled them in Congress over it.
Yeah. Oh no, they had a stern talking to.
Well, I thought they got fined for it, didn't they?
Yeah, like 50 million or something. So.
Did they? I didn't hear that part.
Actually, I don't even know if it was 50 million for that. I think they got away with it.
How many halts were there? 58 today?
I mean, I'll let them give me a stern grilling if I can have several $1 billion.
Right. I'll count the halts real quick. Hang on. I got
it. I think it was.
So that's GameStop. And then yeah, while you guys doing that, I want to show you this one quickly too. Cost. Yesterday, Sparkle, you know, also wanted to see this one, but because the Jamie was here, so I couldn't really share a lot of things. So cost is actually moving same thing, right? So when I show you first of all in monthly, the MACD just to show a green candle here, the green PP candle, which is good sign. You know, it's just slowly rolling back up.
Yes.
That's a monthly MACD. And then the RSI, also monthly RSI is shooting up here, which indicates that it's sitting around 2020 July, which is here. So it's really, we are like 2020 July area for cost. And it might be same thing. It might be slightly different for GameStop. But anyway, so just kind of a little bit tighter version of the whole this what do you call it? This whole like the candle thing, yeah. The fractal thing, yeah. So it's really right now moving a lot faster than 2020 to 2021 bull cycle.
Yeah, that's how it seems. Do you guys know why? Do you guys know? Oh, 65 halts.
Mm-hmm.
Holy
that should
shit.
be fucking criminal, man. The fucking stock's not even trading.
Yeah, no wonder I couldn't buy GameStop for like 5.
That's fucking nuts, man. I got very lucky, you know, because when I woke up, I was looking at the $50 calls, which were the only option. They were already like IV stacks. So I was like, all right, fuck it, bought a few of those. And then somewhere in the mid-afternoon, I saw the dump, immediately saw it was halting again, but I was very lucky, very fortunate to then lower my price average for my calls. So I was able to get in like at half the price again. And I doubled down on those calls. So things looked pretty good there. I am curious. So because I want to get your guys' opinion. I've been seeing lately, Kevin Malone is saying that this is a quote unquote, an 11-day squeeze. I don't really technically agree with that because in 2021, we ran for nearly what? It was 70 days or something. Was it not?
It was about
over 2 months.
No, it was like it went from like 4 to 12.
Right, but that's where I'm starting at.
And
So
then-
it's like, let's start from the very, very get-go, from $4 to where it broke out, all the way to where it ended at like $500.
It went from 4 to 12, 12 to 40, 40 to the sky, all within like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks.
Okay, so it was a lot less. I guess it felt like a lot longer looking back on it.
I'll double check that, but yeah.
I can't answer that for my end. There's something called T+7 from OPEX. So OPEX is actually you know what's really interesting? OPEX is this Friday, right? So OPEX is like the option chain that has a lot of option chains than other normal Friday, right? So OPEX is this Friday, and right now this is happening. So in January 2020, their OPEX day was January 15.
Yes.
And then after that, 18 was holiday. But after T+7, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is 27, that was the final squeeze date. So there was a speculation where, like, I think after OPEX on Friday, after T+7, that's the final squeeze day. So that happened on January, and also in May, especially for AMC. Oh, same thing. OPEX date here, May 21st. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, holiday, and 6, 7. June 2nd was their final squeeze day. So yeah, and then for June 2021. This final date for it was the January 27. It went up 460%, and for GameStop went up almost 500. So I think we're just getting there. And for this,
but it could look a lot different, though, right? I mean, like, we can only kind of track yeah, like, and especially like one thing that I want to highlight, you copy that you yourself said, is that this is moving a lot faster than it was in 2021, right? So this could be faster, this could be bigger, right? I think that we can apply kind of going, looking back what happened before, but there's no fucking saying, where the fuck this could go. I mean, again, they can't use crypto anymore to really like use it as collateral to drive the stock price down and all this other bullshit that they've done. It's just very interesting to kind of see where it's moving. But the fact that it's moving faster this time around, I think a lot of that also leads to the fact that we've been in this for so long. Back in 2021, a lot of us were new to this shit. I know I was. I've never seen a short squeeze, never played a short squeeze prior to that, and that was the first time I got into GameStop at $80, and the rest is history. So a lot more people now, second time around, are a little bit more seasoned, right? When the stock price dips, people don't really get scared and psychologically, scared, and they sell. They end up usually doubling down or buying more stock if they do want to do that and they have the cash. So I think it's very different, right? Like this run could be.
And then one thing I want to add to this is I was talking to a guy who does a lot of in the crypto market. He told me about this GameStop Solana. Let me show you something, guys. I don't know if this happened 2021, but as you guys know, the Virtue CEO, the Doug Sifu, he used Solana as some sort of like collateral. Some sort of like, using market to pump the liquidity or something. But when you look at GameStop Solana token here, it's been running crazy. Like right now, it's been up for almost 1,000% for GameStop Solana. Went up 1,600, almost like 16,000. And the AMC also, I'm not pumping AMC right now, but I'm just saying the market in general. AMC Solana went up 4,000% right now. So something going on in the behind the scene that they're market maker using Solana token to pump liquidity right now. So it's really interesting.
Wow.
It's a complete shit coin. It's a platform that anybody could launch an unregulated coin on and tie it to an asset. So it's absolutely being used. Both because it's rising, it's creating FOMO, so people are buying in. It's a way to generate a collateral element that has a market value to offset your debt. So don't get anywhere near that.
Who's pumping this, Ross? Who do you?
It's probably institutions, right? It was my guess, right?
But the whole point behind Solana is, and I'm not an expert on it. I've got a friend who's a bigger expert on this thing in mind. But there's contract-based ones that are Ethereum-based that you can actually drive terms into, and then there's just coins you can launch that have very little loose contract terms on, that have more paper-based contracts as opposed to digital contracts. So they're wrapped by security agreements. So they're wrapped by other things that sit external to it. So I think it's going up because they're having to cover a bunch of things that they generated, and people are squeezing on both sides. But if you see a new ICO coming out on Solana, be really careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, these fucking shit coins.
Not secure, not good in terms of transaction costs. it might as well just be a hosted blockchain.
Right. Yeah. Anything else you want to add there tonight, you copy?
Yeah, so that's it. So I just want to, because I wanted to hear what Jamie thought on the conclusion of the squeeze, but he didn't give me a clear answer. But for me,
I think he said that we could most certainly see like a 150 price range. I don't remember if that was this week or next.
Frame?
I thought he said this week, but I don't know if that
he
was
said this week. Okay.
I can't remember.
Me,
I don't remember. If anybody in the chat
end
remembers.
of the month. Yeah, end of the month, May 30. I think that will be a final short squeeze, and then the cost. I know some people are interested in cost because it might be also connected to Ryan Coin because this is my actually desktop screen. This reminds me every day. Fucking Ryan Coin is gonna do this, right? So,
I like it. I need to make that my fucking home screen.
Mint. Absolutely.
So as you know, from Teddy illustration, this is cost, right? So this guy, wearing this headphone, I think that's cost. So who knows? Maybe cost might be involved. So, but yeah, I think end of May, maybe possibly early June, might be our day. And then, in my opinion, the run this thing like this thing like everything is running because I think they know who's coming.
That's what I think too. I've had this suspicion because look, let's be real, fellas.
Yeah.
Everybody out there, okay, who's seeing this go down, okay? It's zero news. There's no fucking news anywhere. Nothing. It's silence, man.
Yeah.
And this fucking stock is up 500% in a month. Holy fuck. Go ahead, ABC.
And as Ross has pointed out with the first slide on the show, these guys have not even started to cover. They are doubling down. They are tripling down. In my opinion, you copy. I love you, brother. I think this thing is literally going to September, October, November. It's been on a 3-year
forever.
Trend, and you are going to see it go for, I'm going to say, at least 3-4 months. I'm not a TA guy. I don't represent to say, I know anything about but let me tell you, the fractal right now is absolutely massive. And because these guys have not started to cover and they're doubling and tripling down, they are just delaying the pain, but it's starting to show true value because they've lost control of it. And what's going to happen is FOMO is going to happen. More people are going to jump in and they're totally going to bury themselves because it'll be at a price that they can't even try and cover at.
Yeah.
Zach Morris just tweeted GME 300, AMC 69.
Damn.
It will be higher. Oh, do you guys want to see IEP? Because I got some IEP charts.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at it, and then Peng's going to share some tinfoil tonight. And you can stick around with us, too, if you want to hear some of the tinfoil add to the discussions. Okay, if you ask me with IEP, okay, IEP is like this big, long, fucking consolidated, like if you look at the 3-month, okay, I've been like looking at IEP a little bit in my free time, and if you look at the 3-month chart, okay, it says that, or you see this very large breakout candle. Basically, it was consolidating for nearly 3 months, and then now we have this mega candle there. It did 4x the amount of normal daily volume in that one breakout, and now it's just been kind of, I guess trading kind of flat, I would say, as right now. But here's the really interesting thing: I bought calls in IEP, right? They were relatively cheap, but for some fucking reason, my IEP calls are nearly up 200%, and the stock has barely even fucking moved. So I don't know if maybe there's someone out there. Maybe I know that Ross was getting a lot of IEP calls. I know Pratkin's like a fucking whale out there buying IEP calls. I thought at one moment maybe it's like these like whales, quote unquote whales, are coming in and buying up maybe a lot of the call options. That could maybe lead to the again to the calls going up in price. But you got to ask yourself, the stock is not really moving, but the fucking calls are increasing in value, which is the most bizarre thing, if you ask me. Go ahead, you copy what you want to
say. So that's very interesting. So I actually analyzed I don't own IEP yet, but I'm actually analyzing because it's part of the whole maybe the cycle thing, right? So I was just looking at it. The interesting thing is I think it's mimicking, it might be not, but just overall it's mimicking very similar to 2008 this area, which what happened to us. It just tanked. There was a gap here, and then it filled the gap, and then it does this type of double bottom type of shape, like go ups and down. and then after that it start to run. It start to run for let me check just how many days, because it also depends, right? That could run it faster. So after double bottom, it ran it ran almost 1,700 days, right? So if you apply to that, which what I did, that give you 2029 February. So it will run like just keep going. But I mean, there will be a it's just stagnant moment as well. But I think from now on to 2029, this thing will continue rising. So that's
Got
all.
it.
Yeah.
Excellent. You copy. Do you want to sit in with a little bit of tinfoil tonight, or
Yeah,
do you want to
I'll
go?
sit in with the tinfoil a little bit, and then I'll
All right,
back off.
sounds good, man. Let's go ahead and pull up this presentation from Paying Tonight, man. We have welcome to the tinfoil couch, man. So everybody put your goddamn tinfoil hats on. Paying's going to take it away with a little bit of tin tonight. Right after Paying is done, we're going to take a look at that Wu-Tang tweet. I think Ross wants to add a little bit onto that Wu-Tang stuff, and then we will dive into the DFV tweets, and then we should have a little bit of time towards the end of the show. Maybe we can take a look at a little bit of this HBC stuff as well. All right. Peng, take it away for us, man. Let's go ahead and hear it.
What's up, gangsters? You guys want to make it and go wild because we had a fucking wild 2 days?
Let's hear it, man.
Okay. Oh, get ready for the ride. So so I'm gonna start, and I'm so glad you copies here because you are a part of this slide. So on the on the Roaring Kitties videos, there was a video of a bunch of Koreans coming out. And from our daily chats today, we're looking at it and we're thinking, fuck, maybe this is the key. Maybe the fucking stock cannot, like BBBY absolutely cannot run until uCopy shows it on the TA and says, we're good to go.
Say that one more time. Sorry, I was reading this backstage chat here. You said that this one that he released today had to do with uCopy? Why is that?
No. He's just like joking around.
Oh,
it's a bunch of Koreans.
What's the fucking movie called? I saw this scene. I know
Old
this
Boy.
movie.
Old Boy.
What is it?
Fantastic
Old Boy.
movie.
Okay, yeah. I swear I've seen clips from it. I don't think I've actually watched the full movie myself.
One of the best single continuous camera shot action scenes ever.
Right on.
Yeah.
Hands down.
Excellent. Okay, well, I thought I opened that up. So the entire day I was thinking, holy shit, how many stops are we gonna get? There's so many halts, right? And
Yeah, the 60 over 60 is what Travis claims.
yeah, I thought it was only 12, man, but holy shit, we have 60. So for some of the videos sorry, yeah. Okay. So for some of the videos I saw, there was just it seems like there's a theme to every single video. It seems like that during the day, the hedge funds are fighting, and every single deep fucking. I was just going to call him Roaring Kitty. Every single one of his videos is showing like pictures of or videos of giant battles happening.
Yes,
which was what I think is going on in the actual market. And I think today there was for the Battle of Troy, I believe there was where two guys came out and one guy lost. So I think one of the hedge funds that's short hedge funds might have got liquidated. And only at nighttime do we actually have an idea of just little peeky poo behind the curtains and see what the true price discovery is.
Interesting. Yeah, and I'm actually reading what you wrote here, and it says Roaring Kitty's followers go down by 1 each day.
Yes.
Well,
yes. And there was during the spaces, there was a lady named Wondering One. She was saying that, well, perhaps every 30 minutes we're getting a tweet because of contractions. And I was like, what do you mean by contractions?
Yeah, like having a baby, right?
Yeah, I know. I didn't know that.
That's fucking interesting. I never viewed it like that, but that's highly interesting shit.
Yeah. Every 30 minutes we get one. So I think as the contractions come closer, or as we're getting closer,
Yes. Yeah.
Wait, I don't know. Is there something about a third trimester someone told me about? I had no idea what that means. Like, does the contractions
you gotta
get
knock someone up, Pang, so you can learn.
Oh yeah? Okay. Next time.
All right, let's see the next slide.
Okay. So with Roaring Kitty coming back. So there's also a new system coming back. This is actually provided by someone that sent me in 10. And it's Citizen that was explaining about the new cash system. So I'm just going to read it out here. When is the CAT system in stock market going to be implemented? The Consolidated Audit Trail System, which is designated to enhance the regulatory oversight of the U.S. security market by facilitating cross-market overnight and analysis, is set to be implemented on May 24th, 2024. Holy fuck, it's hard. This implementation is part of an ongoing effort to improve U.S. integrity and investor protection by tracking all activities throughout the U.S. markets in National Market System, NMS securities.
Yeah, there was a little bit of tinfoil surrounding the CAT system as well. There was also another, I believe, within the oats. I think it was like one of Ryan Cohen's tweets with like the oats. It had it was like some kind of audit system as well. So it is interesting. You guys have an opinion here about this consolidated audit trail, the CAT system here?
I do think it's a big deal. I mean, I think that people are going to want to. I mean, I think that people have been abusing the short selling because you don't have to report it. And so like, as far as if you're going to launder money, especially to not have it be taxable, I mean, that's the best way to do it. Mm-hmm. Because if you don't ever have to close it out, if you bankrupt a stock, it just trades for almost nothing. I mean, think about it. Like a loan is like at 16% or whatever. I mean, depends on where you're getting a loan. But if you short something, the cost to borrow might be like 0.25%. So it's like free money to someone who has enough to do a big short position. That's just like, because they can sell it immediately and all they have to pay is the borrow fee.
Mm-hmm.
Or kick the can.
And I think also the CAT system is kind of lining up for this May 24th. I think they're changing the settlement dates around the 24th as well too, are they not?
27 or 28, yes.
Okay, I thought it was the 24th for some reason next week. Maybe that's wrong. All right, go ahead and go to the next page there for us real quick, Peng, and I'm just going to read back some of these tips here. All right, Mo Money with the 2. Fuck it, I'm calling Fidelity right now to exercise it all. All right, man, that's your fucking decision. Right on. We got Altrusic with the 420. No precise target, just up. Right on, man. Emotional Damage with the 2. I look at UCopy's TA, but I look at it upside down. We got DRS with the 2. Fines should be billions. Yeah, I agree, man. Really, like, a lot of these like slap on the wrist fines are the reason why the illegal activity even continues to go on. Corporate Walnut with the 2. The shills are missing. Can you find them? I think they're meltdowning over in the fucking meltdown subs, man. I mean, how fucking stupid can you be to not fucking again, like to not know how to make proper trades and just take the lazy route in terms of SPY, man. Wow. An absolute disgrace. Mo Money with the 5. Bitcoin ETF launched 2 to 3 months ago is sus with what's going on. Good fucking point, man. Rick with the 5. Ban French toast again, PP. Came back immediately talking trash, but put a poll up now. It's time to shut the shills up. They don't need a voice. You heard it from Rick. Why don't we give him a little bit of time, man? Maybe he'll, maybe he'll turn around. He did serve a month. Who would have thought that the catalyst would have been just banning French toast, man, for a month, man? So right on. We got Challenge by Curl with the 5. How do I times infinity on a calculator? Right on. And Thunder Screeper with the 2. Doug Sifu's CL, or is that Clit just contracted. All right, I couldn't see what that said. All right, go ahead, Peng. Let's hear. We also have Anastair with us. Fox and Flask was here, but I think he backed out. Go ahead, take it away for us tonight, Peng, and then I do want to jump into those DFV. I want to jump into that Wu-Tang and that DFV stuff tonight.
Excellent. So, well, we all remember the ice cream days with the frog, right?
Yes. So
someone brought it up where during this calendar's full moon, the next full moon will be Thursday, May 23rd at 9:53 a.m. But the moon will appear to be full during the night, and then after peaks, and then it peaks to casual stargazer. So The okay, so there was a clan in Ontario called the Cree, and then they have something called the Frog Moon, and that's as in May is when frogs tend to become active. So
Interesting. All right, right on. I like it.
yeah, it gets pretty deep. Man.
Grad's had some good tinfoil with this today too. I think that he said that he had assumed that it was I think it was the frog one he had sent me, but he lined it up with it being a date. Let me see if I have.
Well, we're looking at full moon on Thursday, May 23rd.
So Grads had sent me this, and the tweet was posted at 1:57 p.m. And what Grads think is that it means 5/17, which is May 17th. So that's Grads tinfoil behind that ice cream cone. And as we know, with some of the Teddy books, it does say, that ice cream comes when the deals are done. As we know, like for one of the things with Ryan Cohen specifically, went to enjoy ice cream when he had closed a deal. So,
oh hell yeah! So my favorite one thus far is when I think ABC can explain this one because I think you're really good at this one. It was about the T0.
We need to play the video though, just to
yeah, maybe we should play the videos and then Pang, you should cover your entire tinfoil because then it would kind of make a little bit more sense. You want to do it that way, or how do you want to do it?
We can.
Because if you're taking pieces from the video, that it might be a little more beneficial that way. But it's your call. However, you fellas think we should do it.
I mean, I saw this one. You're right, Pang. I mean, this one here is a dual message for me. And when we cover it later, I'll spew my tinfoil on it. But I appreciate it because I think this one's pretty big.
All right, we'll let Pang go ahead and go through his slideshow, and then if we need to make any reference while we have the actual video up after we watch it, we'll have your screen in the background too, and then we can compare the two. So we'll let you finish up, Pang. We don't want to take away from your presentation here tonight, so take it away for us, Pang.
Oh, greatly appreciate it. So during the video, there was a video about the two girls. Well, we know how's the main character is a Mary and a Sue. So I thought it might be Mary Winston and then Sue Gov.
That's some fucking good tinfoil. Yeah. I like that. All right.
Yes, I had a conversation with Mike about Mary Winston when we're super drunk at the Pulte event. If you remember?
Yeah. Also, no one. Some people got to meet Jake 2D, too drunk. The rare.
I didn't even fucking see him drunk, man. The whole time, he always just came across as pretty straightforward. So
he gets very huggy.
Does
it's hilarious?
He does. I was trying to prevent him from hugging gangsters in Atlanta at 3 a.m. while we're getting pancakes.
No shit. Oh my God. I can totally see Jake doing that. He's such a nice fucking guy that I believe it, man. All right, go ahead, Peg.
Okay, so these are our winning people, our interim CEOs. So
okay, yeah, got it.
Sue's still my favorite.
Mary Winston and Sue Gov. Okay.
Oh yeah, and so for one of the other videos, they mentioned all they're talking about is how the squeeze was mid, pissed on their COVID hood. So that I think they were talking about the last squeeze, and they were saying, well, the price target was just a mid price target, right? So they cut it in half. No price targets, not financial advice.
That's good. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, tinfoil, eh? What do you guys think?
I'm liking it so far, man. I was looking at all these tweets today, and I have a couple opinions on a lot of them. I do want to save them when we actually take a look at the videos themselves. But I agree, man. Like this one specifically because this scene is basically from one of the new Scream movies, and obviously we know that it's they're making these comments about reboots and stuff like that. So my first thought, if you ask me, was it went immediately to maybe a reference to Dumb Money or 2021. But I like what Pang is saying here with mid squeeze.
Oh, why? Thank you. Okay. So for the very last thing, I wanted to just put it out there. This is my own personal tinfoil for Roaring Kitty. So I think the very last clip is going to be the movie on Child of Men. So the entire movie is basically about the whole entire world going to shit. No one can have babies anymore, and then they had like one important thing to deliver because they finally they found like this lady who's able to deliver, like who's able to care for a baby, right? And there's like missiles and shit going off left and right, and then she like grabs a baby, and I don't know if that's like a gangster Will Ferrell in there, but he's supposed to protect her and then deliver this baby because this is like the last baby on this planet, and that's what I'm thinking. So, Rowan Kitty, we can put this on. That'd be
that's some good ass shit, man. If that's true, because which tweet was this of his with that movie reference where that's the last baby on Earth?
There was a long time ago. I remember seeing someone post a hype video for BBBY. And this is the only part I remember is them like there's just like missiles going off, and then someone hears a baby crying, and then all of a sudden everybody stops shooting their guns, like hedge funds stop fighting each other, and then like this baby's just like walking through, and then there's like military men running up. You hear like a baby cry, and then they stop and they look. They're like, "Holy shit, baby!" Because the last baby was like 10 years ago, I think, that was born.
Interesting.
Right? So I think this is I'm hoping that this is a video where he finally plays and it's like, bam, son, crown jewels saved, peace.
I like it. All right, right on.
You know?
Yeah. All right.
And a little bonus for our little Jake 2B. I'm kind of sad he's not here, but
I did not think about that could actually be to Jake 2B. I was thinking like, so because there's a BE and then a B, I was thinking that it's like, you know, obviously alluding to BBBY, you know?
It could. That's what makes tinfoil great.
Interesting. I want to take a look at some of these clips. Do you have
the links?
Well, no. Do you have anything else that you want to share with us in terms of the slideshows, and then we can really dive into it? Yes, perfect. All right.
Yeah.
What
so
is
this
this
is
one?
this is my final final slide. This is the kind of stuff I send to my friends, and he sends me back because he knows I'm in meme stocks. So he just told me today, he's like, he's not broke, he's just waiting for a bull run.
All right.
He's bull running right now. What are you waiting for?
No, I'm just saying like before. And oh shit. All right. And so my little message is this is for the poor short hedge fund interns that has to witness when I'm posting. And I was sent here to drop your IQ points from me. Love you guys.
Cool. All right, right on. I like it, Pang. I appreciate that you prepped a slideshow again tonight. I mean, this is some good stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because it brings me back to the university days again, like where I'm like, oh shit, this presentation is due in an hour. I'm like trying to fucking put everything together. And
well, for an hour, it's not bad, dude. Yeah.
Yo, I would have added some transitions and shit, you know, flying into the screen, but yeah. So the very last thing I think, hey Ross wanted to point out, was this the Wu-Tang thing you guys were talking about?
Oh, I've got Wu-Tang.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Do you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I don't understand the Pleaser DAO or the Wu-Tang stuff. I've heard that it's going to be like in some form of like a dividend possibly pertaining to GameStop. I mean, I have not done enough DD on the Wu-Tang stuff. Can we get into it, Ross? I would love to know a little bit more about Wu-Tang here.
Wu-Tang is nothing to fuck with, so let's start there. So just to catch everybody up, Wu-Tang in 2015 recorded an album. In 2013, they released in 2015, and RZA and a bunch of the other folks in the organization basically were looking at streaming and all the stuff that was going on and realizing it was really bad for music as art. It was really taking music and packaging it in its least artistic format and its most commercial format, which is just a streaming moment as opposed to an object. And, you know, they thought back, you know, to the 70s and 80s where you had album art, and albums were works of art. And so the whole notion of Once Upon a Time in Shaolin was to create an album that would only have one copy, and the album copy itself would be a physical piece of art that, because it was only a single copy, would be unique. And so they decided to sell it to an auction with a unique contract. And I actually spent some time today reading the damn contract and realized there was a loophole in the contract that was really interesting. By the way, there's 2 loopholes that are hilarious in the contract. But there's one that's relevant, which I've been thinking about. Like, there's been the Wu-Tang NFT dividend theory for a while, right? That's been out for a couple, 2 years now, since Pleaser Dow bought it and Martin Shkreli lost to the Justice Department and went back to there. So what was interesting in the auction after the Justice Department is the terms of it is it can't be commercialized. Now, if you take that term at face value and say can't be commercialized, that's a very broad term, unless there's more specific language that basically says you own it. You can't do anything that makes money with it. Okay, that's pretty clear when you say it can't be commercialized. But when you read the detail in that thing, it basically says an exception in it, which is you can perform it publicly. You can decide to play this at a concert. Say you want to go to the Central Park Band Shell and host a concert and throw it out there as a Wu-Tang concert for free. Come and listen to Once Upon a Time in Shaolin special event. Done. You can do that. The other thing it says is you can give it away for free. Then I started thinking about the commercial terms of what a free thing is. And there's a notion in commercial contracts, you have this this thing about buy one, get one free in stores, this BOGO offer. And you always wonder, like, why don't they just sell me one at 50% off? Why do I have to buy 2 of them? Well, it's because they're trying to move inventory. So how do they legally do that? Well, what they're doing is saying what you're contracting for in this purchase is one object that we're paying for a given price, and we're giving you one for free. We're not giving you a 50% discount. We're giving you a bonus good. That bonus good is free. It's just separate. And so that language sticks in my head from a commercial language standpoint, that what they basically set up is something that says you could attach the Wu-Tang dividend as the NFT as a dividend to a stock object. And it has now, this is where I fucking love this. This is like a business virus. You didn't create a normal dividend. You created a dividend with a contract on it that says you can't commercialize it, which means I can't separate it from the share. I can't take the NFT as an object and sell it to somebody independently from the share it's tied to. It's permanently bonded if you give it away because the commercial terms on it says you can't commercialize it. It only has to ride along in the sidecar. So they created a poison pill that basically says not only can there only be so many NFTs, but you can't decouple the NFT from one share and recouple it to another and exchange any value for that. So I can't decide to say, you know what, thank you for rehydrating my GameStop shares and giving me this. I'm going to keep my GameStop shares, but I'm separately going to go sell in an NFT marketplace my rights to my X number of shares of Once Upon a Time in Shaolin as a way to you then can go attach it to a synthetic share and say, now this is a real share and go on. So they've done something really neat that prevents I can never pronounce this fucking word, rehypothenication. Right? It prevents it. It really does bind it as a unique digital contract with hard terms that say you can't commercialize it to a commercial entity, an asset that has a limited non-fungible quantity now. So they figured out how to tie a non-fungible NFT, a non-fungible token, to a fungible asset to make that asset non-fungible from here on out.
How much of a fuck you to the system would that be if Wu-Tang is somehow
fusion bomb going off in the middle of the financial system because there's no way to trade it. There's no way to do anything other than suck it up, put your big boy pants on, and go buy some goddamn big boy shares. Like, that's it. That's all there is.
Wow, that's a great fucking point, man. Like for me, for the longest time, I just couldn't really piece it or really understand like the aspect of it. But when you kind of lay it out like that, Ross, it does kind of make a little bit more sense here. Why they were kind of had that.
I think it's really fucking cool. I think it's right up Ryan Cohen's alley. That is such like, how like that's really cool. I love that. I had no idea what even was about today.
Hang on, hold on. There's a whole other thing here. Let's say, for example, you were an artist who recently did a lot of work in re-recording your entire album catalog so you could re-earn the rights to your entire catalog. And wanted to release
that is, Ross.
What's that?
I said, I wonder who that is. I can immediately bring an artist to mind.
Yeah,
wait, who is it?
Entity, right? She is her own institution who would want to be able to do this because it creates a way to create economic value for the average person. Look, I'm not going to go too far on it, but there is a beyond Wu-Tang, there's every other artist out there who wants to get back into you own my album and you're my fan, and has an asset value. Snoop Dogg has said he's going to digitally release everything. Taylor just regained control of all of her digital assets by re-recording everything. So there's a intersection here between the stock market and what's happening in entertainment and digital assets that creates a way to say, how do I actually create economic value in a way that scales this thing? So anyway, that's my tinfoil. I don't know if it's real. We'll find out. But it's fucking amazing, right?
Yeah, it sounds fucking awesome. Go ahead, ABC.
Well, I was going to say, this is a perfect example of what can be done in terms of fractional and unit ownership. And so in a sense, when you kind of merge the digital world and blockchain with NFTs, and you've got the shares themselves, and when you couple them together, you're owning an asset, not only a part of the company, but some added value that can't be replicated. And so let's say, for example, that, you know, GameStop shareholders were to receive a fractional unit or ownership in Wu-Tang that nobody else in the world could have. Or better yet, as new artists onboard and create these fractional entities, whether it be through an IPO or a DPO, and they do commercialize, aside from Wu-Tang that's not commercializing it, but you can literally have an ownership of somebody's music library and possibly even sharing the proceeds of that as well. You're taking out the middleman. And this is really how far this can go. And I also know of another company out there that has just received a patent for fractional ownership. We also know a couple stocks out there that have based their units on units now. So there's a lot coming down the road.
Interesting shit. Do you guys want to take a look here of the Roaring Kitty tweets tonight?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's take a look here.
Where is he?
All right, what are our thoughts here? Do you guys think that it's just some hype? Because the only thing that really sticks out for me primarily is obviously the big like war stuff, but also this song here. Can anybody look this up? Counting bodies like sheep to the rhythm of war drums, a perfect circle, and see if there's any tinfoil possibly behind this. Because, you know, the other night when actually there was another thing like this that popped up in terms of like the song, someone had pointed out in the chat that it was actually something actually very interesting. So I don't know if anybody wants to take a look at that. Do you fellas have any opinion on this very first video here from Roaring Kitty? To me, at first glance, it does just kind of see like maybe like a battle going on, some type of fucking hype. What are your fellas' thoughts if you think that there's anything here?
So in the music video and right there, he comes in on a horse.
Oh,
So
does
I don't
he?
know if it's a stalking horse. Yeah.
Oh, he does.
But if you look at the actual music video for this song, it's also about a horse or whatever.
Interesting. Okay,
The
so we have some
last-
horse reference.
The last verse of this is pretty dope. I mean, a lot of it, there's not a lot of lyrics to this. It's to the rhythm. It's repetitive. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Blah, blah, blah. Last verse. I'll be the one to protect you from your enemies and all your demons. I'll be the one to protect you from a will to survive and a voice of reason. I'll be the one to protect you from your enemies and your choices. So they're one and the same. I must isolate you, isolate and save you from yourself.
Okay, interesting. I for some reason, how did I not notice he was coming in on a horse? All right, Ross has to get going. Ross, go ahead and give us some closing thoughts, man, on your way out.
I'm looking forward to seeing a really banner day tomorrow. It's been, listen, Friday and Monday were fantastic days personally for me. I'd love to see this thing scale for every one of you guys. I just think you guys are a fantastic crew, and including the audience and everybody who joins in on Twitter and Reddit and keeps contributing. This is the single best collective effort of intelligence that I've ever been part of.
That's very kind of you to say, Ross. Wow.
Right. Listen, I've been the smart guy in a room in too many places, and this is one of those cases where the room is always smarter than me. Really
Holy shit. Wow, man. All right. We're not just a bunch of degenerates. All right, right on.
Some of you are, but that's okay. Some of my cells are cancerous. It's okay. Like, they're not all going to be great. The body's good.
Right on. Go ahead, Travis. You wanted to add something on his way out?
I just want to say, Ross, you and I are much alike in that is always be the smartest one in the room. I try to live by that mantra. When I'm not, I go out. I try to learn more so that I can be one.
Well, I try to find better rooms. I want to
be the shortest
one.
The
dumb guy in the room.
However, I want to say that, dude, we're highly regarded.
Very highly regarded.
Thank you.
But we're on to something, man. But we're definitely on to something here, man, for sure.
Hey, Ross.
Might be stupid, but I'm not wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Best regards.
Go ahead, Foxen.
Didn't Patrick Byrne figure out how to deliver an NFT dividend?
Yeah, through T0, but the problem is the contract term on it, if I recall quite, you either have to keep the entire thing on the T0 blockchain and you can't actually trade it through other instruments or whatnot. In this particular case, what I think the DAO has done is they've created a legal contract that says you can trade the share, but you better send the NFT along with it because there's no way to sell the NFT. And if you sell the share without the NFT, then it's going to be seen as an inauthentic share. So you have to find a way to attach them together. It's a little bit like Little Bo Peep. They created a sheep that can get lost, and unless you constantly are diligent about the sheep, that's what I think is different.
They did it through. So I don't understand. So they did it through computer share, right?
Through T0?
No, they had computer share like laid out.
Yeah, they did it through computer share. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that one.
Yeah,
you have to share it with me. Just ping me online somewhere and send me a link to it.
Okay, excellent. So you heard it from Ross. Ross, one thing before you head out, someone did point out that they used a Trojan horse in this movie. I don't know. I think that's some pretty big fucking tinfoil if you ask me. It does say the room is full and there is a guest trying to join. Right now it is a little bit full right now. So whoever is trying to join, just give us a moment. Ross is heading out. Ross, appreciate having you on the show. Anything else you want to add?
Yeah, you do realize that the Trojan horse is kind of the entire plot of that movie, right?
Dude, it's been fucking years since I've seen this fucking goddamn movie, man. I don't fucking remember, man. Too much booze and weed over the years, man. All right. Yeah. All right, Ross. Appreciate having you on. Take care, man. See ya. I can't remember what the fuck I ate for breakfast, man, half the time, you know? All right. Whoever was trying to join backstage, there is a spot now available. Go ahead, Pang.
Yeah. Remember earlier when I was saying the video with the Battle of Troy where the two guys were fighting, where everybody stepped aside and two guys came in? So someone was mentioning on the spaces that this might be where the big boys were fighting and one of the hedge funds might have gotten imploded. Might have fell.
PP, look at the.
Oh, I like that, Pang. I fucking like it, man.
Oh, wow.
If you watch the music video, though, it's actually quite political. It's about George Bush and oil and stuff. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
PP, look at the.
Kevin, there's a spot now. Yes, go ahead. 100 Shorts.
Easier, you know who I am, but look at or to the right of the video, praise and critique.
You're breaking up a little bit. Can you rejoin 100 Shorts? He seems to be breaking up a bit. Kevin Malone, we have a spot for you, man. And also 100 when he gets back.
I have a question for Kevin. He just tweeted something. Ross just left, unfortunately, but we'll cover it.
Yeah. Go ahead,
Is that
100
better?
Shorts. Yes,
Is that better?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Perfect. Yeah, no, I connected my headset halfway through, so that's why. Just two things. One's more important than the other. I just noticed. Look at the trending tweet to the right of the video. Apes ascend in kingdom, praise and critique. That's kind of topical given today, but have you guys looked at the way the S&P 500 was trading in relation to the GameStop halts? Did you guys see that?
No, I didn't. Fill me in because I typically don't look at the S&P.
Can you pull up the S&P 500 with minute candles and just look at how it was trading? Because I saw somebody posted this on one of the subs, but it got buried and I didn't see it after. But like, you can see direct correlations where you see all these peaks and valleys where the market starts to go down when GameStop is volatile and trading, and then they halt it, and then it runs back up, and then they resume it, then it dips back down, then they halt it, and just keeps going like that. Like it's pretty, it's interesting, that's for sure.
We're gonna pull it up right now. We'll take a very quick peek at it. What's going on, Kevin Malone? Good to see you tonight.
What's happening, everyone?
Not much, man. Going over a couple Roaring Kitty tweets. What'd you say?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, thank God. I swear to God, they know where I live and shut off both my 2 internets today. Try and make it so I couldn't trade, and I had to freaking turn on my hotspot on my phone just to trade trail.
Hey, Kevin, real quick, I replied to your latest tweet from like 3 minutes ago. I don't know if you want to look at it before I ask you.
Loving the Pit Vipers.
All right, real quick, we're going to take a look. We'll get into what Kevin has to share. Let's let 100 Shorts real quick explain what he's trying to explain here. Spy is up on the screen right here. What are we trying to look at, 100 Shorts?
It's Travis's. So just pull up the vertical line tool and plot vertical lines on the candles that I tell you. So do
horizontal line is vertical.
Below, down 2, vertical line, up 2.
There it is.
Right above. Yeah, there it is. So do 936.
I'm sorry, hang on. 936. Eastern, Central. Which one?
Just Eastern.
Eastern would be 836, right?
No, the what?
Yeah, because I'm on Central.
It would. Yeah.
Oh shit, my bad. Yeah, so just whatever what Eastern would be. I don't know how to adjust it.
All good. Let me do another one. 836. All right.
Hell yeah.
So then do, I guess 842.
Let me delete this one. 8 what? 42?
842.
Okay.
Then do 850.
All right.
Then 858.
Okay.
Then do 1005 and 1101.
$11.01. Oh, that would be 10.01 for me.
I guess maybe the AMC ones have some relevance here, but I don't know. I was more so trying to expand on something I saw the guy post about. Maybe it's a complete nothing burger and I'm regarded, but.
Well, what are you trying to drop in terms of conclusion here?
Well, I was just trying to see. I mean, I've never seen the SPY really be this sporadically, and I don't know. Maybe I'm just. I don't know.
I mean, all right, looking at it.
What do you mean?
It did all this in like $1.20 range. I mean, 521. Yeah, it dipped down here a little bit. But for the most part, it closed pretty much at just under 521. Got as high
that was today. Okay.
$1.50 spreads. I mean,
yeah,
not huge compared to when Jerome Powell makes a speech.
Yeah, I saw some guy talk
like a roller coaster when he makes a speech.
Right.
Oh my god, dude.
I do see what you're seeing here, though. I'm starting to see this. Like you have this run. Kind of stagnant, a little bit of dip down here.
I mean, because if you look at the first one,
run, drop.
Can you compare both charts to GameStop?
Actually, yeah, that's probably easier.
Right under it.
Where's my compare? Oops.
Hit the plus sign.
100 Shorts. You're lagging hard, man.
Hang on a minute.
Rick says 100 shorts mic is awful. Yeah, it's kind of sounds fucked up right now. While Travis is doing that, let me just catch up on a couple of these tips here. We got Gino Martinez with the 5. Appreciate the love, Gino. Want to do a shout out to a few D-Gens and first-time listeners from the oil fields of ND, Brad, Joby, and Jason, the New Whales. Right on, man. Big shout out to those 3. We also got Alien Guy with the 5. PP, great post on SS about 39th month leaps expiring now that we're open February 14th. DFE first like is from that post on February 14th. That may actually be something that we might need to take a look at tonight. Appreciate sharing that. Jealous with the 5. When these runs happen, you need to ask the important questions like, where's Plur? FFIE, not financial advice. Right on. You heard it from Jealous Money. We also got Dave's not here with the 5. My theory, Kitty works for RC, and these videos are hype campaign for announcement. RC timed with price equals clinical price plus share buybacks plus icon short close. Honestly, it always brings me back to what ABC says here. It's going to be like a launch stack. Now we're seeing the first launch stack with GME. I think what's going to follow next is we're going to see a launch stack on IEP. And then the third thing that's going to come by is we're essentially going to be hearing about our equity and our cash and our stock that has been essentially canceled here. It's not that crazy to think that they're timing it perfectly. Again, no final decree, still a multi-fucking billion-dollar claim on the company. A lot of questions just simply not asked. Things going under seal, redactions, NDAs. I mean, you have to ask yourselves, what the fuck is so secretive about this fucking bankruptcy? Like, honest to God, they say in the dockets, well, shareholders are canceled out. They're getting nothing. Bondholders getting, X amount, up to this amount and this and that. Yet there's all this fucking secrecy for some reason. I mean, again, if it's a fucking black and white bankruptcy, what's the point of all the fucking NDAs and all the fucking redactions and more importantly, the seals and all that stuff too? 5 Deuce with the 2. Winning the lottery ruins your life. I am nervous. 5 Deuce with the 2. Kevin, can I have a Zin? Also, your girlfriend is hot. All right, you heard it from 5 Deuce.
Real quick to answer the question, where's Plur? Plur texted me a few days ago.
What's he been up to? Why does he not? Why has he just disappeared on the face of the earth? Like, what happened with Plur?
For privacy reasons, I don't want to disclose too much because I don't know what he wants disclosed. I didn't.
Sure.
It was small talk. It was, hey, how you doing? Glad to hear from you. Glad you're doing well. It was. I don't want to say too much without asking him if I can say too much. I'll just say he needed time for himself and his family.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right on. Yeah, because
the chart thing just might be nothing burger. You don't need to worry about it. I started with a guy drawing on his Yahoo on his phone. I just wanted to expand on it.
Gotcha. Yeah, SPY was flat to GME. I mean, you can see that here. It had those like dollar changes, but at $520, I mean, a dollar change is not even a percentage point. So it's.
I mean, I at least found once where our halt, GME halt, timed with the run on the queues. So it's like, I think that's part of how the algos work is like, when the queues go up, it lifts all boats. And so they didn't want that effect to happen to it. So they just halted it randomly.
Yeah. All right. We're going to go ahead and go to the next post here.
Hey guys, real quick. I just want to put a pin and close the topic. We're talking about NFT dividends.
Yeah, go ahead.
Share not only has a system to deliver an NFT dividend now, if the issuer wants to do it, it's on their FAQ. I just posted on Twitter, and I sent you the link, PP. But guess who else has issued an NFT dividend? Overstock. And so, I don't know if that's full tinfoil with Pleaser DAO tweeting the way they are. There's a way to deliver NFT dividends. That's not, in the works anymore. It's been done. It's been tested. There's a system through computer share. Overstock was the company that did it.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. And Patrick Byrne was behind figuring that out. I don't know if they issued it before or after he left the company, but yeah.
Okay.
Well, T0 went to Patrick in 2017, and they partnered up in terms of both fighting market corruption, short selling, and that's when kind of the T0 blockchain dividend discussion started way back when, and you're absolutely right. And it's interesting that Overstock obviously won the IP and the auction. A lot of correlation, so I think you're going to see a lot more coming to the front. Beyond itself as a ticker was up today, I believe, a little bit. Not as much as GME, but I do believe that you're going to see several of these basket stocks continue to go for a little bit of a ride along.
Yeah.
That's what I think that we're seeing, like essentially like with obviously AMC, right? I mean, costs. I mean, the basket is very real. The basket is very much a real thing. And for some reason out there, I don't know why a lot of people always try to convince, I've even heard it on the show a few times where I can't even remember which guests were coming on the show that were discussing it, but there was like a push where there was basically just like, yeah, there's no such thing as the basket. Like it doesn't exist. It's all made up in your fucking head. But it's like, I'm literally like watching these stocks rip, and none of these are quote unquote correlated. Like AMC is AMC and GameStop is GameStop, the same way cost is cost. Yet they're all fucking running, based off GameStop. And I had actually talked to a lot of people like way back in the day too. And one guy pointed out, he was like, PP, what the crazy thing nobody really talks about is that the basket is so real. People tend to forget a lot of these people just in these like penny stocks, right? Like these stocks that are like fucking 5 cents, 6 cents, like these really, really tiny, really small market cap type of companies. And one guy pointed out that back in 2021, when fucking GameStop had ripped up to like $500 a share, there was a shitload of these penny stocks out of nowhere that were like squeezing too. So it's like, how big is the actual basket? How many stocks are a part of it, right? Obviously we know the main ones like AMC and things like that. And, typically like that in terms of the baskets. But, the biggest question is there could be a significant more amount that are involved than we even are led to believe. So
I think you can guess by which ones had tokenized shares back in the day, right? And a lot of them were just like retail brick and mortar because they knew that was going to go down. So like it correlates with Amazon trying to make it. And so I think in 2019, when a lot of those tokenized stocks came on, that was their whole plan, is to kill all these brick and mortar companies. And so they put them all in a basket. And there's not just like a regular swap. There's also a crypto swap called an ETN. And those are also connected with Solana and some other things. So I think they had multiple ways to bet against brick and mortar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and go to the next video here. We had Kevin Malone here with us, but I guess Kevin Malone bailed. Yeah, I have no idea. He's not here. I think he's running a space call. So we'll have to check in with Kevin Malone next time. All right. I wanted to go to him, but I think he already left. All right, let's take a look at this next video.
Don't be the bigger person today. Be the person that helps them understand that sometimes when you fuck around, you find out.
Whoa, Buster. Look who's got something to say.
I'm Mom, and I want to shoot down everything you say so I feel good about myself.
Look who's ragging on the old lady. Hey.
Finally? Because I'm an uptight Buster! You old horny slut!
Well, no one's gonna top that.
All right, what are
Don't be the bigger person
what are our
today.
thoughts on this
Be the
one,
person
fellas,
that
if you have one?
That's an interesting one.
Oh no, that was funny.
He says, I'm a bear and I want to shoot down everything you say so I feel good about myself.
I mean, one is
Giggles.
just the normalization of like Wall Street corruption, like just the amount of people. It's like, well, you just made a bad bet. And it's like, no, like that's not like, they bet that GameStop was going to go bankrupt and it didn't. It's profitable, right? So that's not us making a bad bet. And yet they still hold to that narrative and say like, we deserve to be able to create counterfeit shares because you guys bet on a dying industry. And it's like, no, we bet on Ryan Cohen making company profitable. And guess what? He did it.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's a good explanation too. Someone in the chat said it could just be like something funny. It's hard to say for sure. Right. Anybody else have any comments on this?
No, I laughed. That's all.
It's cute. It's to the point. It's literally, every day we see it, PP, right? We see the personal attacks. I mean, I think I called you know nothing, old grandpa. I got one of those comments in one of my feeds today. Like, they're constantly attacking, trying to knock you down.
Yes.
It is what it is. It's all part of the game, and that's the beauty of this: is you make a bet on a stock, or you bet to short the stock. Well, there's only one outcome. And there will be a winner and there'll be a loser on either side of the play.
Right.
And, in this particular situation, based on Ryan's history with Chewy, based on what he's done with GameStop and turned it into a lean operating machine within 3 years, this thing is primed and ready for an acquisition. And by no means is the game over for GameStop. I think it's just beginning for GameStop, and I don't think it's over for Bed Bath & Beyond as well. I think there's a lot more underneath the hood on this one. And they'll find out on that outcome as well.
I agree.
Interesting take. Yeah, go ahead, Travis.
I just want to comment on this as we're talking about Ryan Cohen, ABC. Thank you for bringing that up, and a great point. But he's not taking a salary. He only has his shares invested, and he's basically looking at the future prospects of make his money. But how much is he up right now? How many shares does Ryan Cohen have? 45 million.
I think that sounds about right. Yes, it's a substantial amount of GameStop. Yeah,
approximate 45 million.
Yep.
And it ran $40, 5 million. Somebody do the math here. 1.6 billion, give or take.
In GameStop,
that's how much he's gained in value.
That's fucking crazy, man.
Since we were at $10.
Yeah. Someone also in the chat here, Daz, pointed out that there at PP, there are GME calls now up to $128. Is that true for Friday? Dude, that is fucking crazy, man. Hold on.
I think there's also the short and distort, like the Jim Cramer interview is going around, and it's like, in this video it says, I'm going to shoot down everything because I'm a bear, right? Like, how many articles have we seen that's like, hurry and sell your GameStop, the meme stock mania is over.
Dude, it's
like, it's not over. It's like,
funny.
Yeah.
And Mike, just to add to that, I mean, didn't he literally make a post about Ryan should, have an at the market offering to raise some money for the company? It's
Where
like,
did he say
here's
that before?
Jim Cramer.
When did we hear that?
What?
Was Bed
Yeah,
Bath &
no
Beyond,
kidding.
He was
So here he is,
melting down the exact same way.
Jim Cramer trying to educate a CEO.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't even know what the fuck 100 Shorts is saying. 100 Shorts, your internet is fucking ass, bro. I'm sorry. Is there any way you can like restart your phone or something? It sounds like shit, dude. Sorry, go ahead.
But with Jim Cramer's comment, here's a guy on national, through social platforms, national TV, telling Ryan Cohen what he should do in terms of doing an at-the-market offering.
Yeah.
This guy doesn't take a salary. The guy's turned the company from, I don't even know what debt it had when he first took it on, to the point where it's now he's got $1.3 billion in cash. He's shown profit. He's got a lean operating machine. He's got an investment team on the side ready to acquire stuff. This guy is well-placed, well-positioned to do anything that he wants at incredible value. I mean, why would Ryan put in ATM? This isn't AMC here. This isn't Adam Aaron running the company.
You see, there's also other ways to raise money, and that's really the distraction that Jim Cramer was putting out, that they should do an offering. But think about this for a second, okay? First of all, Ryan Cohen can buy up to 19.9% of the company. He currently owns under 12%, okay? 2, we all know and have beat to death the new GameStop investment policy. We've read it inside out, etc., right?
Mm-hmm.
Ryan Cohen, two-prong approach. If DFV was seeing this and options for people with level 2 data was seeing this build up, etc., we know Ryan has quants. If they were seeing this, there's other ways to raise money. They could have bought calls while the stock was at $10, both GameStop and RC Ventures separately, ramping it up $12, $13, $14, $15, $20 calls that are probably fucking printing money. How much did Michael make Like think about
are they legally allowed to buy a bunch of calls as being insiders on their board? Like that's like I thought they could only buy shares. No,
I mean if there's MNPI, then no, but they can. If they can buy shares, they can buy calls. There's no like differentiation between derivatives and stocks under that investment policies. When it says they can buy securities, they can get calls. And guess what, Michael? How much money did $600? Did you turn into yesterday with calls or this last week?
300K.
Holy shit, dude. It's like unbelievable.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Think about that. But if he spent, forget the cash on hand that GameStop has. If they spent $100 million from GameStop and $100 million from RC Ventures, how much money are they printing here? Forget and fuck a fucking market offering. Fuck you, Jim Cramer. We're not going to dilute this stock. Ryan Cohen can fucking print money if he needs to. He doesn't need to dilute shares.
Very true.
So, I'm excited to see if they did any of that. We have a month till the next quarterly report, so we'll find out.
Yeah.
If GameStop's cash on hand goes from 1.2 to $12 billion from calls, we're going to find out.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. Go ahead, Travis, then I'm going to scroll up to this next one here.
Yeah, I just want to cover quick financials because ABC asked, what has he done with the company since he kind of took over about August or September. Since then, GameStop's total assets have increased $400 million. Total liabilities have decreased $700 million. Cash on hand went from
right there. There's 1.14. Yeah, difference.
Yeah, no, a huge improvement in the balance sheet. Cash is from $735 million to, if you include marketable securities, $1.1 billion. So that went up $400 million as well. Liabilities are still going to be your accounts payable, accrued liabilities, current portion of lease obligations, but even the current portion has gone down from 1.3 billion to 934 million, a decrease of 400. All their current obligations, long-term obligations, everything is decreasing. They're improving their balance sheet. They're showing financial strength. Everything is improving. And that's from 2020 to about August 2020 until the latest 10K.
And the funny thing is, Travis, thank you for sharing that. We've literally seen a 3-year downtrend on this stock. 3 years of just going down and down and down. Yet polar opposite, Ryan has been cleaning up the balance sheet, cleaning up the debt, adding more assets to the company, and yet the stock this thing has been wound up like one of those little mouses on the floor, and a cat is going to have a lot of fun because once you release this thing, I think this is not just a 11-day squeeze. I think this has been so tightly wound for so long, and with such short high interest on it, and with them shutting down the buy button way back, they woke up a lot of people. They understand the game now. People have been digging, doing the research. Look at this community as a prime example. They read dockets. They understand what's going on. They now have this idea that they can actually control their investment by holding longer and understanding and doing more research. This is impeccable. This house has been wound up so tight. I think this stock is going to, not financial advice, my man. I don't even have hardly any investment. I bought one call, the $60 strike. I'm up 2,000% on it right now.
That's fucking crazy.
I'm gonna make a principle that $145 call option that I bought at a $60 strike in January 17th of 2025. I bet you this thing might even hit close to $1 million return.
Holy fucking shit, man. Yeah.
Again,
and
not financial advice. It's my call. It's my one option at $60 strike. But already after one day, I'm at 2,000% gain.
That's crazy, man. I'm glad to fucking hear it. All right, let's go to the next video here. Real quick, I just wanted to highlight a couple things. A couple people left a tip here. Let me just read these back. 5 Deuce with the 2 says, Plurs recruiting warlords for our invasion of Tunisia. We also got Jess from with the 2 Hood, which is Robin Hood, has $128 calls now available for GameStop. What the fuck, man? We're going to need to discuss that in just a second here. War Staff with the 5. Fun fact, Bravenheart was shown at the Seattle Film Festival on May 18th, 1995, and then released on May 19th. Wow, no shit. Johnny Poon with the 5. Be careful with the call. They use your emotional high overcharge of reclaiming your money. Chief Taint has spoken. All right, Johnny Poon, tell that to Michael, who made $300,000, man, on $600, man.
Close to the money calls. Okay, I'm definitely not advocating.
Yeah, you had to buy them.
IVs.
Yeah, you bought them. You had to buy that when GameStop was bottoming out at $10, and the IV was like dirt cheap because it hadn't even broken out at that time. I could see that for sure, but
yeah,
I'm assuming you bought every contract for $2 or $3 a contract. 3?
No, I bought the 12s for 25 cents, and then I sold some, and then I bought back in, and I got some like 15.5s for like $2.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Before it had that rip there. All right, excellent. All right, let's take a look at this next video here, and let's get your thoughts.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're gonna hurt some people.
Whose car are we gonna take?
All right.
I need your help.
What are our thoughts? I mean, this really sticks out to me right here. Yes, is it a meme? Absolutely. But I think the guy's communicating. Like, he's giving us a story that, whoever this is supposed to be, I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later. And we're going to hurt some people. And he's obviously having a discussion with somebody. A lot of speculation out there was that, obviously right now where it stands is that Ryan Cohen and also DFV could possibly maybe be working here. I don't really know. It could be a possibility. Nobody can really confirm this. What are your guys' thoughts about this first section here about this kind of conversation? I feel like he's like recounting of something actually that did take place here with another individual. And I think it's RC and him. What do you guys think?
Well, I think whether it's RC or not, I think he, a lot of the videos in general, a pattern I've seen is him describing a sentiment that's clear to us that he's operating through. It's taking into fact the events of the last 3-4 years, right? Like, he's getting revenge, like that old boy video, like during the day, and all these fighting videos. It's like he's fighting people, right? He's fighting these hedge funds, he's fighting these market makers. And so I think in this video with this particular scene, he is potentially saying that it's not just him and that he went and asked somebody to join the fight.
I like it. I want to point out one thing here. He says, whose car are we going to take? Now, one of the things that we've discussed here at the show for a long time is that, if IEP, right? If Ryan Cohen is behind whatever's going on here, we've talked about it for a long time, like these vehicular or these financial vehicles that they use, right? Like, let's take HBC for an example. Let's say HBC was, and I believe it was Fox or ABC. I can't remember which one of you guys said it, but I think one of you guys were kind of speculating that maybe they were on behalf of like a proxy for somebody else, which very well could be likely. What are your fellas' thoughts here? Do you think when they say whose car are we going to take? I don't think they're talking about, obviously the literal car. I think they could be talking about a financial vehicle. What are your guys' thoughts here on that one?
I'll let Foxen go first. I mean, I think Flax and Fox, we're both on the same page where this thing's going. I mean, how we're going to get there, I'm not sure. But go ahead, Foxen. I want to hear you, and I'll throw in at the end.
That's an interesting yeah, I mean, definitely they could be referring to a vehicle. But, I mean, I think, okay, let's go step by step, okay, in this scene. He goes into the room. Ben Affleck walks into a room, and I forget which movie this is from, but he's about to go apeshit on some people, and he goes to his buddy and he's like, yeah, we're gonna fuck some people up and you're not gonna ask who. And he knows that he's not gonna say no. So that's the main theme, is that he went to a person. And then now, coming to what you just described, he went to a person to enroll them in helping them. Now to go to what you just described was with the vehicle and the car. I think that, I don't know. I mean, it could be that maybe Ryan went to Carl and Carl is using HBC. I don't know.
So
it's fucking interesting. Yeah, go ahead, ABC. ABC and then Anna Sarah.
Yeah, and I think everything has to do with here's young Ryan Cowan, right? I mean, guy's young. He's done a successful He sold the largest price tag for an e-commerce acquisition at that time, right? What, $3.9 billion. Yeah. Does that with the company, acquires GameStop, but Bed Bath & Beyond's been around for 52 years. It's had a history since 2000. I don't even know when to pinpoint it, of being attacked, and almost, we've seen it being cellar boxed. This is a big one. This to me is kind of a catalyst. This is kind of the big one in terms of GameStop. He moved in. He only bites off as much as he can chew, and I think he's smart enough to realize that I'm going to bring in some other people in here, possibly for acquisition help, merger help, bond help. There's so many vehicles, and we know Carl is legendary. He's pioneer in many of his takeover attempts. He's probably one of the best assets to have alongside you if you're going to take on some of the big boys out there. And I think you guys are right. I think this is kind of a storytelling scene where, little Ryan has kind of gone off to somebody that's well experienced in the situation, says, man, I got to do something. And
yes.
And Carl says, well, what car do you want to take? How do you want to do it?
Mm-hmm.
And they both have that conversation. And the funny thing is, remember what date that picture came out? A lot of bond movement prior to that. A lot of bond offerings and indentures closed. We know that the bond offering for the 34s and 44s were actually sold off to a private entity. So one could be that was a part of the vehicle. You mentioned the HBC deal. Well, if you go look at the third amended credit agreement on August 22nd of 2022, where JPM had the ABL, facility, they get to kind of put into the legalese of how things get cut up and carved out and who has a lien on what. And that August 22nd third amended credit agreement basically specified, in a sense, that Bye Bye Baby could be carved out so long as proceeds from any activity would be paid to JPM directly. So we almost kind of assumed that JPM wanted to block it. But when you look at that third credit agreement, it's almost like, well, the facility kind of instructed HBC to pay it off. So what if Carl simply got HBC with a narrative story, kind of a bear trap, so to speak, and literally had a third party, because HBC is representing a third party, pay down the ABL, guys. That's your job, HBC. I want you to come in here, pay down that ABL so we can free off everything, get the liens off, and then away we go.
Yeah, and I'm going to let Anna Sarah go too. I want to point out that this movie is, I believe, called The Town, I think is what it's called, which is very important. And to my knowledge, it's been a while since I've seen the movie. I think these two guys are brothers. Maybe they're not. I really can't remember. They are or they not? They're cousins.
They're cousins, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I remember they are somewhat related, but I remember the whole movie is about a big bank heist that they're planning. They basically get together and they plan this heist. There's even a scene. There's a scene where they get out of the car and they have nun outfits on as well and stuff like that. So it is very interesting that this is basically a heist that they are pulling off. This isn't just hey, we're gonna go get in a car and go fuck somebody up. This is very important that they are essentially planning a bank heist here. So I think it kind of speaks for itself. All right, can somebody real quick look up this song here? Because again, I feel like when he puts the song names, this one is called Du Hast by Rammstein. And if anybody that's in the background
German.
just look. Yeah. Oh, the whole song is in German?
What would you like to know?
Yeah.
It's German, yeah.
Okay, take it and put it into a translator.
I got it. Du hast is like you have, but I'll translate it.
Okay.
Want to touch my
You can also share your screen too, and I can pull it up. What'd you say, Foxen?
Actually, I think it goes along the lyrics. Like, it's like, do you want to be with me till death? And I think that it goes along with like the heist thing. It's like, at this point, it's like if we were just here to make money, we would just take profits and run. So if you're still in it, it's probably to stick it to the man. And so I think it's just like that. Like, are we going to do that? Like, because who knows what's going to happen? I mean, it's not like the hedge funds and the market makers are just going to like roll over and die, right?
Yeah.
They're going to put up a fight. And so we have to be willing to fight against them. And options isn't going to be probably the best way because they can manipulate that the most. So it's like, it's going to be buying shares, you know?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Holding.
Wow, high as fuck in the chat agreeing with Michael. You don't see that every day. Right on, man. Glad to fucking see it, fellas. Right on. Go ahead, ABC. Oh, and we need to go to Anastera. We keep forgetting Anastera. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Anastera.
Speak up, man. Go ahead. Oh, he's having a problem with his mic. That's why we haven't fucking heard you.
I couldn't hear him.
I was like, why the fuck isn't Anastera just butting his way in, just saying something at this point? My apologies, Anastera. Go ahead and fix your mic settings there. Go ahead, ABC.
Yeah, I was just going to say a very valid point that Mike just mentioned. Options are a tough one too, right? Because as you place your bet and pick your strikes and dates and everything, you are telling the market makers they get to see that concentration of where the money's going and at what prices things are being shot for. So there's a whole psychology on their end too of identifying. It's almost like kind of showing your cards before you get to play. They obviously have a little bit more loopholes and different ways to circumvent paying on time and kicking the can. So when you put all your money and all your eggs into options, you are telling the market, maybe you're showing where the whole psychology of the movement of what retail is expecting.
And they're banking on us not being able to do the math because I haven't looked at what the prices are, but I'm going to guarantee like those options that are like 100 strike price with how high the IVs are, you would probably make just as much money if you actually bought the shares and you wouldn't take on the risk of just getting liquidated.
But if you buy, okay, so if they're up to 128, right? Like you could get into 80s, and let's say the stock goes to 100, you're still going to make a $20. You're still going to make 20 times whatever you're.
Not when the IV crush happens. Between now and then, let's see, tomorrow's the last day. I mean, IVs start to drop off really sharp on Tuesday.
Much. Yeah, but it depends on how much I guess it depends on how much the strike actually costs, right?
Because like for me, I sold like $51,000 or $2,000 worth of options this morning, and then I bought shares when it dipped down.
Yeah,
just because I didn't like all the IVs were way too high. It's like I wasn't going to pay that huge premium that like the underlying asset is at such a better discount than at this point. The time for options was like, in my opinion, was a week or two ago.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm going to be, go ahead, Sarah. Let's hear it.
Oh, I was just going to say, first of all, this translation is wrong. It's not you have, it's you hate. Because these guys are pretty like it.
Can you translate all of it? Do you read German?
I don't, but
I do.
I can find it. Okay.
Do you actually?
I actually do.
Okay, then read it for us.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Give us the actual translation, Travis, and I hope you're not bullshit. I hope you're not bullshitting.
No, swear to God, I took 3 years in high school.
All right, let's hear it. All right, Travis
du
got
is you. Du hast is you have.
Okay.
Du hast mich, you have me.
Okay.
You have me, and it keeps going on. Du hast mich, you have me. You have me. You. I'm sorry. Du hast, you have
right side.
Me asked. Excuse me. You have me asked, or you asked me. It's a little bit different, but
you're using the fucking English on the right, dude. You're reading the same shit.
It is. All right. Will you?
Guys, I got something huge.
It's like you're cheating on someone's paper.
Guys, I got something huge on this video.
This is straight up. I mean, this is almost correct. It's not you've blanked me. It's you have me. Like that's what it means. It's like you have me. And
we need an
so-
actual German guy out there. Is there anybody out in the chat who fucking is like German who can say whether or not this is correct?
Oh,
Guys,
speaking
there's something huge about this video. All right.
Hmm.
So real quick. So one of the themes in the video that I
did learn this one though.
Yesterday there was a video of Captain Barbossa from Captain Jack Sparrow.
Yes. Okay.
And he like appeared and he's like, "What have you done with my ship?" And then they switched to a scene that's like daytime and implying that Captain Barbossa. Oh, by the way, Captain Barbossa and his team can only operate at night because they have the curse, and in the daytime they turn into skeletons.
Oh, that's right. And that's kind of like working in the dark, kind of.
Yeah, and that's just sort of building on what Pang was presenting earlier. Just saying, because there's so much movement at nighttime, and during the day they're just fighting shorts and stuff, right? All right, here's another huge thing in the video we just saw. Ben Affleck went to his cousin or whatever at nighttime, right? And then it immediately switches to daytime Mad Max. Guess what? The desert fortress in Mad Max is called.
Tell me.
It's called the Citadel.
Bullshit, dude.
Yeah, none of you watched Mad Max.
I probably had many years ago, man, but I can't remember any of this shit.
Yeah,
I literally watched this on the plane home from Atlanta. I literally watched this, and yeah,
it's called Citadel. Wow.
Yeah,
it's a Citadel. Yep. And so, what's happening during the day? Who are they fighting? Who are one of the big bosses? Citadel, right? They're fighting all these hedge funds. They're trying to survive, but that's the fight. And this is a recurring pattern in a lot of the videos. In another video, we're going to play the Batman video from today. It's like nighttime is when they can come out. And what they're doing in the aftermarket, in 24-hour markets, that's more they're using electronic communications networks, ECNs, to trade, which is like a chalkboard.
Yes.
There's truer price discovery, like Pang was saying earlier, right? And so, like, that's when they can do the damage. But in the daytime, all of these fucking they're in battle. That's why all these battle videos, right? He's just going through hallways of bad dudes.
So I want to add one more thing to actually build upon your thought process there with the night and day stuff. It goes back to the tweet from Ryan. Ryan Cohen by day, Warren Icon by night, right? And this is like some fucking planning going on behind here. If you're saying that the scene takes place at nighttime when he goes to meet him, that would kind of make a little bit more sense here. So, all right, real quick, we had someone join backstage, and they left us this tweet here from Vlad. This is the CEO of Robinhood. It says here, we're going to be upgrading some of our systems tonight to make sure we're prepared for an even higher load. Some features including 24-hour market may not be available for a short period of time during the window of 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. ET. The team is working hard to ensure things are running smoothly. This fucking rat, dude.
I hate Vlad. I hate him.
This fucking rat, man. Unbelievable. Michael, I hope to God you don't have... Michael looks worried over there. I hope you're not on Robinhood, Michael.
We might as well be announcing to the whole world. It's like, we're doing crime!
Yeah.
Just letting you know!
Michael's whole account's going to be drained tomorrow. Flat taken from him, man.
There are other 24-hour markets. Robinhood isn't the only game in town, but
yeah,
it's fucking crooked.
Holy fuck,
Although
dude.
It shows something, right? It shows that they don't think the meme stock mania is over. They think volume's going to increase, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we've been seeing a huge increase, right? We were over 2 million today, or 200 million traded today. It was like 175 yesterday. I mean, what's it going to be tomorrow? It's going to be crazy.
I mean, I do think so. I mean, I am curious what they're going to implement here. I don't want to deal with another scenario where they're turning off the fucking buy buttons. Like that's the one thing that worries me because, obviously there was a lot of backlash from them doing that. Obviously Travis says that they were like slapped with like a very small fine. So,
I didn't say that. Y'all said that.
I don't know who said it. I don't know who said it tonight, but someone stated that they were slapped with a smaller fine. But really, that's my issue here is that when brokers, where we see a situation where if we see brokers shutting off the buy button, now that's when the call options kind of come into play a little bit more important here. At the time, a lot of people were saying, I think it was like, I can't remember who. I don't think it was Mark Cuban. There was another big guy who like claimed that GameStop should have gone to like over $1,000 and like just infinitely squeezed. And one thing that he highlighted was that, you know, if they shut off the buy buttons and you start exercising the calls, you're kind of forcing the market makers to start delivering these shares. So almost like a, I don't know, I guess you can view it as like a backup buy button or something like that. But that's kind of like where the options kind of come into play a little bit more. Again, we have a massive fucking gamma ramp this week. And like things are fucking exciting, man. You know, I mean, I don't really see how this gamma ramp is not full blown like initiated at this point. And again, I think it was like 200,000 calls in the money. Like you would need to get essentially a bunch of people start exercising these calls and basically force the market makers to deliver these shares. Because look, if the market makers are not hedged on all these fucking calls that they were writing for people and didn't even see this fucking coming, they're going to have to go to the market and start buying the shares to start delivering to people. And that's when you typically get that kind of recipe for disaster. You have like a gamma included with like a squeeze kind of scenario here, because market makers are then stumbling to essentially buy up all these shares to deliver to people that are exercising. So Friday is going to be just fucking out of control, man, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I have a retraction. Fleetwood, thank you in the chat.
Travis and then Anastera, go ahead.
Pointing it out. Du hast is not I have or you have. It's you hate. Du habe is you have. I had it wrong, or du habst. It's been.
That's what Anastera was saying, right?
Yeah, it's you hate me. So my bad. Google had it wrong and it was throwing me off. But
I thought you read fucking German. I thought you read it. You fucking clearly know it.
Elementary like level, yeah. I mean, okay. Here's how much you really learn in school, high school, in 3 years in America.
I guess you're right.
There's more to the story than that. It's that that is a form of to have, but because of the way the Rammstein's lead singer sings it, is du hast with two S's. That's to hate, right? So it's sort of from like the German speaker's perspective. It's sort of like it's kind of silly, right? There's like a little bit of like, you know, the hilarious German sense of humor be into this, right?
Yeah, right.
So, it's one of the reasons why they're so popular. Like they're very creative with the way that they do their songs and what they're trying to put behind them. I'm a big fan of them. You can't tell.
So before I move on from here, obviously Mad Max, we have what Foxen pointed out that this land is called Citadel. Is there any other imagery that you guys are seeing out of this here?
Well, there is one more little piece of information is that the entire plot of this movie is that these guys, the ones we're seeing right now, are technically the bad guys, although they might be representing us from Kitty's point of view. But they're off chasing someone who stole all like the breeding women, and several of them are pregnant with babies, right? So. Throw a little more baby tinfoil in there.
Yeah, the baby tinfoil. Yeah, it's been such a while. It's just been such a long time since I've watched this movie. Okay.
Dude, that's synchronicity, man. I just watched this movie. Like,
it kind of made me think of the Everything bubble, right? Like, had it like Mad Max kind of style life was like, what's going to happen after the Everything bubble pops?
So Travis needs to get going here, so we're going to let Travis go. Travis, do you want to give us some closing thoughts, maybe like in German or something?
Auf Wiedersehen. Good.
All right, let's hear it.
Ich spreche kleine Deutsch. Is nein sehr gut. Fuck, I'm trying to mix Spanish.
All right, English. Let's hear it. Give us some closing thoughts as you as you're heading out for the night. Let's hear it, Travis.
Fucking hodl till they fodl.
Right on.
That's where I'm at.
will.
I mean, let's sit back, relax. I mean, I'm not selling shit. I have.
I'm not either.
They want, and I got they can offer me what I think it's worth, and so Ken, if you're out there, not so much Doug. I don't think Doug's a market maker. I don't know if he has a hedge fund, but Ken, Good start. But these are rookie numbers. You got to pump those numbers up, baby.
Right on.
Hey, Pay. Remember Ramirez. Let's go. All right.
All right, right on.
Y'all. ABC, great seeing you, man. You're a gentleman. You're a scholar. Love having you on. Michael, my man. The button downs always look dope. You copy. What was that shit?
What happened? What do you copy to?
I'm just giving him a hard time. But to everybody, the chat, love y'all. Y'all have a great night.
All right, take care, Travis. Let's get some love for Travis on the way. I appreciate you taking time coming on the show. Enjoy the rest of the night, man.
Later, man.
Later, Travis.
All right, see ya. You heard it from Travis. All right, let's take a look at this next video here.
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
I was gonna say, hey, Ross just dropped a message in the background. He was saying, also adding, the shooting of Fury Road was considered the most difficult live multi-event shot ever filmed. Michael Bay thought it was a miracle no one died.
No shit.
Wow.
Yeah, he says the shooting of the Fury Road was considered the most difficult live multi-event shot ever filmed. Michael Bay thought it was a miracle that nobody died. Interesting.
That's kind
some
of
good
like,
tinfoil.
you know, I've been thinking and saying there's just like, this is not, people are like, oh, is this a share buyback? Is this, is that? This is 4, 5, 6 different things happening.
I think you're right. Yeah. Like a lot of people even just kind of like, you're right, like want to pinpoint it to one thing. They're not paying it like for us, like, you know, whether that be the Bed Bath community or the PP community or whatever the fuck you want to, you know, identify as whatever community you are. You know, we have really not only just focused on one singular stock, we've tied all of this stuff together. I mean, I think that is what is very impressive about our type of group. You know, yes, you know, are we prior GameStop investors? Absolutely. Did we get into Bed Bath? Absolutely. But I don't really see us as being like, you know, I mean, obviously, like I feel like we are categorized as like the Bed Bath guys, but it's like we've kind of tied all of this shit in. Right, like we gave equal focus to GameStop, to companies like IEP. I mean, just look at the Teddy subreddit in general, or even the PP community on Twitter, or just people in general. Like they're always talking about a multitude of things. It's not just like this heavy focus of just one thing, because this is multiple things, like you're saying, Fox, and like that's kind of how this is moving. And look, you know, GameStop kind of ripping on no news. Like we're talking right now a 5x from where we're at. That is very impressive on no fucking news, right? Especially for a stock that has gone down for 3 fucking goddamn years, for a long time. I mean, the shot up to 50 is a huge deal. So I do think that, look, I think the deal is done. I think that now we're kind of starting to see these launch stacks happen like ABC has predicted for a long time. And honestly, a lot of the DD is starting to come to fruition. So some people have even thrown out the idea that, you know, short hedge funds kind of know what their demise is, that they know that, look, like it's not only just one stock that they're short. You know, they thought that they were going to walk away with the bag with Bed Bath, and that's obviously turning out to be, you know, not a scenario for them. And so there's a little bit of theory that they're kind of afraid, kind of like either starting to maybe close some of these positions out, and, you know, they don't want the stock to be super low, because what does everybody say? You know, if we're looking at a scenario here where we get cash and equity, I've read that like nearly 80 to 90% of people out there said that they're going to dump their money back into GameStop. And they don't want GameStop at these all-time lows, because then you're going to have, you know, tens of thousands of investors now with even more fucking GameStop, right? So it could be going one of two ways, right? Like maybe they're tipped off. Maybe they finally have realized how fucked they truly are. I mean, there's really no way of saying. And someone pointed out that maybe it has to do with these leap expiries. That could very well play a role, because if DFE went back and liked something from the 14th of February, that would kind of correlate with maybe there's some leaps involved as well here.
Yeah, and you know, like you're right. There is a lot going on, and guess what? This is why, because we're not focused on one specific thing in this community, this is why the overpaid consultants that run all the message boards hate us. That's why they're so quick to call us conspiracy theorists and shut us down. Look at what they do. Okay, look at their whole campaigns that they run on message boards. They silo people into one thing, and they make them bicker and fight against each other into subcategories of that one thing. Why? Because they don't want people paying attention to all the different avenues.
Correct.
Because
yes.
that would make it harder and more expensive for them to suppress the stocks.
Yeah.
make money, and they would bleed money from 6 different places instead of one. I'll give you a good example. Superstock, that fucking like weird cockroach nest that it is now, they make it, just look at the history. What do they make people fight about? Options are bad. Don't play options. If you play options, we're gonna ban you.
That's bizarre. That's where fucking DFV made 50 fucking million in options. What the fuck are they smoking
right?
over there, man?
You guys remember that shit, right?
Yeah, I do.
Banning people for talking options back
That's
in the day.
bullshit. Yeah.
What the fuck? That was so weird to me. It's so weird. Plan versus book. Okay.
That was a big one too.
Plan versus book. Why don't you guys go fight about that? Oh, okay. Now, if you say this, you're gonna get banned. It's like they want people to be siloed.
They wanted people distracted too. Foxin, you know.
I remember Michael when Michael started doing DD on different stocks. He was posting some like whatever, like his picks on his weekly picks or whatever. Some of these like bots immediately started attacking, saying, "Oh, Michael's so dumb. He's looking at these weird stocks." Like, what? Why do you guys care so much about
Oh yeah, they were ripping on Fisker with him. Yeah, I saw.
What do you mean this is like? Why don't you want us looking at these things? It's obvious. When you look at stuff like that, it's obvious.
Yeah.
This is why they hate our community. This is why they hate what we do. Because they don't want us to be looking at all these things. They don't want us to be tying it together. Furthermore, they don't want us to be doing this research, tying it together, and diluting it for the common person, for me and for you to just understand this stuff and be like, holy shit. They want us to think it's all very singular and straightforward. So they can dirty business.
That's another thing too, and we're gonna let Ignoble go as well. Welcome to the show, Ignoble. So we're gonna that's another thing too, is that these types of like shows or like live shows or live interaction with spaces, they don't like those types of things because, you can tell with tone, you can tell if someone is trying to mislead you. It's very hard via text, right? When you're reading all this information, someone could make it sound like it's the best fucking thing on earth, but they're manipulating you, right? But when you're having a conversation or you can refute in real time, it's a lot easier to distinguish, hey, I'm being manipulated here, or hey, this person is not authentic in their message or what they're saying. So I do agree with you 100%, Fox, and like that's the way that they can kind of do this, and they kind of want to, they kind of want you to think a certain way, and that's why here at the show, we'll always stay very true to this message, is that people out there should think whatever the fuck they want. If you believe tinfoil, great. If you don't, great. But your opinion is absolutely valued, man. And I think that is one of the most important things, is that having these types of discussions, like the example you were giving with SS. I think even mods were like, no, it has to be like planned, like versus book, and like they were like, oh, we don't want you to even have this discussion here. Then there's like even stuff about heat lamp theory. Like, why would you ban a thesis that someone believes, or a set group of people believe? Like, that's what I simply don't understand, because then you have to view it as, okay, now the narrative is trying to be controlled. I'm being told I'm not supposed to trade options. I'm being told I'm only supposed to do DRS, right? I'm being told, and when, and ABC brings this home very well too. Humans have a natural tendency to not want to accept something at first. They kind of reject it. I think ABC has brought that up before on the show. And, I bring that up as well, like with points of like DRS, like I think there's a lot of benefits to DRS. I'm a portion of my shares are DRS, so I see the benefits, things like that. Took me a while to kind of make my decision to do so, but I eventually did it. When people like force it down people's throats, people get turned off to it, right? So you have to just lay out all the benefits and kind of explain these things, and then let people come up with their own opinion. And I feel like that's how things should have been treated with plan and book. That's how things should have been treated with options. That's how things should have been treated with everything, because people need to make up their own fucking goddamn decisions out there. And that's why I think very early on, before the PP sub got nuked, that is a main reason that they came after our sub. The information that was being shared, the research that was being compiled by tens of thousands of people, and on top of that, the open discussions we were having. We allowed people to talk about options. We allowed people to talk about DRS, plan, book, whatever. Heat lamp theory was absolutely allowed there. But they came in and they nuked the sub, because I'm not going to let anybody control me or my show or me as a person. My fucking mind is my mind, right? So, and my thoughts are my thoughts. So that is kind of how I'll always approach it there. Go ahead, ABC.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly add to that, PP. I mean, the irony or the hypocrisy of it all is that these groups form and they kind of put rules and boundaries and kind of rules as to what you can talk about and what you can't talk about.
Right.
And the hypocrisy of that is it's almost cultish, and that's what a cult does. Is they say you're defined by these rules, and if you don't act accordingly, you will be kicked out, or banned, or timed out, or whatever. And yet here is a free discussion platform. You invite the bears on, anybody that wants to discuss it, so long as they want to have a theoretical discussion or bring facts to the table, you invite it all. There are no rules here, yet you're called the PP cult. Yet you have no rules compared to those organized facilities that are creating discussion based on a mandate. The best way to sum it up, guys, is it's a divide and conquer type of mandate where you're focused on each other and fighting within, as opposed to focusing on the big guy who's behind the green curtain.
Well, ABC, think about it. This is a tried and tested and true method. Think about the people that control the world economies, okay? The richest people in the world. The Elon Musk, the Kochs, the governments, the cabals, whatever, right? This has been tested for and true and applied for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. They want people to be fighting black versus white, Muslim versus Christian, red versus blue, meat eaters versus non-meat eaters. They want us distracted and fighting so we don't say, hold on a second. Who is making the most money from all of this? And should we go fucking hang them in the town square? Yes, we should all go do that. But they don't. We would never band together like that because we have too many divisions that are intentionally created to keep us distracted and fighting and striving for individual exceptionalism, like the way we are, is the best way.
Yeah, you're weaker when you're separated, right? When it's like you have a little bit more power in numbers, because like not only everybody is using their mind, right, to compute this information, and that's what they want you to kind of separate it off. And I agree with you.
And it's the same. It's the same method in the stock markets. It's the same method here. You know why we get attacked? Because we like BBBY. Fuck you. Fuck you. So what?
Yeah.
Also, a lot of this depends on trust, right? I think most of us are here because we trust Ryan Cohen. Period. Right.
Absolutely.
So they're trying to attack the trust of people in that group, right? Like, when someone with like literally 20 followers or something is like putting hours and hours into DD, trying to like make it look like all these trades I made were bad, when really like almost all of them were good. I had two big, ones that would have been a long-term hold. We'll just say that.
Sure.
They're just trying to take me down just because it's like, well, if they can take trust away from me, then it's like they think that hurts the whole play. And I don't know. So I think it's hard to step back and assume that there's that many people that are like putting that many hours into doing that.
Agreed. And I'm going to let Ignoble go. And, think about this. When Ryan Cohen sold his Bed Bath, the narrative left and right wanted us all to flip on him, right? That was the push narrative. Ryan Cohen dumped on you. Ryan Cohen had used you. Ryan Cohen took advantage of you. I don't believe it. I don't buy it. And that was the main thing, is that they wanted people to flip. And you even had at one point people out of the GME community who were saying, yeah, Ryan Cohen dumped his bags on you. And I'm looking around. This is the same guy that is in GameStop. Like, how are you saying this shit to us? Right? I mean, it's beyond fucking bizarre. Go ahead, Ignoble.
I was going to say, think about it.
What's going on, fellas? PP, ABC.
What's going on, Ignoble?
Hey. You copy, long time no see. Pang, good to meet you.
Hey.
Fox and Class, never met you. Good to meet you. And Anastera, I believe that is. It's a small screen, sorry. Good to meet you.
Yeah, good to meet you.
It's been a long time since end of 22 PP. It's been a long time since January of 23.
It has, yeah, it has for sure.
Just want to say, everything is going according to my plan, anyways. My thesis.
What is that?
Well, the original thesis was that Ryan Cohen was the tip of the spear, and he got into Bed Bath & Beyond. And, I originally thought he was going to chop up the company and, distribute it amongst his friends. But the one thing I didn't count on was the bankruptcy. And we saw in January where the ABL and everything was used, and the 24 bonds were used to prevent the sale of baby is what it looks like, because it looks like there was a change of control that happened in January that would have allowed that to happen, right? Like it was almost in one meeting of, you know, you turn the board over and you have the RSAs, and then, you know, immediately we find out almost that they shot down the sale of baby, and, you know, they being JP Morgan Chase and the 24 bondholders. And then it was kind of a race to prevent, in my opinion, any sort of fuckery going on, to prevent a prepackaged bankruptcy, something that they had prepared for in advance, and, you know, had already been working on in case something like this happened.
Right.
You know, I think that's what happened. I think that's what Hudson Bay was. Hudson Bay was a vehicle to defend against any hostile takeover or interventions where all of this would have been ruined. And I think that we're seeing right now with the nighttime battles, as alluded to by DFB, I think that it is a, you know, I don't know if anybody remembers here, but the one thing I use is, you know, an example of a football or a basketball being pulled underneath the water, right? When you look at buoyancy, it's a net, right? There's a net effect. And I think that the net is not only fraying, but I think it's on fire. And I think that that is the entire system that has spread out all of this risk and swapped it around and done all this horrible, horrible shit to financial systems that ends up ruining people's lives and causing stagflation in third world countries in a time dilation kind of way, to where they feel it before we do here in the United States, how poor the quality of life has become, or they feel it worse. I think that that's what's going on right now. And, you know, the heat is on, in my opinion. That's part of what I wanted to come on tonight and talk about. But the other part is, I had this weird thesis. I was looking around recently, and I saw that the website that I posted today, in a couple of the spaces, and it got shared over to Malone's space, that all of the DK butterflies had recent updates on them, according to this website, despite them being dark. And they're all DK Butterfly 1 now, as opposed to 1 through 38. And they're all, as I said, recently updated. I think that that's a curious thing, and, you know, it's like a tinfoil thing. Whether you want to say it's black tar or cocaine or whatever the fuck. It's super peculiar to me that even though they're dark, there may be an update to all of these 38 entities, and for some reason they're all displaying as the original DK Butterfly 1. You know, the center point of all of this. And I think that you're really going to see, especially with, you know, Melvin Capital folding and then turning around and creating a new fund where it's net long on GME. I think that they have been working on life rafts, and kind of the Titanic is fucking going down.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the ship's on fucking fire, and everybody who doesn't like have a route to a life raft that, you know, that they've designated is fucked. And I think that that's what you're seeing in the overnight trading, right? You're seeing everybody freaking the fuck out, trying to unwind all the derivatives, trying to unwind any of their involvement, or send it off to somebody else, right? I think that's what you're seeing, and that's why it's going up so high. And, you know, this is all not financial advice. This is just my personal opinion.
Yeah.
I'm literally retarded, by the way. So, yeah, take this all with a grain of salt.
Do you think HBC is a good actor? I think when you were talking, it seemed to me like you're thinking that they're maybe like a proxy, like the same thing ABC was saying here, or what?
Yeah, I do think Hudson Bay Capital subsidiary in Texas is a part of a good actor. I don't think that they would have been able to have that access and that deal. And in the way that the deal just kept getting restructured, I don't think it would have happened unless it was a favorable term. Unless, like, I'm just completely, you know, 180 wrong, that they were working to keep the company alive and prevent the prepackaged bankruptcy. But, like, that seems almost like counterintuitive, right? So I think Hudson Bay is you know, a a utility, right? Somebody's acting through that, and it just so happens that it was registered in Dallas, I believe. So,
You're talking about the LLC?
Yeah, the subsidiary LLC was registered in Dallas, like
in Dallas.
not 20 minutes ago, 20 minutes away from Grapevine, or 30 minutes away.
Yep.
And
Interesting.
I think that's what's been going on, like from top to bottom. I think that, you know, Ryan Cohen was kind of like the cavalry unit in the distraction, while the rest of the fucking army, you know, pincered everybody.
Right.
And you know, you've got the left hand, or you've got the head focused on Ryan Cohen, and you know the rest of the body will follow. And then you've got all this other shit happening with all these supposed other institutions, like IEP and things like that. I honestly think it's a perfect and total victory, like I said, in 2022 and 2023.
Right.
But
well, interesting fucking take, man.
Sorry for being so long-winded. If anybody's got any questions, let me know. I'd love to stick around for a few minutes.
No, I fucking love it. Foxen and Pang are doing like cock push-ups here in the background or something here. But fellas,
question.
Go ahead, Foxen.
I have a question. So
let's hear it.
You were talking about buoyancy, right? And buoyancy is, and you said net buoyancy. And were you talking about volume displacement from if you put a basketball under the water and the creation of buoyancy as a result, or?
Yeah. So in basically the compounding effect, right? The slingshot up, and then you have to factor in the reverse side, right? Because on the other side of the net, you know, let's say the air is the shorts and the hedge funds, and you know the market makers and the cronyist globalists, right? You have to remember that there's several entities like Melvin Capital who have now created new funds and flipped the other way. So it's eroding their side. They're basically burning the wick at both ends. But keep going.
I got a question.
Go ahead, Anasir.
You said that we've got a complete and total victory, right? Would you say that victory is ignoble?
I would say it is absolutely ignoble.
Right on. Okay.
Ignoble, I got a question for you. What was the thing that you shared today?
That was a link to the. I linked it to the spaces, and I told everybody that they needed to take a good look at that. It was they needed to do it right now. And when you load up that page, it says that all of those entities. When you scroll down, it lists all the entities. You know, the Alamo and everything is in there. You know, Deerbrook, Frisco, they're all in there, and they're all recently updated, but they're all listed under DK1 and not their respective DK, you know, 1 through 38s, right? So why would they be recently updated if they're dark? Like how?
That's a great fucking point.
It would have had to have been something outside of the SEC, or some sort of information that was pushed out, maybe to the brokers, or you know, to the DTCC, to the brokers, or through their transfer agent, you know, who is managing a certain unit investment trust. I don't know if anybody's following what I'm putting down here.
Did you share the link?
It's on my Twitter if somebody wants to go find it. I don't have it like on my clipboard or anything like that.
Okay. Michael, can you pull that up from Ignoble real quick? I actually shared it. If you go to my Twitter and you go to my retweets, you can actually take a quick look. And I'm going to read back some of these tips real quick. Where were we? My apologies, fellas, if I missed a few of these here. Okay. I think it was this one. From Jealous Money, DFV, if you're watching this, let us know by making a reference to running naked in a thunderstorm in your next video. Cheers, legend. All right, if you see a naked reference, by making a reference to running naked in a thunderstorm. then that will prove that maybe DFE is watching. Scott Schiller with the 2. New Mad Max movie comes out May 24th. Okay. Alpha Dog with the 2. Appreciate the love. It looks like your message was retracted there. Alpha Dog again with the 2. Travis out here screen peeking on the translation. Yes, he was. Robert with the 2. When did Pitbull join the speaker panelists? We also got Mo Money with the 10. You hate me. You hate me. You told me something. You asked me something and I stayed quiet / said nothing, meaning they hate DFE / RC because they are silent. This has to do with silent earning. Okay, good interpretation there. Wabby with the PP note. Love you, PP, ABC, and you other fellas. We're been watching for a year. Could I get that sassy, sticky, nasty, stanky slap? Stanky. My God. Yeah, we'll get you a stanky slap right here, man. All right, ask and you shall receive. What's going on, Dig Dug? I'll let you go in just a moment, man. Good to fucking see you, man, on the show. Mo Money with the 2. I'm native German speaker. Mo Money with the 2 again. I'm the song's meaning is about betrayal. Okay, it's a song about betrayal. Mo Money with the 5. Your message was retracted. I don't know why it retracted your message there. We also got It Wasn't Me with the 2. Manners maketh man video. The guy sees butterflies. SB7 with the 2. PP, did you talk about IEP new 8K? Busy month for IEP. Yes, we did. We actually discussed it last night. They are redoing some stuff with the bonds, with some bond stuff, or according to Ross, it has to do with the cash that he borrowed. Mo Money with the 2. Foxen, nice Mo ass. We also got Mo Money with the 2. Foxen, you goddamn hot. Gulab Jumoons. We also got Mo Money with the 2. Pete, you are the 12th disciple, doubting Thomas. We also got 5-0 Deuce with the 2. RC is running the price before they have to buy. I like that. That's a great point. And we got Mo Money with the 2. Pang, those are Girl Scout push-ups. All right on. All right.
Well done.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, ignoble. Or I'm sorry. I wanted Michael actually to pull this up real quick. Let me get it on the screen here. Okay, so scroll down. It's from ignoble. Did I not share it? I'm pretty sure I retweeted it.
I don't see it.
Hold on. Go up. I think you just missed it. Fuck. Here, hold on one second.
My handle's the same as my Twitter name. Don't worry.
Yeah, hold on a second. I'm gonna get it right now. Ignoble victory, and I'm gonna share it right now, Michael. Oh yeah, I did not share it. Okay, there we go. Michael, go ahead and check out that link right there. Just refresh the page. It should be the first one.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I thought I retweeted that. Okay, and can we zoom in a little bit? All right, so what exactly, so what you're describing is that that this company was in the dark, and now we're starting to see a couple things essentially come out of this. Is that what I'm getting here, Ignoble?
Yeah, I was sleuthing around. If you scroll down, it lists all the associated entities and their former names and everything like that. And I just noticed how it said in the byline basically that they were all recently updated. And I was like, what the fuck would they be recently updated for? They've been relatively silent aside from their various monthly reportings.
Yes.
And I don't think that's what it was that updated all this.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what made me curious, and that's what set me off with my tinfoil today. That that if they all have recently been updated, then that could be like a the lights flickering on the Titanic. If anybody gets that reference.
Well, there was a recent, in the beginning of this year, there was a mandate for every single LLC across the United States. An entity, every single business entity across the United States had to file a filing. It was a new corporate filing that was previously not required of all business entities. But this is something now that's mandated that every entity, regardless of the state, needs to file. So I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm not trying to shoot your balloon down. Technically speaking, if they all filed that entity and there was a deadline by which you had to file it, it was sometime in April, then every single corporate database would update per entity that there was an update for the entity. So that might be why. I'm not sure. I'm just speculating.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
we'll have to spend some time on it. Yeah.
That's completely fair. Would you think that would be before or after their fiscal year ended, or do you think it would be more at the beginning of the government's tax
No,
year?
yeah. So it had nothing to do with the fiscal year filings, because you have to separately do those filings in most states and pay fees to have your entity still be live. Like in Massachusetts, it's $500 per LLC. It's separate from that. It was a one-time filing to get going that every single existing entity had to file.
Okay. Yeah,
we need a little bit more time with it for sure.
When that was sent.
Yeah. Excellent. Ignoble, you're more welcome to sit in. We're going to take a look at some more Roaring Kitty tweets. We're going to take it over to Dig Dug real quick. And then do you want to sit in or what, Ignoble?
Yeah, I've got a few minutes. You know,
all right.
I owe the community some time. I've been away for a while.
Sounds good, man. Yes.
All right, I just found the specific thing. So it's a new rule that as of January 1st, 2024, it required that every entity file its beneficial ownership information to the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network to identify those who directly or indirectly own or control the company. And basically, when you do that through your Secretary of State. So every single entity and its where it lives on a corporate database would have been updated with an official filing. I think the deadline was like April.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. Excellent point, Fox. And that's very important to know. Dig Dug, let's hear it, man. What do you have for us tonight?
Hey, what's up to the dais?
What's going on, man?
Hey, PB, what's going on?
Not a whole lot.
I don't know. I was just gonna do like a PSA or let you guys know like my experience today. I know Ignoble. That was I was listening to everything you said, and I was like kind of lost in my thoughts. But I just was gonna come on and be like, hey, my experience today, watching GameStop go up. I had what?
Is that coming for your mic? I think maybe there's some feedback. Sounds like fucking like the devil or something, man.
Sounds like a frog.
I think your fucking house is possessed. All right, go ahead.
Oh,
all right, go ahead, Dig Dug.
Anyways, watching the price action in GME and all that stuff, like I have a couple in a brokerage, and then I have some computer shares too. But I tried to log into computer share just to say hi to my shares while it was going up, and I couldn't get into the motherfucker. So. I know some other people are having trouble. It's like, oh, it's just like pinwheeling. So, maybe that's a good reason. If you do DRS, maybe keep like 5 or 10, 15 shares in a brokerage that you can just sell real quick. Because sometimes computer share servers get super
they're having issues
when GME's ripping.
Yeah, they're having issues right now. Do you guys hear that shit? It's like a fucking demon, man.
I had to mute my mic because I couldn't help but laugh, dude. That was funny.
What if I had to sell? I'm not gonna sell for real. I'm not gonna sell. But
the evil is coming out of you, Dig Dug.
Who?
I said the evil is coming out of you, man. You're angry.
Oh, well, okay, all right. But if I logged in and I couldn't log in, and I was like, what if I wanted to sell?
Yeah.
I need to buy some other shit.
Right.
I would have been very angry. But anyways, that's all. I just was, fucking around like always.
All right, right on.
What's up?
All right, you heard it from Dig Dug, dude. I don't know what that. It sounds like you, dude. It sounds literally like your fucking garage or something. Like your house might be possessed, Dig Dug. We're gonna go ahead and get you a dildo slap on the way out tonight. Appreciate you sharing us with the computer share stuff, and hopefully this dildo slap takes away those evil spirits in your house, man. Take care, Dig Dug. You guys heard that shit too, right?
Yes. Ass.
All right, let's pull this back up. Let's get back to work here. We got a couple more tweets and then we'll call it a night. All right. All right. Let's see the next video here. Always good to see Dig Dug and also Ignoble. It's like a little anniversary here at the PP Show. The only person we're missing is Pete the Pilot, man.
I'm Fleur.
How about no?
Manners maketh man.
Okay. What are your guys' thoughts on this one? I know that Pang had a little bit of something, but I do want to pull someone in here. What better person when talking about tinfoil than Tinfoil Guru of all people, man? Haven't seen him in a long time. Why don't we go ahead and welcome Tinfoil Guru, and then we will cover this video here, what your guys' thoughts are tonight. Chad, welcome Tinfoil Guru, man. All right, Tinfoil, where the fuck you been at, man? How the fuck you doing?
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, man, we haven't seen you in like fucking long time, man, over like a year.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've been in the behind the scenes working on life stuff.
Yeah.
Which has been going well. And
good.
In fact, just recently got a truck. So yeah, things are going good, you know, and I've definitely been, you know, certainly had my finger on the pulse and definitely been checking out the show when I can. Hello, everybody. Wild last couple of days. PP, you've been running some great shows.
Appreciate it, man.
Again, I love what you're doing, the community. I haven't stopped loving any of you guys. I think about where we're at right now. And, well, it's Tuesday. I mean,
fucking A, it is, man. What the fuck? Yeah. So, what do you think about all this shit going down, Guru? I mean, look, like, you know, I'm sure you've been following a lot of the tinfoil lately. Obviously, there's been an incredible amount of tinfoil in the last couple of days with a lot of these like Roaring Kitty tweets and stuff. What are your thoughts, man, with kind of like what you've kind of seen and your thoughts on it? Because I know you kind of think in these same kind of frequency levels of the tinfoil, you know, and I want to know your honest thoughts, man.
So it's certainly, you know, we've made it very clear. You personally have made it very clear just how much we love it, you know, and I don't think that it can be taken as an accident or a coincidence. But at the same time, we have to be very careful, you know, not to blindly or wholeheartedly or foolishly take anything as like any kind of a message also. But at the same time, you know, no, I love it. And I've been watching all night and it's fantastic. It's
good shit. Yeah.
There's a big part of me that's like, I mean, there you have it. There it is. It's right there. We're looking at it. Right.
Right. Yeah.
You know, and no, I do love it. Actually, on per one of his videos you guys watched earlier, you touched on the piano song during the Cersei thing, right?
Yes. Yes.
Just before that, right before that, there was the cat in the window. That song that was playing was a Radiohead song, and it's called "End Credits for a Film."
Bullshit.
Also, ironically enough, it dropped around the 20th of May in 1997.
Wow.
Yeah, just a neat little. I'm a huge Radiohead fan, so I was like, oh, I know that song.
Man, that's fucking crazy.
Credits to a film, and then the explosion thing, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But no, I love the tinfoil. I think right now with everything going on, personally, my personal observation, I'm suspecting this has more to do with the haircut. And there are a lot of people right now that are freaking out because they were using things, crypto or things within crypto to hedge, and now they can't. So like y'all were saying earlier, they're inflating this price. They need GME to go up right now. They're freaking out.
Hey, can I ask a question?
I would agree, man. Yeah, go ahead, Ignoble. I like the analysis there, Tinfoil Guru. Go ahead, Ignoble.
First off, Tinfoil, it's been a few years. I'm your number one fan. Appreciate you, buddy. Missed your face. Second off, don't you think it's really interesting how this haircut happened right after they finally released somewhat of a plan on unwinding some of these FTX derivatives that are tokenized in their ledger?
Well, it's certainly it's a fantastic observation and hard to unpack quickly. But if you look at a lot of the financial stuff right now, it looks like, and it's looked like this whole time, that there's there's a few camps. There's 2 or 3 camps right now, and they're all vying for some kind. I'm pretty sure they're all in survival mode right now. There's a definite winner, and I'm talking on a large scale. I'm kind of outside of the Bed Bath purview. I'm kind of talking more about even global finance, like the yen, and Japan's freaking out. Anyways, don't let me tangent, but to answer quickly, it's not ironic. There were a lot of people that had a lot involved in it. And when you start, it's one thing if it's a house of cards, it's another thing if the cards are made of glass. Right?
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
So,
I think you're right. And tying into what you're saying, I think it's the smartest and the smallest rats running first before the biggest rats realize it and trample them on the way out.
Which it personally ties with some of my theories with the HBC stuff that's come out, and some it's the most interesting thing to me are the people that are being sued and the people that are not being sued, and I think that speaks loudly, and we should think about this and scrutinize this, and I have to side with ABC on a lot of it, in the sense that could just be like a CYA kind, or not even like a broad strokes. I'm just going to go after everyone. We're going to see what sticks to the wall. We know what's going to stick to the wall, but this is just kind of cover all the bases so it doesn't look like we're singling anything out. So I agree with those things, but it's fascinating. Don't let me railroad anything. I'll be quiet, and I love you guys. I miss you guys, and I'll hang out for a few if that's cool.
Yeah. Do you want to sit in here for a little bit while we take a look at this video?
I would be honored.
All right. Excellent. All right. Cool. We got the fucking OGs on tonight, man. I'm all for it.
Yeah,
all right. So we'll watch this one back one more time, and then we'd love to get your guys' opinions on it. And again, pay attention here. Anybody who knows the whistle at the beginning, someone said it's from The Wire. Let's take a look at it.
Manners maketh man.
Okay. One thing that stands out to me is when I see this, I think of market maker. Right. The third M with man kind of throws me off here, but I mean that's at least what I see is maybe like market maker here. This one I have
no manners.
Yeah, that's a good one too. This one I have absolutely no fucking idea. Like I
can talk about this one since I'm
okay. So when we get here, I want to hear what are our thoughts here about this one right here?
I think it's you're not trapped in here with me, or I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me.
Okay. Yes.
And then it's also in the basement is the next one. So it's like cellar boxed. They cellar boxed us, and now they're trapped in here with us.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Yo, I think the beginning that whistle is from Negan, and
no,
then
someone said it's from The Wire. Is that Negan?
It does sound kind of like Negan.
I don't know what that's from. I have fucking no idea.
Before bashing Glenn's face in. No.
What do you think?
I think,
go ahead.
This first part, I kind of think of it as tying back to the last GIF from yesterday, which is about the no fighting sort of thing. It's like we're not actually coming out here with like aggressiveness and rudeness and other things like that. We're sticking to the facts, right? And then the second part is like the contrast, because that's like how we're fighting them, right? And we're fighting a lot of these guys. So I think it's sort of like a compare and contrast situation where you have one side where you're doing things very by the books, exactly by the rules that these people have laid out, essentially beating them at their own game. And in this other way, it's like you're putting your life on the line to like make this happen, right? And you're metaphorically fighting with that kind of like level of aggression as opposed to like actually doing it, right?
Right.
So I think that's the entirety of what this GIF is about, or video, I guess.
And also Daz is pointing out here, he says, PP, the main character, is wrongly imprisoned for 15 years and then seeks out to kill the guy responsible. You're talking about this one or this one?
Old boy.
Is this guy? I haven't seen.
Is that Old Boy the original version from
that's
from
Old
Asia?
Boy. So I can talk about this a little bit.
Yeah.
because,
You copy. Why don't you explain this one to us? And real quick, I'm just going to read back some of these chats here. Emotional damage with the 5. I think he's trying to fart and talk at the same time. I think that was when Dig Dug was on. Mo Money with the 2. His throat has a subwoofer. Mo Money with the 2. Where is it? Priest? Is this the Satanist? We also got emotional damage with the 5. Why are you wearing a shirt when you ain't wearing a shirt? I think that was directed at Tinfoil Guru. Mo Money with the 2. Tinfoil Guru is a handsome dude. No Diddy. We also got Rick with the 2. The Fedwire is about to get beat to death. Okay, that's a very good connection there with Wire. Okay, what is this you copy? This scene.
So basically, the main character who's holding the knife, he got out from the cell, so he got locked up. So it's the same kind of situation where the main character from the previous movie,
yes,
he locked the door up, right? Basically, so he locked the short sellers. So I think what you see over there, that main character, it could be like it could be just bad people. They're like shareholder, like they're like. Or it could be Ryan Quinn. It's like those people. They're the groups of people that like us. So we lock those people up who are short. I do believe that those are like like dumb short sellers.
Yes,
and
they're locked.
Them up. Yeah. So and then that guy, the main character who's holding that knife, he got locked up for I don't know how many years. He got locked up.
15 years.
He was fed like dumplings and shit, and then he got out. And then he just knocking all those fucking gangs out, right? So that was a whole scene about that. And then
So that's that's kind of like Keith getting off the gag order, and now he's fucking going hamtown.
Yeah, locked in with us. I like it.
What song is this? It's pretty banging.
So I think it's about I think the first part of it is basically, we tried to be kind about this. We tried to do this the right way, and now we are going to lock the door and spank everybody in here and teach you all a lesson the hard way, the way we would have preferred not to do it. But since you guys aren't playing fair and doing the right thing, somebody's got to do it, and nobody in charge is going to. I think that's what the first part is. And I think that, it goes back to what we were trying to say. It's all about how you win, right? And they're kind of resentful that they have to resort to this shit and that things are so bad.
Someone also just said that Salvatore actually had this clip in his hype video.
Did he?
I think so.
Fuck.
Also, someone else said M3 Partners is the manners make the man.
Interesting. Okay. Anybody else want to add anything here? And then we're going to move on to the next one. It's funny. I actually made a hype video with this movie. It's when he's in the church, actually. This is the Kingsman or whatever, right? Whatever it's called. Yeah.
That's what it is.
All right. Let's take a look at this one.
It's never been done before. So need planning and a large crew. Guns? Not exactly. A lot of security. What's the target?
Yes, that looks correct.
It's never been done before.
Okay. I really like this one. We've been saying it for a long goddamn time. This is something that nobody has ever been done before. Where after this fucking happens, man, they're going to write new fucking laws to make sure this never happens again, man. I truly think this is a fucking once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I mean, you're talking about a quote-unquote fucking meme stock, okay, with a shitload of investors that not only did not sell out with fears of bankruptcy, everybody tripled and quadrupled down, man. This is not a typical fucking scenario here. I truly think that, these shorts got so greedy thinking, these assholes are just going to bail, they'll just get out of the play and they'll probably just go put their money into GameStop and, this is going to be a free win for us. But shareholders bought so fucking much of the company, man. Like, at times I feel like we as retail shareholders bought so much that we could have even at one point fucked up this for the white hats, where they had to go a different route because they're like, we just can't, logically fucking come in here and do it the way we need to. A lot of shareholders are buying like fucking crazy. I mean, there's a lot of scenarios that can be interpreted here. But again, I do think that this has never been done before. I think that we're truly witnessing something that is going to quite literally just shake the entire fucking market for what it is. Whether that be an acquisition, whether that be we go to blockchain, which is highly speculated right now with the LRC and the Ethereum tinfoil as of last night, right, with the symbol. So it's very hard to say, right? I mean, it can be interpreted in many ways, but DFV himself, man, is saying this has never been done before.
It's never been done.
It's going to need planning, is what he says. And as we speculated for a long time, like, this could have been in the works for nearly 3 years, right? For all we know. And a large crew. What do you fellas think about this scene right here?
Well, I think the crew bit is important because that scene is from Ocean's 11.
Yes.
Going back to the pattern from the other movie, I don't think this is just RC or just DFV or just Brett or Carl. I think there's 5 guys, maybe more. I think this is a team of sophisticated, gentlemen with separate talents and war chests, and they're all applying their unique talents together to do whatever they're doing.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else want to add anything?
Well, I mean, clearly, I see that first part there with Clooney. I mean, that's certainly got to be a shout out to, it might even be, maybe we could tie that in with the Ryan Cohen ICANN picture. Where we know that Cohen and Brett, or just to kind of echo that sentiment, we know that there was that there's certainly a crew, a team, and we talk about it often about how the some of the best, if not the very best, people in their field are at the very top of this, and so that's I feel like a direct echo to a shout to that whole. It's so big. I mean, and if you go back to the rest of the videos, even though just the very last video, too, there's that theme, if you will, of fighting, of we're in fight mode right now.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. I agree, because again, what would be never been done before, coupled with it's going to need planning. That's the main thing, because if we're just talking GameStop is ripping and, we've been in a sneeze before and we're going to squeeze and this and that, that's not something that has never been done before. This goes back to 2021. We've experienced this before. So that's clearly not it. No, there has to be another angle here and the first thing I think is that they're going to fucking make an acquisition here, right? Yeah. They're going to make a move while these fucking whether they be swaps or leaps or whatever it may be. How do I get this shit out of here? All right, let me reload here. Go ahead, Foxen.
I was just going to say, yeah, what you're saying, obviously we know they're building something big, a holding company, and we know all the pieces are in place. But in terms of, what I was mentioning with 5 guys and whatever, we all theorize, people like Brett and DFV and other people on the side that RC's maybe partnering with, let's not forget, RC brought his crew of gentlemen with separate talents from Chewy to GameStop, right? Alan Attal and Jim Grube, those were 2 specialists he had that helped him build Chewy. as COO and CFO, respectively, right? Larry Chang, he brought him along. He's on the board. So RC has already got a little crew going.
Right.
And, you know, if you look at the different Ocean's 11 movies, Ocean's 12 and whatever else, like they, you know, he has a core crew that he's been operating with for years, George Clooney's character, right? He has these 3-4 guys, and then he goes and recruits different people for the specific heist, right? So
go ahead, ABC. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, no, Fox, and you know, I like what you're saying. If you go right back to the beginning of that last clip, it's pretty straightforward. He's sitting down having a discussion with someone. It's never been done before. Well, what's never been done before? The basket breaking. That's the whole problem here, is that so many different stocks have been shorted and seller boxed and manipulated in terms of how they'll hedge one versus another. And I believe that GameStop is kind of that centrifugal catalyst where that's the leverage point, and then they go and use other stocks to counter the imbalances or the pressure that they experience from the retail onslaught, so to speak. I look at this and say it's never been done before. And then the next statement is there'll be security. Well, yeah, there's something called the SEC. And so how do you do this? By abiding by the rules and the regulations and the form of law. And you have to dot your I's, you cross your T's. It's the SEC, it's regulation. And yet you didn't create this problem, yet you know that there's trillions, quadrillions of dollars of derivatives and swaps and over-leveraged banks, and they've created this massive mess. And so you got this big job. It's never been done before. You got security. You got to deal with them. And we know Ryan's been working with the SEC ever since GameStop happened. He's been there. He's worked with them in terms of investigations and everything like that. Then you see the Bed Bath & Beyond case where we believe that there's potential fraud. So this is a big sting operation in my eyes. This is people awakening and becoming educated and saying, you know what, there is a problem here. It's never been done before, but we got to take this down. And I'm looking more on a very proactive as opposed to a vindictive revenge. I think this is more about, I can't think of the word, but redemption, certainly not the right word, possibly. But what did his video say earlier? Not redemption, reckoning.
Yeah.
So look at this is kind of this is gonna have never been done before. I think there's about 100 to 120 companies are in this basket that they kind of leverage back and forth. I think it's quite large. Obviously, we're familiar with the ones that we're invested in, but you got MM and TLP. You've got, you know, all the other companies that have been hit, Sears, Lego, Blockbuster, all these companies have been hit over time. Nintendo, look at Apple. Do you know how hardly that shorted that company is? They just announced for the first time in their history $110 billion share buyback. Why would Apple do something like that? Because they want to shrink the liquidity to tighten it up so it can't be hit and managed as much, so it can show the true value of what the stock is.
Right.
And so there is these companies everywhere. So I think this has to do with the bigger picture. It's never been done before. We got to break this basket. We got to set these companies free.
Yeah, and I want to add also a buddy of mine who is actually in GameStop texted me, and he actually sent me that post about the leaps that was on SS that someone wanted us to take a look at. He basically gave me a TLDR as of right now about it. He says short sellers covered their short positions with leaps, long-term calls that are now expiring. They're executing the leaps to get shares to close out their positions. Their time has run out and they've pulled the escape hatch. This, I think, is what DFE is seeing. I think he knows they use 39-month leaps to cover their short. I think he knows that the market makers are about to have to purchase more shares than exist in order to satisfy the contracts. If you're short and unprotected, you're about to get trapped. And these leaps apparently expire this Friday. Holy fucking shit, man.
Fuck.
I mean, fellas, we're going to be eating this Friday for sure, man. Again, $128 in terms of contract. Wow. I just can't, I need to know what those are even going to open up at, because honestly, I might just go straight for the 128s. I have no fucking idea, man. Again, make your own fucking goddamn decisions. Don't ever follow other people. Abe with the 100. Appreciate the love, Abe. Shorts are so fucking trapped. I personally think they are trying to roll over swaps. Can't find a counterparty. Have to buy the underlying, but can't do it without eating the options chain. It's game over. Kaboom. Largest market cap in the world incoming, counting. God, you guys are getting me fucking jacked here, man. All right?
Crazy.
My God almighty, dude. I mean, think about Michael. He could make tens of millions of dollars if that's true, man. Holy shit, man.
Remember, though, it's not just any one stock that they have to buy back for. It's the entire basket.
Jesus Christ, man. How, like, what this is going to look, it's going to look like, they'll just, like, I wonder if they'll just shut the whole fucking goddamn thing down, just shut the whole market down at that point. This is going to be nuts, man, to see. We got Harry with the 10. Frog equals they shorted with 39-month leaps. That's what it fucking means. And toilets equals poop and scoop for cheaper shares in the meantime. Interesting. That would make a little bit more sense with like the frog, for instance. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the next video. Holy fuck, man.
Hey, quick one. Before
Yes.
we close that up.
Yes.
Someone just posted on my Twitter that the Kingsman sees butterflies. I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know if anyone's seen it.
Holy shit.
Hey, say that one more time, Pang.
The Kingsman sees butterflies. I tagged you into it, like into the post on Twitter. But, I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know.
Yeah, let's take a look real quick here. Oops.
Hey, ABC.
Hold on, ABC. I'll get you off full screen there in just a moment. We'll look at beautiful ABC for just a second. Pang. That's your handle, right? On what's your handle on Twitter?
PP, I just posted in the private chat.
Okay, here we go. Fox and Flash says, okay, Harry was once again a Kingsman agent and Galahad when a disgruntled American threatened Harry. He attempted to fight the group, but was quickly overcome by their sheer strength and being unable to see them properly because he kept seeing butterflies. Get the fuck out, man.
We're at the head of all this. Like,
hold on, look at this shit.
Exciting, but once the BBBY stuff comes out, that's when it's going to get explosive.
Holy fuck. Okay, imagine this. All of this going down. The leaps, the swaps, they do an acquisition, and we get shares on the same fucking day, man. I mean, that would have to be complete and total fucking annihilation.
Oh, please let it be DK buttfuck, please.
Yeah. Holy shit, man. I can't wait for fucking Friday now. God damn. All right. Let me go back to this one right here. And let's finish up these videos, and then we're going to call it a night tonight. This is some good tinfoil, man. I'm telling you. It, like, the tinfoil's so good, it's like, it almost leads me to believe that Roaring Kitty was behind a lot of the tinfoil that we saw over the last, like, you know, even like with GameStop and stuff like that. Like, the horse head has to be Roaring Kitty, right? Like with the stalking horse bid and all that, the timing. I mean, it's not that crazy to think that he could have been hired, right? He could have been approached by RC after like 2021. And for all we know, they could have been working together this entire time. Again, nobody really knows because they haven't talked to Roaring Kitty. So let's take a look at this one.
They found a loophole.
A loophole?
Yes. Well, it's interesting, sir. As stupid as they appear, they're actually very good at paperwork. It's quite an anomaly. They found a loophole.
A loophole?
Yes.
Okay,
It's
what are our
interesting,
thoughts
sir.
here? Because this one's pretty good. They're basically, so if anybody have seen Old School, I think this guy, like this dude in the middle right here, is wanting to throw them out because like their house or so it's been a while, like their house is located somewhere where it's like on the campus, and then they're basically like kicking them out because they're not in like school or something. So they basically, I think, get enrolled, right? Now, the interesting thing is the loophole. They're clearly talking about RC and friends, right? There's some form of a loophole that they have discovered where they can essentially pull this off.
Let me add.
Go ahead, ABC. This is your call. This is yours.
So I saw this, PP, and I actually saw you comment as soon as this posted up by Roaring Kitty. You kind of made a quick little comment, and I followed up. And at first, I thought it was just, Roaring Kitty's kind of giving some accolades to the community, both the GME community and the Bed Bath community, in a sense that these guys, man, they do their homework, they do their research, their due diligence, they do the paperwork. And then when I saw the loophole, it's like, okay, so he's giving flowers to these hardworking retail investors that are putting in the hours to find out all the facts and read through the court cases and do everything. What the hell's the loophole? And then you see the D-gens dancing on the basketball court, and you can tell they don't look like the most highly intelligent guys. And they get called crayon eating and whatever. I can branch off on that. But then all of a sudden this tiger flips in, and he's got 00. So what I'm looking at here is the loophole is T0, because when you see at the end, you'll see that the cat has a jersey of 0, and that would be the leap.
Oh my God, ABC! Holy shit!
Well, the whole premise of this loophole is that they're trying to, in the movie, they're trying to disband this fraternity.
Yes.
But they find a way to stay together through some temporary status or something. So that's the whole premise of that scene.
And if we could just add to that, T0 is the only licensed by FINRA, by the SEC, and the regulators. They've already given T0 the license. They've already approved it. T0 also has patents, industry-leading patents. T0 was the first onboard overstock. T0 has all these companies that are now starting to onboard. A whiskey company where you can own fractional shares. It's here, it's now.
Yes.
And so I look at this as the old way, and shit, there's a loophole.
Look, he's
paperwork.
He's T-posing. You see this? T0.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
Because he does that. He T-poses like this. T0. And real quick,
I'll introduction. He comes onto the basketball court. Ta-da!
Yes.
T0.
Yes, and don't forget, for instance, like with LRC, right, where like the talk was LRC. Well, don't forget that we had, what was that gentleman's name from Loopring? I'm spacing on his name.
Byron.
No, that was from Protocol Gemini. That's right. Byron is from Loopring. And remember what I asked him? I said, do you guys have any NDAs with GameStop? And he said he couldn't answer that. There was a lot of stuff he couldn't answer that interview, right? So it's not that crazy. Like how the fuck is this going to happen where you have a scenario where there's T0 and you have LRC and Loopring? Because like I always assumed that they're kind of separated in a sense, but I don't know. I mean, if it's crazy enough to work or it's something that they've been planning for a long time, are we going to fucking squeeze and like destroy the market and then we're going to fucking end up on a blockchain or what, man? Like, is it going to be total destruction? Cause then like you kind of play into that, also the fact of the Mad Max, right? Like society has like been destroyed. It's almost like you can view it as like the market would be like, completely just like obliterated at that point, and it'd be like a wasteland like that. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, PP, I think it's going to be an inversion, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you've ever seen the movie called In Time, with a twist of the hands, you start taking all the power and all the time, right? And then you have to remember, DFV hasn't been just sitting on its hands this whole time, right? There's no telling how many shares or how much wealth he's amassed playing the markets and the commodities, right? There's no telling, if he has a role in this, what it is, right? And then about 2 years ago, well, about a year and a half ago, actually, I submitted a series of posts on the old ThePPShow subreddit and the BBBY sub, and there's a specific adapter in gaming and involving power switches, and it's called universal plug and play. And I think that is what T0 and Loopring are, universal plug and play, and they're the infrastructure in which the the inversion happens, right? Because it goes straight into tokenized shares and what I call an infinite ledger, in which every account that holds assets holds a encrypted copy of everything going on in the markets at any given time.
Interesting shit. Go ahead, ABC.
Yeah, just to add to that. I mean, think about it this way. You know, a QSIP is being saved. You know, there's a heck of amount of short interest in Bed Bath and Beyond. And we know it's gone through Chapter 11, and there's certainly going to be several of the debtors' businesses coming out restructured as a going concern. So in a sense, you have a clean balance sheet. You're ready to go. You've done 6 months of testing because they had a transition service agreement with the court saying, hey, can we try our business for the next 6 months to get an estimated value as to what it's worth? And we kind of went through that on the last show. But think about it. With T0, there's no dark pools that is going to hide half of it. You're going to see true value. You can't really short it with synthetic shorts because there's really only one of a kind. It's got its blockchain. It's you know, it's this one of a kind type of thing. And so in a sense, immediately once you hop onto this platform, you're going to see true value of the stock.
Right.
And if there is some way that T0 can onboard, and to my knowledge, the only way to get onto T0 is that you must be a private company. Well, guess what? Both the Shell, because there's no public shares anymore, and Bye Bye Baby, because it was acquired by a private company, are both private. So they can immediately hop on T0 and do something called a direct public offering or an IPO, but a direct public offering is probably likely in this situation.
Yeah.
Out they come. And guess what? They would trade on something called an alternate trading system, ATS. And it's actually recognized as OATS, which reminds me of a certain cereal box. And 100%. And so this alternate trading system that T0 was on is also coming registered as a digital security. And I know a lot of people in the community, when they got their shares canceled, some of their brokers literally said in the box when they looked up their shares to see where they had disappeared to, it said reclassification of shares. And so that leads me to believe that maybe our shares have been taken away, are going to be reclassified as digital securities, put on T0. We launch with the same QSIP and the short interest, and now there's no more dark pool and fuckery that they can do.
Yeah, excellent fucking point. Let's take a look at this.
I also
Yeah, go ahead,
think
Boxon.
Just one last thing to add to that. And ABC, you obviously know this. You mentioned this earlier, but T0 processed that the NFT dividend for Overstock from Patrick Byrne back in the day. They're the only ones that have done that. They have a system for it. And you know, 2-3 years ago, T0 had hired a private investment bank to raise money for them or to get them acquired from Overstock because they wanted to just grow out of that incubator because they started with Patrick Byrne and Overstock. And so, again, like we were talking about before, there's a pattern here. I don't think it's just one thing that we're looking at T0 for. It's like ABC just said, the issuance of these stock of these private companies, however that's going to happen, potentially an NFT dividend with the Wu-Tang stuff we were talking about earlier. Pleaser Dow has been tweeting like crazy.
Yeah.
It's all over these videos. And third, potentially an acquisition, a carve out of T0 from Overstock. Someone might be acquiring T0.
And just to add to you, Foxton, Overstock took this right up to the Supreme Court. And so they took it to the highest level of courts in the United States. It cannot be undone. And because the regulators have approved T0's license, it's all been approved. That was the loophole. It cannot be undone. It's already hit the Supreme Court of the United States.
Yeah.
And this is what naked shorting that Patrick Byrne was fighting for 7 years. And the problem is that when he tried to pull back his shares to kind of launch with the DTCC, he said he had a nightmare trying to get all the shares back. But under bankruptcy protection, when they froze everybody's shares, the courts took control of that shares and said, we're freezing the shares 4.5 and over. We're calling them back. We're canceling them. And now through a reclassification and reissuance under a new entity that is still going, you still get to preserve the Knowles. You still get to carry along your shareholders, and you get the benefit of being on a unfuckable system, so to speak.
Yeah. Someone also said, get ready to dance too. All right. I like it. All right. Let's take a look at this one. Excellent input tonight, fellas. Really love it. You know, tinfoil is like the top fucking, in my opinion, it's the whole reason why I'm fucking even still in this play, you know, because everything else like just looks like just so like, you know, bad. Like if you're actually looking at it from just kind of like this, like one kind of lens, you know, it looks like you had a nefarious board. You had a bunch of nefarious things and this happened and that happened. But the tinfoil connects it all together and fills in the gaps. And that's why I'm still here primarily is a lot of the tinfoil, man, because I believe it. I truly fucking do, man, with all my heart.
2 years of nights have turned me into a nocturnal animal. We have a signal now for when I'm needed. But when that light hits the sky, it's not just a call. It's a warning to them. Fear is a tool. 2 years of nights.
All right. Foxen seems really hyped over this one. He did mention it earlier. I'll let Foxen lead this one. Foxen, what are we looking at here with your thoughts?
So, man, this is just another pattern. You know, we saw yesterday, we saw the video with the Captain Jack Sparrow video.
Yes.
Where he's, you know, they show a crew of guys who can only come out and fight at night because they're cursed, and in the daytime they turn to skeletons. And this is just building on that pattern of what we've been seeing in the markets with level 2 options data the next day. Currently at night, they're using ECNs to trade. And so there's truer price discovery. So that's when we've really seen most of this movement in the GME stock happen overnight, right? And in the daytime, it's a huge battle. And we've been seeing that. So I think this just really, he's really saying at night is when I can do the most damage. That's when I can come out. That's when I can punish these shorts, right?
Yes.
I think
they're working in the dark.
3 years. He says
3
years, 3-year gag order, right? Like, you know, he's come out now. This is what he's doing.
This is very interesting. And there's like a green guy here. Very interesting stuff. I mean, I think you're right. You know, I think a lot of it is that they're working in the dark, right? It kind of solidifies that tweet from, like I said earlier, you know, Ryan Cohen by day, Warren Icahn by night.
Grab my mind, PP. Yeah.
You know, like Icon's one of the biggest activist investors. Warren Buffett is one of the biggest, like, you know, guys, also like I guess you can call him an activist investor, but he goes around and he just buys up a bunch of companies, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is kind of like, you know, this is alluding to the fact that at nighttime, they're really fucking up, like doing some damage when nobody's looking.
Yeah. Well, that's an interesting thing you say too. Ryan Cohen by day, Warren Icahn by night, right? Let's think about that for 1 second. Who is Ryan Cohen? He's a public-facing CEO that follows the rules to a T, right?
Correct.
By day, he's running this company by dotting the I's, crossing the T's. He's not doing anything weird, anything shady. It's all transparent, right? He's doing it by the book. At night, he's coming out and fucking shorts up like Carl Icahn does. He uses all the tactics, all the tricks, all, you know, like Carl Icahn doesn't really do the Ryan Cohen thing where he takes a CEO position and runs it by the book. He's more from the background. He's pulling this, that, using leverage, right?
Yes.
And Warren Buffett, like you says, acquires companies. No, there's deep value, right? So I really think that this is an homage to that too. Yeah.
Someone also pointed out no halts at night, and like look at like even all the way through the night, right, to the morning of like 6:30. Like we are just nonstop, big, giant, fucking goddamn candles, man. Like again, I wake up and it's like at $80 fucking, man. So it's I think you're absolutely correct. All right, let's take.
And then somebody else said that this scene that you had it paused on, with the stairs, that looked like the Wu-Tang album, the Wu-Tang logo.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
it does. Also, another thing on that last one with Old School, someone had a Control Chaos had texted it to me. And there's actually a scene where Will Ferrell is drinking and he's drunk and he's talking to someone, or I don't know if he's drunk in the scene, but he's saying that he needs to go to a Bed Bath & Beyond in the morning.
What?
And that's an interesting thing to take into account too. We can play it as well. Let me see if I can get it to play on here. Hold on. Oh yeah, here it is right here. All right, here it is right here. Take a look at this one, fellas. All right, this is from Old School.
I told my wife I wouldn't drink tonight. Besides, I got a big day tomorrow. A big day? Doing what? Well, actually, pretty nice little Saturday. We're gonna go to Home Depot. Yeah, buy some wallpaper, maybe get some flooring, stuff like that. Maybe Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't know.
You hear that?
Yeah,
Maybe Bed Bath & Beyond. So, okay, call me crazy. It happens Friday. By Saturday, we have our Bed Bath & Beyond again. I don't know. Call me fucking crazy. Maybe we're gonna be drinking fucking late, man, on a Friday, and you wake up on a Saturday and it's like, hey fellas, guess what? You didn't go to fucking zero. Here's your goddamn fucking shares. This is the deal, and they slap their fucking dicks on the table. And guess what? Crypto stuff like that can trade over the weekend. Blockchain operates 24/7, man, even through the weekend. Maybe we fucking launch on Saturday on a blockchain. I'm just saying it's not that crazy, man.
I don't think it's crazy at all. I think we actually
You're crazy, PP. Yeah, maybe so.
We're all a little crazy, right? But remember how we were talking about how the NFT technology, where you can attach, this whole idea about buy one get one free sort of deal. Maybe that is the loophole that we're referring to here. Because then you can attach the NFT, which is completely non-fungible, of the Wu-Tang album, right? Because Pleaser DAO has been talking a lot this week, as well as DFE.
Mm-hmm.
And what if those are what are attached with our shares? What if that's how they're delivering it to us?
I mean, it could be a very real fucking possibility here. It says someone was trying to join Backstage. I don't know if it's Backstage RC trying to get in here. Could just be someone trying to join. Does anybody want to bow down out here just in case?
I'll jump.
I'll bounce back.
All right. All right. We'll see you. You copy. Take care.
See you later, man.
Later. All right. Let's go ahead and continue here.
Don't you dare leave after you convinced me to stay.
All right. Let's go to the next one here. All right. Let's take a look here.
Oh, this is my favorite.
Okay, what are our thoughts here? What are our thoughts?
So have you guys seen the show, Mr. Robot?
I have not. No.
Anyone here seen it?
Hell yes, I have. Did we just?
Hell yeah. So, I mean, the whole premise of the show is pretty much what, some of the themes we touched about with more globally and who controls the systems, etc. That's kind of what the show is built around, and it's about this hacker who kind of fights the system in his own way, and they really come after him, and it's amazing. The show's amazing, but it's worth pointing out it pretty much mirrors the financial system as it stands today, how it's used through blackmail, through fake news, through control. It's all, that's what the show's about. So this is huge. And in this specific scene, I forget but basically he gets riddles from this like super powerful person, and he has to solve them. Yeah.
Wow. No shit. Like that's basically what we've been doing this whole fucking goddamn time, man, for over a year.
Yeah.
We've been trying to solve these riddles. And honestly, man, like, look, I think if you ask me, I said it hundreds of thousands of times. I think that this is fucking happening. But can you imagine, fellas, that we wake up and every single thing that we discuss for over 2 fucking plus years is real? All of it.
Well, if you wake up a millionaire or a billionaire tomorrow, the first rule is do not go to the strip club. You will get doxxed.
Right on. Good advice. Anybody else want to add anything else here? Stuck in a dungeon, your friend.
I think since you guys have seen the show, what's the context of this scene? Do you remember?
I believe this is the video game. Is this not the video game where that is like shown throughout the series, where it's like a text base? I forget what it's called. It's AN something code, but basically it's a logic game where you're basically using logic to figure out your surroundings in the game, like in the fog of the war, and you're trying to escape the maze.
What's the significance to the plot or the narrative of what's going on in this specific scene right now?
I couldn't tell you. I do know that the maze is a representation of your own internal struggles and rationalizing yourself, and then understanding yourself so you can understand the world.
Okay, no, that makes a lot of sense, because that's kind of what we're doing, right? That's pretty much exactly what we're doing. We're just sticking with each other, trying to use logic to make sense out of all this nonsense that we're dealing with. And there's a lot of nonsense, not just in the markets, but also in the bankruptcy, that we've been constantly like, whoa, none of this makes sense. Well, it's like, well, if all of these theories that we've logically deduced and put together, this riddle that we've solved,
yes,
if we're correct about it, then that's exactly what this thing is about.
Yeah.
It's about us.
And Harvest Moon makes a good comment here. Not leaving our friends behind, a.k.a. Bobby. I really like it. ABC, go.
I love this. I mean, we start right at the beginning. So and I'm seeing a sequential order. I'm seeing a storyline as these videos come out and these posts come out. To me, there's a narrative. Like there's kind of instruction. There's obviously cryptic potential. But this one literally says right at the beginning, congratulations. However, there's still some other stocks out there that are facing hardships. So what do you want to do for them? Leave them a match, help them out, spark the fire, and then take them with you.
Interesting. I fucking love it, man. Again, go ahead, Peng.
I'm just thinking it's not a dungeon so much as it is maybe a cellar, right?
Yeah, like a
cellar box stocks.
Yeah, like cellar boxing. I like it. Yes.
Like hidden in the dark. Like hidden in the dark, and also ignoble. To touch up on your when you're saying with a logic stuff, immediately I think about going back to the logic gate that I had that spelled out penis, except penis like these are just drew huge dicks on the fucking paper.
All right. Maybe. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, remember those logic gates where it's like where you choose one yes or no, and then it brings out to another section, and then these gates come back. Yeah.
Yes. I like
also, a wine barrel, it's aged, it's better with time. So even though it's been 3.5 years, maybe that's, we're making fine wine here, I guess.
Yeah. Good stuff, fellas. Let's go to the next one here. Real quick, I'm going to read just a couple of these tips back real quick. My apologies, fellas, if I'm just now catching up on here. Tony Sal with the PP membership for 9 months, man. Appreciate you being a member for 9 months. Check out the Leaps post and scroll down a bit. There's a great comment about Roaring Kitty first like great tinfoil. Okay, we'll take a look at that. Is there any way we can get that post up? That is, I believe, on SS. It is about the Leaps. Typically we don't read DD from over there, but the Leaps do have my interest peaked. Let's go with the 2. It means we read dockets. I guess that was to the old school. Let's go with the 2. Fetal alcohol symbolism. Oh yeah, they're huge alcoholics. Interesting. Maybe it's us, fella. Maybe we're the fucking degenerates that did the work, man, right? Like we found all these loopholes and it's like, well, no, this is why we're not getting canceled. This is why we're not going to fucking 0. I like that. I mean, it's very fucking possible, man. Let's go with the 2. How many of you could remember that Tiger with 0-0? We got Daz with the 5. If it weren't for the Bed Bath Q shares getting canceled, I wouldn't have put the other 50% of my portfolio in GME last Wednesday. Thank you all. Right on, man. I hope you're fucking up a lot of money there. Let's go with the 2. PP buying $80, ride to 500 over buy 0.04 to infinity. Right on, man. Again, I'm in both. Border with the PP membership here for 9 months. Appreciate you being a member there, Border. It says, friend can't speak and passes note. The note is symbolic of Teddy books, docs, and RC backstage. Stay and fight to free everyone trapped in a cellar. Oh my God. You guys have some fucking excellent stuff here, man. These responses from the chat are just as fucking good as the panel, man. These are my goddamn people, man. Again, the tinfoil most certainly fucks, man. Cooper here with the PP membership here for 11 months. Appreciate your support, Cooper, for 11 months. We won't solely go on to a separate exchange. Great shows recently, PP. Right on, Cooper. Appreciate and value your opinion, man. Let's go with the 2. It means don't sell only. All right. Dude, the chat has some fire-ass fucking responses, too.
Hey, PP, I have the full context for this scene.
Okay, let's hear it.
All right, so because a lot of people haven't seen this show, before I read this context, one thing that's super important to know is this guy, his name's Elliot, this computer hacker, and he has, from a lot of childhood trauma, he has an alter ego called Mr. Robot, okay? And in the initial seasons of the show, they show us through camera angles, they show us Mr. Robot as his dad, but it's actually him blacking out and going into his alter ego and not remembering, and he really thinks he's like seeing his dead dad. Okay, that's the context of Elliot and Mr. Robot and their bipolar trauma personality. Okay, and so anyway, so this scene is called Stay with Friend, and he's playing the exit game. The exit game that Elliot plays in White Rose's room represents him making a decision as to whether he should stay or leave his friend. The friend that it pertains to is Darlene. It's his best friend in the show. Specifically, the moment Elliot and Darlene are hugging in the motel parking lot. After they hug, Mr. Robot, which is Elliot's alter ego, talks with Elliot about how it's a never-ending struggle and that going to the power plant will only end in disaster. Elliot refuses Mr. Robot's advice and heads off to the power plant anyway. Then we cut to a scene of Elliot walking to the bus stop and dreamlike music starts playing in the background. From the point Elliot leaves the motel and the start of the dreamy music, that is when Mr. Robot is showing him what he did. And remember, that's just Elliot himself, but he blacks out. In other words, he's creating this projection for himself to make him understand something. What is that understanding? Mr. Robot wants Elliot to stay with his friend and not go to the power plant, because if he goes to the power plant, he will be stuck in a never-ending loop. If he stays with Darlene, though, in the parking lot and decides never to go defeat White Rose, which is the enemy in the power plant, he stays in e-reality with Darlene and exits the loop. Hence why the game is called Exit.
Beautiful. Wow.
Great
fucking excellent, Foxin. Well done,
exactly
man.
What I
well
was
fucking done. We're at $60 for GameStop, fellas. Are we open at a fucking 100 or what, man, tomorrow? Fucking A, man. Holy shit, dude.
And just remember that's what it's capped at.
Oh my God.
I've got to run real quick. But,
all right, man.
Just to build off of what Flaxen said. Flaxen, you have to remember, that the person we're watching for the entirety of the series is not Elliot. This is another one of his personalities that protects the real Elliot, right? Remember the ending of the series?
Yeah.
I just want to remind everybody, it's time to wake up.
All right, right on. You heard it from Ignoble. All right, appreciate having you on, Ignoble. Let's get some love for Ignoble on his way out. Take care.
And as far as the price, though, since it's overnight hours, it's capped at 20% plus or minus where it ended in the evening hours, which was 51. So I think it's like capped at like 60. So that means it's hitting the roof of how far it can go. So
go ahead, Michael. You were lagging there.
I don't know if the other ones are also doing it, but I don't know if other ones are consolidate, and then once the early morning market for the other brokerages, like it'll just hit, kind of like last night.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah, so during overnight hours, they use these ECNs to trade, which is like I was saying before, it's like a chalkboard with buy orders and sell orders. So if there are sell orders, then the buy orders will fill. If there are buy orders, then the sell orders will fill, right? And if there's an excess in either, there creates the delta for supply and demand and true price discovery, right? That's why you see these movements. There aren't any halts, etc., in after hours. But this excess buildup, when pre-market opens, like you're saying, Michael, that's when it hits the pre-market and the price explodes. So if you look at the chart from yesterday, PP, it traded in a very similar pattern all night into the morning, like very gradual increase. And then at 7 a.m., when pre-market opened, it fucking shot up. When all those orders hit the lit market, it shot up immediately to like $80. And then by the time it was 9:30 and traded again, it came back down to whatever, 46, 48, 49. So I think tonight we're going to see a similar thing. So we're going to 60. I predict that at 7 a.m., we're going to start spiking.
Yep.
We're going to hit around $120.
Fucking shit, dude.
I know earlier in the day, PP, I was messaging you saying I thought it'd be 150, but I now think it's going to hit between 115 and 125 right when pre-market opens, right when those excess buy orders hit the lit market. But then by the time 9:30 comes around, it's going to come back down to around 80 to 95. That's where we're going to start tomorrow.
Fucking shit, man. 120. Holy fuck, man.
Let's see if it happens, man. I'm excited.
I mean, there's a reason they're writing up the options all the way up to 128 right now, too, and then obviously tomorrow, if we end up surpassing that at some point, and then we close, they're probably going to write even more fucking options. So God knows how many options they're going to write this fucking shit up to. So, all right, let's play the next one. We got a couple more, and then we got to call it a night.
A what? Oh my God, he's making a requel. A what? Remember the Stab movie that came out last year? Oh yeah, the hardcore Stab fans hated it. You go on 4chan and Reddit. All they're talking about is how Stab 8 pissed on their childhood, how they crammed in social commentary just to make it elevated, how the main character is a Mary Sue.
What's a Mary Sue?
You really don't want to know.
What's wrong with elevated horror? That's not Stab. Real Stab movies are meta slasher whodunit. Come on, it's just a movie. No, it's not. To some people, the original is their favorite thing in the world. Oh my God.
Okay, so here, I'm going to tell you guys, I think that he's talking about Volkswagen in this. We have never seen an actual squeeze before, okay? Besides maybe Volkswagen that literally squeezed the shit out of, what was it? Was it Porsche? Yeah, I think it was Porsche.
Yeah.
So they squeeze the fuck out of them. And, that's what I think that this is talking about. You have a lot of squeeze mid, obviously Peng made his excellent presentation for us earlier as well and really highlighted the squeeze mid. GameStop was not a squeeze. Okay. I don't know how many people out there need to hear it. GameStop did not squeeze. That was pussy shit. Okay. You fucking wake me up when fucking the one price of GameStop is over fucking at least $50,000 to $100,000. That's a fucking squeeze, man. Okay, it was a gamma run, in my opinion. Just a kind of a gamma play. I don't think we've seen the true potential of an actual squeeze here, right? And to be honest with you, when they're talking about a prequel, right? Or I'm sorry, a requel. To be honest with you, I think what he's alluding to is that we are actually going to see a real fucking squeeze, like an actual one that will bankrupt hedge funds, one that will wipe out banks, right? That is what when I see this, because they really drive home the fact that, the fans want to see the original, right? The original, that was not a squeeze, what we experienced. That it was nice to go to 500 temporarily, but it most certainly was not a squeeze, in my opinion. Anybody else want to add on to that?
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think that's one part of the narrative that mainstream media likes to throw out. They like to call it the squeeze, like, oh, it's short squeezed. And it's like everyone who was actually paying attention, who was reading the DD posts, knows that that's not true at all. In fact, the SEC did a report on it and said that, no, that was just through buying pressure. That was all buying pressure, according to the SEC's own report on it. And they had to shut off the button because it's like, oh, they've drawn attention to this, basically where a crime scene is, and they're threatening to expose the whole operation. And when Thomas Petterfy was on, MSNBC or whatever, he was talking about the whole system almost came down. That's exactly what it is, and now we're gonna get that. That's what's gonna happen now. That's what we should be. I hope you guys are ready. You're about to see some fucking serious shit. Like you've never even believed was possible.
It's never been done before.
Like
nobody knows what the fuck to expect. We're all going to be running out there like fucking chickens with their head cut off, man. No one, I don't think, is fucking prepared for what we're going to see.
No one's ready. No, You think you're ready? No. Nope.
And I think you guys are right with, there was obviously there has been like a movie about DFV.
Yes.
Right? And about the squeeze, right? Mm-hmm. But a requel is literally when a fan takes matters into their own hands and they want to accurately display what they think the movie should have been. One,
right.
Two, a Mary Sue is when somebody is portrayed incorrectly in a movie, and specifically when they're shown to have weaknesses that they don't actually have in real life.
Mm-hmm. Actually, can I interrupt real quick because the actual definition of a Mary Sue. Sorry, I mean, not to sound like an asshole, but is that a Mary Sue character is usually referred to a character in a story that is so overpowered that like all the challenges that an author throws at them are just trivial, and it makes it completely boring. Like Superman is a good example of a Mary Sue type character, because in the early Superman days, it's like, oh, he just kept adding powers of more like crazy shit that he could do, and it like got really uninteresting, right? And also we've alluded to the fact that there's like a couple of actual people in the bankruptcy with the names Mary and Sue, right? So
yes. And there was one other thing that I did want to highlight with this. Fuck, what was it? It was actually I can't remember. All right, let's go ahead and move on.
Who is that?
Helen, I came for you.
Do I know you?
No. But you doubted me.
I'm sorry, I have to go.
No need to leave yet.
But I'm late.
You are not content with the stories, so I was obliged to come. Be my victim. Be my victim.
Who is that?
Okay, obviously, okay, before we get through it, what do you guys think about this, like this beginning part? I guess why does he say bear? I came for you. Or said, who is that? He says bear.
Yeah. So
what is this resembling?
Yeah. So bearish and bullish and that sort of thing. He's talking to the people who are bearish on GameStop because he's referring to her name in the audio clip. So it's like this guy. I think this guy here is it's the it's RC, it's Kitty, all these people who have been working behind the scenes to make this. It's like we're coming to kill the shorts. We're coming to kill these people who, well, not like actually kill, like financially destroy, right? But like it's deadly serious. Like your time has come. That's what this is to me.
And yeah, and I think that's a great fucking point too. Okay, obviously we get to the B. So we have Be My Victim first. Okay, that's the first one. Or I'm sorry, 1, 2, and then 3. Now here's the deal, what I'm about to bring up. BBB. What did we see in the dockets for a long time? They make these references to, don't they reference one as BBBY and one as Bye Bye Baby, as in BBB?
Yeah.
So Bye Bye Baby.
Yeah.
It has to be a reference to that. I mean, like, I don't even know how, like, some of the, like, those super hardcore GME people out there, like how the fuck are they interpreting this shit? Because this is clear as day to me. This is obviously about, it has to be Bye Bye Baby, right? All these baby references, like this isn't just the first fucking baby reference that we've seen before. But that's the thing. Like when I saw the B, and then the B, right? Like the actual B, to me, the first thing I thought was Jake. So many times on the show, driving home the fact he's like, guys, why is this BBBY? And they're referring to this as BBB, right? As Bye Bye Baby. So if you ask me, man, I think maybe it has something to do with baby, right? I mean, the whole thing is surrounded around this crown jewel, which is Bye Bye Baby. And I think RC has his baby, man. And I think that the deal's been done for a long time. And I think that there's a reason why he didn't just quickly get rid of his 16B. It all correlates to something. I mean, I don't know, like, I don't really know, what the tactic is. Like if there's like total annihilation due to like GameStop and like all this like acquisitions and stuff like that, like maybe the 16B would protect him, maybe in some form of, I don't know, being sued or something. I don't really know. I can't really seem to piece together why he would continue to have the 16B, because we know for a long time he could have essentially dismissed this. So I guess that's like really the biggest elephant in the room, why he still even has the 16B or why he's still involved with it.
Until the 16th goes down as history.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I view it more as, think about it, PB. He went in. Here's a guy. He sold Chewy. He went into GameStop. He went in, did a proxy, changed all the people on the board of directors, fine-tuned that company, got rid of all the debt, is now showing massive profit. He looked at another company called Bed Bath & Beyond, and he literally saw one that they were doing share buybacks by the billions, $11.8 billion in share buybacks of a company when they were struggling and had $5 to $7 million of debt. That is not true driving shareholder value for all the investors that are buying into your company and believe in that company. It's just not the right thing to do. So he penned a letter and he said, listen, I'm going to come in. I'm going to help you guys. I'm going to give you some advice. And we even saw his tweet saying, it doesn't seem like these expensive consultants want my advice. But they finally replied. He got in. He bought only 9.8%. The CEO at the time wrote a letter saying, yes, RC only bought 9.8%. There's the proof. He bought 9.8%, and he's got confirmation that there's 9.8%. Then that company went and accelerated the share buybacks, meaning they sped up the process to buy more share buybacks, which again was not good doing for all the shareholders. That forced RC up to 11.82% ownership. He did not do any insider trading. You've got that 6-month window. Yes, he had to sell because now he was an insider. But we also noticed that thereafter, he ended up having something called a standstill agreement. And he said in his letter, I'm going to carve out your crown jewel, and I'm going to pay you a premium for this. And I also have a bunch of activist investors who want to take your main company and make it profitable again and restructure it and take care of it. And so I believe you are now about to see the evidence of what this man does. He works hard. He has a plan. He puts things in place. He grabs all the right people that are smarter than him by bringing in people like Carl Icahn and others, and he gets the job done. And the sad thing is that this company was seller boxed into the ground, and the short hedge funds, not all of them, not all hedge funds are bad, but you are seeing a decline in hedge funds. They are closing up shop slowly but surely, and there's going to be some of them that are forced to close up shop because they're so over leveraged. But it's now at this point in time where the shorts made a bet, and RC is about to force that. But he's not just about to force that. He's also got GameStop, which was short squeezed or shorted to the ground as well.
Yes.
And you see all these companies that were attacked in seller box all start to augment and show their true price value. And everybody that was over leveraged and kicked the can and used naked short selling illegally to attack companies and drive them into the ground is going to be time to pay up. And what's going to happen, there's going to be enough pressure on the financial system that even the government is now changing the rules. You are starting to see a CAT system come in. You're starting to see the haircut for the crypto where they can't even leverage the crypto to cover some of their over leveraged positions. And so you're seeing the regulators go, hey, we've got a nasty problem here. Banks are going to start failing because of all these short positions. It's just too over leveraged. And I think there's going to be a controlled destruction and a new system built through T0 and blockchain that's going to allow people to see true value of what companies are. If you think the company's great and you believe in it, you invest in it, and the price will be accordingly what's going on in that company. If they're making money, it's going to show true value. If they're not doing good business and they have overpaid executives, they're going to fall because the value is not there. And that's what Carl Icahn has done his entire career, is looked for value, and he's provided his shareholders over $1 trillion in value back for his shareholders in all the acquisitions he's done. And RC is young, and he's going to follow suit. And I think there's about 5 or 6 or more billionaire guys that are sick and tired of having their company. Don't forget, Carl Icahn of IEP Enterprises had his very own company that he built from the ground up for 32 years, attacked in the month of May last year, and he lost billions of dollars just by somebody penning a negative letter about what he might be doing. It was all speculation, yet he lost billions and billions of dollars. Bed Bath & Beyond had to let go of employees. Retirement funds, pension funds, all the hardworking class were affected by these short sellers. And I think they found a way to put the pressure back on so that these stocks show their true value, and retail investors, I believe, are now moving forward in getting that transparency that's needed.
Well said, man. Wow. Fucking well said.
And hold those accountable, because his last words in his letter to the board was, and I will hold those accountable. Both the board of directors and RC wants to hold the shorts accountable because they've done nothing but attack his company for years and years. Think about his last earning reports. $1.3 billion in cash, and he's profitable. Yet his stock still tanks.
Isn't that
algorithm?
Exactly. All right, we have 2 more, and we'll call it a night. Okay.
Nice.
We actually already watched the first one too, so
it's almost 65.
65 a share?
64.7.
Holy fuck, man. Holy fucking shit, dude. Those fucking calls are printing, man. For sure. We're gonna fucking wake up. It's gonna be fucking like 120, man. Holy shit. This is fucking crazy stuff, man. Like, who the fuck's buying throughout the night like this much, man? This is nuts. Okay. Also, I wanted to point out, Jade pointed out some clips from, I guess, Mr. Robot. And I urged her to post them into the PP community on Twitter. So, Jade, if you don't mind doing that, I cannot show the clips on YouTube because they will pull the entire stream. Like, they'll end the stream immediately if I show them. The reason why we can play these clips from DFV is because he puts a shitload of edits on it, and YouTube actually can't tell the difference. So, Jade, I wish I could play it, but if you don't mind just posting that into the PP community, and I urge everybody to go check out those scenes. She says it does pertain to DFV. So.
Yeah, just in one of the clips,
day trader.
Sorry, what were you saying, Foxon?
No, in one of the clips, it's in that same scene that DFV posted about. Pretty much before that scene, he's working on his computer. He's a hacker.
Yeah.
And he's decoding some code, and on the screen, there's a picture comes up amongst code of a cat, and it says "Hang in there."
Oh, I saw this today. Yes, and so like he didn't make that, right? Like that, like that's a
coded there. Yeah.
Okay. So that's been like, that's just kind of like something that is that like an old, like not like a meme, but is like an old thing.
From the show. It's from Mr. Robot.
Interesting. So he had seen it.
Yeah, Pang. Do you know more about it?
Yeah, go ahead, Pang.
Did they ever decode the skull with a GME?
Yeah.
What entire thing. What was it?
So if you look, there's hidden BBBYs and BBBYQs in there.
But there was more, no?
There is a little bit more to it, but it's been a long time since I did that puzzle. So
it says PP smack dab in the middle of that too.
Yeah, which by the way, way before you even did it. So, dude, art imitates life, man. That's so crazy.
Yeah. All right, let's play the scene.
You don't have to do this. I'm a day trader. I could just go home.
You're good.
Make it worth your while. Take you to an ATM. There's 14 grand in it. And everybody just walks away.
An ATM?
Do you have any idea how crazy you are?
You mean the nature of this conversation?
I mean the nature of you. You don't have to do this.
What do you guys think about this one?
Day trader.
Oh,
I think Pang wants to say. Go ahead, Pang, man.
Yeah,
I want to hear this.
Fucking ABC. Earlier when you mentioned that, I did not know Jim Cramer was asking about the ATM offer for whatever GME or whatever's going on there. So that's what I hear. And then right when he rejected the ATM offer, all you hear is fucking margin call, baby.
Yeah,
I think it is a fucking margin call, man. The guy says he's a day trader, right? I don't know who this could be. This could be some fucking schmuck on Wall Street, some pussy. And here we go. He says, "Oh, I'll fucking bribe you," right? I got money. I'll bribe you. Let's not worry about this. Blah blah blah. And then he gets the phone call right at the end. I think tomorrow is going to be fucking nuts, man.
Hey, PP, that cat that was in the same scene that AAA Jade sent us the video of, that was in that Mr. Robot scene from that last video. It's actually the same exact image that DFV had in his background when he testified to Congress.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Do you think that the writers of the show know about all this stuff that's going on and are actually fans of it? They're like also like waiting for this thing to go off. Do you think that could be the case? Because that's crazy, man.
I don't know, but that's crazy that it's the same. It's even the same image. And it says "hang in there." It's the same exact.
I've seen it, like it's coded in there, yeah, with the cat.
And it's in DFV's whiteboard when he testifies to Congress. It's the only image in the background.
I think another thing with all the clips that are a lot of the ones tonight was just like the normalization of theft on Wall Street.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I'm just a day trader, right? Like, or it's like, oh, I just press buttons on a screen, right? Like, I don't know what happens on the back end. And it's like, well, it's like massive theft on the back end, right? And just because it seems normal doesn't mean it's okay. And at some point, the bill comes due.
Yeah, I mean, I'll add to that, Mike. You think about it, I view it almost kind of as a final warning. Like, guys, Ross showed us right at the beginning of the show tonight that the short positions are being doubled down and tripled down on right now. Yet GameStop has gone from literally $10 just a couple weeks ago and hit $80. And so here's the situation where it's like, guys, you're day trading, you're going to get smoked. You can walk away at any point in time. Just cover your bill. Collect and get out and cover. And then if not, guess what? The suspense is merge calls.
And I think that
game over.
I think that's what's going to kind of start it is like the next run is that it's going to be the day traders that don't have this infinite margin that they can abuse, right? Like there's this guy, I kind of conflicted because like sometimes he has really good stuff, is the Maverick of Wall Street. But he was saying that like even last week people were saying, oh, GameStop popped, like should we short it already? And it's like, I don't know. I mean, those people are completely blown up. Like they don't have infinite margin and they're going to be the ones that are going to be buying because they're forced to as this price keeps going up.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with something that ABC had said earlier in the show, where this isn't a 2-week run or a 2-month run or a 6-month run. GME is a solid company. GME isn't going anywhere. They're profitable. They're not churning cash, and we know they're shorted to death, and we know what's happening. These shorts have to cover and close at some point. So I do think this is going to stretch out. Like Jamie was saying yesterday, new highs and new lows. Like this is going to keep squeezing and keep going in cycle. Like we're going to never probably go under $100 a share, and then after the next cycle, it's going to be worth 1,000 and 2,000, whatever it is. Tesla did it this way. Like they were super shorted, and it's still, look at Tesla 4 years on. They didn't go back to $15 a share where they started, right? So I think ABC, you're right. This is not a 2-week thing. This is not a 3-month thing. This is going to keep unfolding over years and years and years.
And also the way the algos work and a lot of day traders is they're looking at valuation. They're using past to predict the future. And I've heard a lot of people be like, oh, well, the last squeeze only lasted this long or blah, blah. And it's like, no, like everything's different. And so it's like kind of cool that we've already run so much. And there's so many people that are like, nothing's changed. Like obviously Ryan Cohen has just been sitting on his hands for 3.5 years doing nothing. And like, that's like their thought. And so each time GameStop pops, they just want to short it. And they're getting greedy. And they're going to get punished really hard for it.
Yeah, and remember the last, with the price, with the new highs and new lows, and the stock price just increasing in value every month, every year. The last thing now that GME needs to join the S&P 500, besides the other requirements, is a market cap of over 12 billion or 13 billion or something, which they didn't have before this gamma ramp or squeeze or whatever is happening right now. And so once they get onto the S&P 500 too, it's like look what happened with Tesla. Like their shorts are fucked. They're going to have to slowly cover and close their position over the next 10 years while GameStop as a holding company just keeps growing and growing and growing.
Your mic's muted.
We have a guy backstage here. His name is okay, never mind. He's going to come back tomorrow. He says that he wants to come on and organize, or not organize. He wants to come on and what is it? He was organizing his thoughts because he says that Kevin Malone and his FUD needs to be reduced. He says that with data/DD that he's been doing. So I think it's because like Kevin Malone out there. That sounds good. Meditate. You can come back tomorrow. I think it's because he says no PP. I mean now. Oh, let's bring him in. All right, let's go ahead and bring him in. Chad, please welcome Meditate. What's going on, man?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, so the notes. No, okay, so all respect to Kevin, right? I understand he's in a complicated kind of position, right? He has a fiduciary duty to essentially make returns for his investors. But what I mean by FUD is like, I'm just going to be honest, right? Like I was listening to his call, space call, and just, kind of reading up on his stuff. And, a good amount of it makes sense. And Kevin, if you're listening, like, dude, totally respect everything you've been doing. But here's the thing. So the 11-day cycle, I verified, and I also looked at the charts myself and could verify that. But here's the thing. I've been kind of putting things together, and I think there's going to be a run even after this, like even next week. And for God knows, like however much more, given all the different parts of this play and things that are happening behind the scenes. But I'll try to kind of summarize and keep this short. So, we see DFV's tweets, and one thing I'll just put out there is, he puts out that GameStop tweet of the Braveheart guy or whatever. And I was first like initially not sure why he was posting that. It kind of seemed like negative, right? But then as I kind of started putting things together, it looks like he's primed us. And I think someone else mentioned this in chat. He's primed us to run before the real run, which there's going to be a lot of different things, I'm sure. But like one big one is this OPEX expiry, right? So UCopy brought up a good point about how they have T+7 to settle, right? So I'm doing the DD and I was doing it live, for the past few hours. And I was going to organize it all with like screenshots and shit, but like, I'll just kind of go off of it. And then if it makes sense, I can write it up and post it and people can do it for themselves and verify. So
yeah,
like,
give us a synopsis and then please come back tomorrow. We'll be here at the, same hours and you come back tomorrow and I'd like to get a more in-depth analysis of it for sure, man.
Right,
yeah. But let's hear a synopsis of it. Go ahead.
So on a high level, so the options expiry, if you look it up yourself, 2024 May, CBOE, you just look that up on Google. You can see.
Hold on, he lagged out.
Connection. Okay,
there we go.
Right?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're good now.
So 17th is this Friday for options expiry.
Yes.
And the shorts have T+7 days, not including holidays, to settle. And that is when we've been seeing the runs, and that's what happened in 2021. So if you look also again at the 2021 CBOE calendar, look it up, you'll see for 2021 the options expiry was the 15th on a Friday, the 18th was a holiday, and so you have that entire next week, which is like for us in this scenario is next week. I'm sure Kevin's got a point. Like I'm sure there's going to be, there's validity and it's a good chance that it's going to run tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, whatever. But I feel like this volume has been, if I had to speculate, was DFE, RC, whoever behind the scenes, right? Like DFE has been signaling a good amount where if you had to ask me, I would guess he probably bought calls, when there was that dip, and probably has been exercising them, and that helps with the volume, along with, you've had Peruvian Bull, who provided some data about potential buyback with that code. So RC is probably doing things behind the scenes. But yeah, sorry, let me try to kind of keep this short. So in 2021, you have CBOE, and so it peaked on the 28th, right? Which is 2 weeks after that expiry, which is why, in my opinion, I feel like this thing's going to blow up and run not only this week, tomorrow, whatever, next week, and potentially after, and however much ever after. Because if we're going to compare this, like, Kevin's been doing a great job of with 2021, you have 7 days. So if you mark the T+7 days from the 15th in 2021 of January, 19th is the first day, which is Tuesday because Monday was a holiday. You go 20th, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th is on the 25th, 6th is on the 26th, and 7th is on the 27th. And 28th is the peak, right? So like, basically, I just want everyone to like, I was processing and listening to Kevin and the other people that came on the call, a lot of, dope people, smart people.
Yeah.
But I was, even thinking to myself, should I try to take advantage of this? Like, I'm DRS 100%, right? GME got BBY, whatever, IEP. But with with computer share, just for people who aren't aware, there's a good amount of things that make it really inconvenient. Will make it somewhat inconvenient to sell. But honestly, in my opinion, I feel like this is a once in a lifetime opportunity where our positions in computer share protect us. And I won't explain about the computer share stuff, like the pre-post market or like the fee, some of the fees and whatever. But you know, I was thinking to myself, oh, like, should I at least like I want to hold, my plan is to hold long term, right? We're in here for RC, the fundamentals of the business, the $1 billion in you know, we already know all of it, right? I won't repeat that. But yeah, so basically I kind of want to reduce some FUD. Like I feel like Kevin doesn't have bad intentions in the sense of like trying to create FUD and make people sell, because he's done a lot of great things for the community and has helped in a lot of different ways, which I totally respect him for and appreciate. But for people who are kind of like, you know, all this is NFA, non-financial advice, whatever, you know, PP's already done disclaimer. But like for people, you know, for me, who when I was thinking about potentially selling, it's a complicated situation, right? Like, and I love what Travis said earlier, which was, you know, these numbers are chump change. No, it's not enough. Kenny and all you motherfucking shorts, you guys got to run it up way higher than this. We haven't waited 3 years.
Yeah, for some pussy 500 shit again, man. Go ahead, ABC.
I just want to add on to what he's saying, and I think somebody said it best in chat here. And no knock against Kevin. I like Kevin. You know, he's a RC guy. He believes in RC too. Kevin's idea of, you know, a 4-day or a 7-day or 11-day, that's a flower in a bigger garden. If you look at the charts, you will see over the past 4 years, like Kevin said, you will see these little quick little mini squeezes, micro squeezes, so to speak. And he's identified a pattern. And I think there's no harm in that. However, if you look at the factual and the 3-year decline that this stock has been on, I honestly believe that this unwinding of that 3-year downturn is going to bring us into the late months, possibly September and October. And what's going to happen is you're going to have kind of that organic squeeze going on. But what I suspect is also going to happen to ensure that the momentum continues and RC delivers exactly what he says is something called launch stacking. Oh, by the way, GME has acquired this company. Oh, by the way, Bed Bath is now involved in a Teddy company. Oh, by the way, and good news after good news after good news. And I more or less see it as a strategy to keep the momentum going to the point where there's enough pressure that will show when the tide goes out who will be standing naked. And I think that's the entire objective here, is to put enough pressure on the system. And the SEC and the regulators are starting to kind of put new policies in place with the CAT system, the haircuts, that they will identify very quickly. And I think that's what's going to happen over the next 3-4 months, is good news after good news after good news. And whether it be through Carl and RC and other stocks like COS, other ones that will be coming back as zombie stocks, Sears, is going to get pretty wild.
Absolutely. Yeah. Anything else you want to add there, Meditate? I really like it tonight, man. It's good stuff.
No, I think that's mainly it. It's you know, do what you got to do, right, for your own situation, and you know, to pay whatever you need to do, pay your bills and stuff, right? But for like me, given that, like, you know, as I think about it, we're in a, like, you know, ABC worded it beautifully, right? You guys all talk about it in the perfect way, which is we're in such a once in a lifetime unique opportunity, and what they made us do, waiting these 3 years and do this constant manipulation. Oh, and then I'll try to mention this real quick. Kevin, so I saw Kevin recently posted this on X/Twitter. So that data actually is not shares. That's kind of the other DD I was doing was, so, you know, Ross brought up that great point in the call, which made me dig deeper. And so the 997 million that you see, it's not shares. It's actually, it looks like it's actually dollars. Because and how I deduce that is looked at the other data on that OCC website, and you can choose different filters to do it by the total volume or by the volume by security. And by security, I think what some people got confused with is that it's listing it by the amount of security shares, but it's actually if you look at and you pull up the Excel spreadsheet, it just lists each stock / security with the total amount. So and I looked at the past like 10 days, 13 days of how much they've been loaning to short, and even at 997, that's not that much compared to what they've been doing. Last Friday they did about I think it was 516 million, whatever. Before that, it was like 4. Like, I'll try to organize it and put it together. But
yeah, I'd like to see it tomorrow for sure. Like what you're saying, it has piqued my interest, and I definitely want. I mean, you're more than welcome to come back tomorrow with like visuals so that the chat can see it too. I think that'd be great.
Right, I'll do that. And like, so it's data, which I appreciate Ross and Kevin for providing. But then I realized, and I have misinterpreted initially that data was like, shit, if they're doing that many shares, like, ooh, that's not great. But no, they've been doing that amount for the past however many weeks. So it's actually not that much if you think about it. Like if that's all they could do with $1 billion yesterday, and we're still at these prices, plus 50-60% per day. Just imagine
fucking
how much
crazy stuff.
End it on that. Appreciate you
Cool.
guys. And yeah, love you guys all.
All right, right on. All right, you heard it from Meditate. Appreciate having you on, man. Chat, let's get some love for Meditate. Him saying that actually sparked my mind for a second, right? And actually, I'm now realizing that this is in fact a lot bigger than I think we've essentially said. What he said was right. If they're throwing like upwards of $1 billion at this already, and the price is like this, it leads me back now to that I declare a thumb war with Warren Buffett. It is not a literal thumb war between Ryan Cohen and Warren Buffett. I think the Warren Buffett part is how much he's worth. 150 billion, right? Is that how much he's worth? Or how much their whole company is? I think it might be, that we could see probably a scenario here where they're going to have to essentially inject or dump like 150 billion against this thing. I mean, maybe it's a possibility, maybe not. Again, I'm trying to interpretate a lot of this stuff of, where these tweets that he made or when he said this, but I don't know, man, that kind of sparked my tinfoil there in terms of, if they've already thrown like a fucking goddamn billion at it and it's still fucking ripping. I mean, God knows how much money they're going to have to actually throw at this fucking thing. So, all right, we're going to start closing up the show there. Let's take it over to Peng. Peng, let's get some closing thoughts.
$890 billion for Berkshire Hathaway.
Oh, Berkshire is $890 billion, but Warren Buffett himself, Warren Buffett is worth $150 billion, right?
Yeah.
I need to look it up. Maybe.
Okay,
I'll take a look. $890 billion for Berkshire. Holy fuck! Closing thoughts, Peng. Let's hear it.
All right, baby. Let's give this a shot. All right. So I think Jay Powell can make the S&P 500 go burr. I think Rory Kitty can make the GME go purr.
Right on. I like it. All right, you heard it from Peng. Peng, appreciate the presentation as always, man. And enjoy the rest of the night and hope to see you later this week, man. All right, chat. Let's get some love for Peng. Take care. All right, let's go ahead and take it over to Tinfoil Guru. Let's hear it, man. Give us some closing thoughts, Tinfoil. It's been a while since you've been on the PP Show. What would you like all the PPs out there to know in the chat that are tuning in tonight?
Well, always remember that I put out that deep hippie vibe for all of you. I think about all of you. This community means a lot to me, and you've been in my thoughts and part of my motivation to kind of get some things situated so I could be more available.
Right on.
But no, I do. I appreciate what you've been doing, PP, ABC, Michael. Those that aren't here, Travis, JTB, everyone that's been contributing. Again, PP, you've done something pretty amazing. I watched the live event. The momentum behind this, and it really is just a bunch of people getting together, talking about a stock they're interested in.
Amen.
And all the crazy stuff that's going on in the market.
Yep.
I do believe personally that we are all involved in and are witnessing to our own accord in our own ways. We're witnessing a monumental change. This is a recompense, so to speak, for the wickeds that have been done over the last several years. And I think that we're going to see, hopefully, for the rest of the stock market's existence, I hope that we see a return to normal and a return to order, and the average American can understand and get involved and invest in a company that they like, and they can make money doing it because the company is successful and there aren't wicked evil people trying to tear them down.
Right on.
You know, as always, again, I have a lot of respect for all of you. Please keep doing what you're doing. Please keep the love and the positivity and everything. It's huge, and it really has helped me quite a bit to watch this community grow. It's helped me to grow. It's helped me in my mental health, my depression, and I love all of you. I really
Right
do.
on.
Really do.
Cool. All right. Well, we love you.
One more thing.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Pay me.
We're getting fucking paid, Tinfoil. It's time, man. It's time to fuck back, man. So with
Let's
that being
go.
said, chat, let's get some love for Tinfoil Guru. Tinfoil Guru, we love having you on the show, man. Again, I hope things have been great with you, man. But I think it's time to get fucking paid, man. Tinfoil Guru, enjoy the rest of the night. Chat, let's get some love for Tinfoil for taking the time tonight to join us. Take care, man.
Super good to see you, man. I hope I see you more.
Right on. Anastasia, let's hear it, man.
Dude,
Closing
I
thoughts.
mean, I feel like I could just second everything that he said because so much of that applies to me as well. So, like, glad Tinfoil's back. We're seeing some OGs come in as well. Like, it's the Avengers, man. Everyone's showing up. That's
Fuck
really
yeah,
how it
we're
is.
bringing the
dude.
goddamn cavalry, man, is what we're doing. Our fellas are still out there with us, man. So right on. Glad to fucking hear it.
Absolutely. Anyways, I'll be on tomorrow again with you guys because I'm here for the whole ride. Let's do this.
Cool. All right, right on. You heard it from Anastasia. Anastasia, enjoy the rest of the night, man. Take care.
I will. You too, guys. Later.
See ya, man. All right, you heard it from Anastasia tonight. Let's take it over to Fox and Flask. Fox, and give us some closing thoughts, man, as we start to wrap up the show, man. What would you like the good people at home to know, man? Let's hear it.
Well, thanks for spending some time with me tonight, guys. Michael, ABC, PP, chat. Love you all. Yeah, not much. I mean, I think going into 7 a.m. Tonight, it's already today, I think the price is going to rise to around high 70s, 80, low 80s range. And then when pre-market opens and all those surplus orders hit the market, I think it's going to shoot up to the 120s. And then by 9:30 a.m., it'll probably come back down to 95-ish to where we're going to start the day. But
all right,
I'm trying to stay present, really be in the moment. We're not going to experience this probably again in our lives. And so, our brains are wired to constantly think about the future, or think about the past and calculate future outcomes. And it's really, really hard to stay present and enjoy the moment and take in what you're seeing and hearing right in front of you without thinking about the past or future. So I'm really trying hard. It's really hard. Even mindfulness coaches that teach how to teach people how to be mindful and stay present, even they say that they can only truly be present for 20-30 minutes a day when they're meditating, right? It's really hard to stay present. So I urge the community, stay present, be in the moment, enjoy it, take it all in. And, this is the greatest show alive. This is the greatest show ever. And I'll see you guys all tomorrow.
All right, you heard it from Fox in chat. Let's get some love for Fox and Flask on his way out tonight. And Fox, appreciate you coming on the show tonight, man. Hope to see you tomorrow. Take care.
See you guys. Bye.
All right, let's take it over to Michael. Michael, give us some closing thoughts, man. As we start to wrap up the show tonight, what would you like the good people at home to know, man? You're going to be up fucking $500,000 tomorrow, man. You're going to be a fucking dude. You could actually be a millionaire by Friday. Like, what the fuck, Michael?
I think I will, actually.
Oh, my God. Could you imagine that story? 500 to a million, bro. That's like fucking unheard of, dude.
It just takes a while. Like, that's the thing is we really... other people don't understand, like no one else is going to understand. We don't even understand the value of the knowledge we're gathering with whatever we're doing, not just in finance. And then it just all of a sudden kind of pays off. And I've kind of figured out what to look for. I mean, I was watching the cost to borrow. I know people don't like that, whatever. But I mean, I watched it go up to the night and I was like, dude, I think this is going to gap up. And so the way it's acting right now, I think it's creating a really strong floor. And I think it's going to jump up pretty hard tomorrow again, surprisingly.
Yeah, you were right. So let's hear the prediction for tomorrow, because you nailed it pretty much essentially with 100%. What do you think is going to happen tomorrow? Are we going to 120 or what in the morning?
I mean, you know, Fox and Flash, I don't think he was wrong. I mean, I'm just going to say no price target, it's just up. But yeah, I mean, I think I think it's just going to keep getting more exciting. I mean, we can see the volume coming in and more people coming in, and like the real announcement hasn't even happened yet.
I know.
Right? Like it hasn't happened. And so once that happens, I mean, yeah, there might be a substantial pullback at some point, which is why I'm going to be selling some of my calls if in the morning when it's high, and then if it dips down, I'm just going to buy more shares. Just because I don't want to have a time limit, because I know whatever happens, it's going to be explosive, and I want to be part of it with shares.
Right on.
So, yeah.
All right, cool. You heard it from Michael tonight. Michael, good luck with those option calls, man. And chat, let's get some love for Michael on his way out.
Love you all.
Take care. All right, ABC, let's hear it, man. It's been a long time coming. If you ask me, I think RC has his baby. I think IEP, look, GameStop's already on its fucking move. IEP's probably right up next. And then I think that we're going to be getting some form of cash and equity pretty soon. What are your thoughts, ABC? What would you like the good people at home to know?
I definitely think the spark has been lit. GameStop is on its way. I think it's going to be organically just growing from here on out, showing closer to that true value number. I think you're going to see a lot of volatility simply based on the volume that we're seeing right now. But the crazy thing is, as Ross showed us, that people that are short selling this stock and trying to bring it to the ground are doubling down, tripling up. And to me, that's a recipe for disaster on their side, simply because this train is moving and it's gathering speed. And think about it, like Michael just said, no announcement, no acquisition has come yet. There is speculation based on following the money that IEP may even be involved in this play. I mean, who funded 6th Street? Look at the law firms that we're representing. That's Carl Icahn's lawyer. You have some pretty big players that might be involved in this, that know the ins and outs of the market, know the ins and outs of the algos, know the ins and outs of the psychology of the game too. And they're some of the best on the planet at it. And once you have that type of motion, think about it. IEP has literally called a deadline dividend for May 17th, ironically enough. There's that date again, May 17th, meaning that anybody that invests in the IEP right now will be rewarded with an additional $1 per share as a dividend to be paid forth in a couple weeks thereafter. Everything is planned perfectly. I believe some of these activist investors that we may suspect to be involved in this, they don't play checkers, man. They play 4D chess. And I think they're about to show some incredible shareholder value for all the people that believe in their companies. And that's the difference is that when you're not after the greed and making short temporary money like this, and you have a long-term plan, which we know RC always has, and we certainly know what Carl's done with IEP and the performance. I mean, for many years before the Hindenburg attack, Carl was outperforming Berkshire Hathaway. Can you imagine if Berkshire Hathaway decided to step into something like this?
I know.
He just announced that he's got a mystery stock he wants to invest in,
which we still don't know about. Right.
So all speculation, no financial advice. Do your own research. But let me tell you, I believe we are at something called the tipping point, and it's just going to be a wild ride. Yesterday's a learned lesson. We've learned a lot. Today is the present, and it looks like tomorrow's Moas, brother.
All right. Right on. You heard it from ABC tonight. Chat, let's get some love for ABC, man. An absolute fucking legend, man. ABC, hope to see you tomorrow, man, and we'll see what fucking happens. With that being said, chat, let's get some love for ABC. And ABC, enjoy the rest of the night and hope to see you tomorrow, man.
Cheers, brother.
Take care, man. There you have it, man. The fucking PP show. we got together, we talked some DD. Hell, look at all the fellas assembling, man, kind of like the Avengers, man. You know, it just feels good. You know, this show started with just me, man, you know, just getting on the fucking camera, giving my opinions, having a few beers, and then slowly the fellas started showing up. You know, ABC started showing up, and Michael came along, and then Travis, and then Jake, and then all these people, man, who just, you know, who make up this community, just started to utilize this show for their voice, man. And that's why so many people hate a show like this, because they want you docile, man. They want you to read bullshit. They don't want you to hear it through your own fucking ears. They don't want you to have a voice, right? And it doesn't matter how, you know, if you're like a fucking executive of a company, right, or a CEO of a company, all the way down to wherever, man, you know, it doesn't matter how big or small a retail shareholder voice is, man. And that is the most important thing. And, you know, quite frankly, you know, that was what I was raised on, man. Speak your fucking voice, you know, because that is the most important thing that we as human beings can do. So, with that being said, we're going to wrap up the show tonight. Fellas, I'm absolutely fucking jacked, man. I don't know what's in store for us, but fellas, things are looking on the fucking up. Again, if you ask me, you know, my opinion on it, you know, I think that it's fucking happening, man. You know, look at GameStop's price. You know, IEP is kind of still in this like consolidated like $18 range. And to my knowledge, we're still sitting here with canceled shares, right? Well, maybe it's not too crazy to think we didn't need the shares because we're not going back on the NASDAQ, fellas. It's not that crazy to think that our shares were canceled so that we can have a straight fucking path to T0 or LRC or wherever the fuck we end up, fellas, right? In terms of this blockchain. So that's my opinion for it tonight. Someone said GME is 62.75. Right on, man. I hope we fucking open up at $100. So with that being said, enjoy the rest of the night, man. Love you all. Let me get these last tips on the way out, and then we will officially call it a night tonight. I think I might have missed a few of these. Oh, wow. My apologies, fellas. My apologies, guys. It says from Let's Go with the 2, it means don't sell only. We got Punk Q with the 10. Appreciate the love, man. Mr. Robot Scene is about financial advice. Don't leave friend behind. Stay, exercise your share to buy them. Roaring Kitty no longer foaling Kevin Malone. He trades, doesn't exercise. We got Lost with the $5 as well. Appreciate the support tonight, fellas. Tomorrow, PP gets a shout out from DFE. Probably a PP classic. How the fuck you doing? Yeah, I think we want to see if DFV watches the show, man. And this tinfoil is not that crazy after all. I think it was someone running naked through the rain. Let's see if we can make that happen, DFV. And again, a lot of us here in the chat, including myself, support you, man. So we appreciate what you do. Spin with the 2. GME has always dragged against crime ceiling. Yeah, right on. I agree. Let's go with the 2. Setting my alarm. Right on, dude. We got emotional damage with the 5. I take the over on 100 halts tomorrow. Definitely, man. For sure. We're going to have a shitload of halts tomorrow. Mo Money here with the 10. Wolverine, the company generates option contracts. Wolverine is the option clearing house. Oh, yeah, it's also on the DFE video with a day or two ago. Wolverine is in the way options. All right, I like it, man. I like the fucking tinfoil. Ape Frog with the 5. Here's the tip. Here's a tip for streaming when you normally don't. PP, much love. Appreciate the love, man. I haven't even eaten dinner yet, to be honest with you guys. I haven't eaten a single thing really besides lunch today. So it's probably time to have some dinner and then get ready to buy some options tomorrow, at least for me personally. Let's go with the 2. PP, thank you extra innings while we're winning. Right on, man. Let's go with the 2. Okay, bet is not a trill, and we got emotional damage with the last tip on the way out with the 5. Let's be honest, nobody likes Kevin enough to care what he said. I like Kevin, man. All right. People are too hard on him, man. So with that being said, enjoy the rest of the night, fellas. Good luck in the markets tomorrow, man. You guys are going to need it. And with that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed the show tonight. Again, I appreciate you guys watching the show. Whether you donate, you watch the show, whatever the fuck it may be, man. We appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to us, man, and have fun in the chat, you know, and to the lurkers out there, big love to you guys out there. A lot of people I've met down in Atlanta that said, look, PP, I'm just a lurker. I don't text or message in the chats, things like that. We appreciate you lurkers out there too, man. So Enjoy the fucking night, fellas. Let's have an explosive morning tomorrow morning. And with that being said, we'll see you guys for Show tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central, man. Enjoy the night. Love you all. Here's a fucking dildo slap on the way out. We'll see you guys tomorrow night. Love you. Peace.